fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Yes, yes, dare bitch, yes. Do not try this at home. I don't know about sex. I have to blast this guy's cock. I'll have you know, I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother?
Thank God nobody else can see it.
Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheels here is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. Player will hear is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9/11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. Hello. My God. What a fuck up. I have not had internet for the last... Jesus Christ, I don't know how long. For the last week or so. Oh, thank you for the resub filter. I appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. I'll make sure to give Jeff Bezos a blowy in your honor. All he needs to do is come and get it. I promise I won't bite. You're gonna watch the Ashes of Creation stream. I am, El Chelde. I actually am. There's so much I want to do. My plan... my plan for this week... And thanks for the resub, Psycho Fox. I appreciate it. So, my plan for this week was to stream on Tuesday, stream on Thursday, and then also stream today as like an extra. And there's only the extra stream. I got fucked up. And I just barely got internet back, so I was like scrambling to do my job. I know the Ashes stream is on right now. Right, so we're probably going to take a look at that. See if there's anything interesting going on. Haven't watched the new Borderlands movie. Heard it was a complete fucking disaster. I haven't watched a movie in a very long time. And you know what? I'm a happier person for it. It's the best Tuesday stream, isn't it, Rototum? It's also Thursday today. It's weird when that happens, right? I'll probably never bother watching the Borderlands movie because I didn't have that much interest in the Borderlands game. I know that a lot of people played it. Everyone kept on telling me to play it. And I, being a salty little bitch at the time as a kid, right, was, I didn't want to play the game because they kept on telling me to play the game. That's how much of a little bitch I was at the time. So I didn't even bother. And I probably robbed myself of a good experience by doing that. But I can be petty sometimes. And it's okay to be petty. I saw a very aged cleavage. What? I saw a very aged cleavage. Oh, is that the one chick who's playing Moxie or something? And it's like, so they basically cast a gilf to do it, and it's the saggiest, wrinkliest tits you've ever seen. I've seen some posts about that. That was my favorite. I was so happy about that. I laughed my ass off because what they tried to do is they tried to do that thing where they make you whatchamacallit, they try and hook you in using a famous actress or actor, and it doesn't work out at all. And it's just like, what the fuck is this grandma doing here? I saw everyone bitching about it on Twitter. I was having the best time. You can make racist jokes because you're from the Rainbow Nation. You're absolutely right, Super God. That's why today is a Thursday stream, because I'm running on Africa time. I'm running on Africa time. Everyone else might have a working clock, but my sundial right fucking now tells me it's Thursday. Okay? But I will give you a reason. Psycho Fox did give me the N-word pass. I think Jimmy also gave me one. I can't remember. But I won't use it. I have reasons for not using it. And my primary reason for not using the N-word pass is that it's dull. It's boring. Right? You tell me, what is more devastating, right? To some guy who's like, let's say like a black guy in America who lives in, I don't know, fucking Louisiana or some bayou swamp, right? Him being called the N-word, right? He'll probably just roll his eyes and be like, oh, fuck this again. Or do you think if someone went out of their way to find some esoteric, hyper-specific thing like you swamp dwelling, I don't know, fucking, what was the one I learned recently? Moon cricket, right? You call him that, he'll be like, the fuck did you say to me? He might not even be mad. He'll just be impressed that you know enough history to register that as a racial joke. It's like down here, right? This will mean nothing to anyone, right? But if you go out of your way to call an Afrikaner a burkie from the farm, you call him a fucking rock spider. Those are fighting words. Those are words that they'll throw hands with. For some reason, it always involves insects, though. The Poor Life Decisions brought you here. Oh, you're gonna regret it. Don't you worry, Caboose. Okay, so I wanted to watch the Ashes of Creation livestream, right? Then I wanted to look at some of my Discord drama. We'll do that later. That we can do whenever the fuck. And then I wanted to do a little bit of searching into Black Myth Hong Kong, which is obviously a part of China, as everyone knows. So we'll do that towards the end. And then if I've still got some time, then we'll look into planning the next video, figuring out an MMO that I'm going to play for a little while after I'm done with my next Guild Wars 2 video. Oh yes, my school had a season of everyone calling everyone else a rock spider. Do you know where that term comes from?
You also
Here, let me
watch the new Dragon Age Veil Guard trailer.
I've watched it.
Stream content.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You probably know I've watched that already, Filter. That video gave me tachycardia. I needed to go to hospital after seeing how bad that was. It hurt my soul. Jesus Christ. How dare you bring up that shit? You know what? That's worse than saying the N-word in my chat. Veilguard is the new N-word for gamers. But no, let me teach you some racist history first, right? So, when the Afrikaners were down here, they got up here They set up some base camp. You know, they had their wars with the Zulus, right? Eventually, shit started to settle down a little bit. The land was settled. The colonizers won. How dare they? You, so bad, right? And it was at that point that they got to like the northern parts of South Africa and they discovered, oh shit, we're sitting on a mountain of gold. One of the largest gold reserves in the entire world was underneath South Africa. And at the time, Stabistan, otherwise known as Britain, heard about that. And so they sent a proposition to the Afrikaners. They said, hey, why don't you hand over some of that fucking gold and we won't all burn you to death? And the Afrikaners said, no, fuck you. And that was mistake number one. Because the English were like, all right, well, we gave you a choice. We were fair. So we're going to come over there and we're going to burn you all to death. And that's what they did. So the Afrikaners being the Afrikaners, they had learned some lessons, right? They had learned some lessons fighting with the Zulus. They learned about guerrilla warfare. No, not those gorillas. Like the one with the U, not the O. Okay? Before you get that confused. So they learned to fight within like the rocks and the spacing in the land, the semi-arid conditions that the British weren't used to. Because the only thing British people are used to is not having teeth and sitting inside drinking tea all day. And they drank it the wrong way because the Chinese tried to teach them to do it properly and they got that wrong too. So they invaded South Africa and the Afrikaners set out doing guerrilla warfare. This was the Anglo-Boer Wars, right? Now this pissed the British off because a bunch of little disparate animals, disgusting creatures who had settled the land and were mining the gold, refused to just hand it over to them. And so the Burkis at the time went and started doing guerrilla warfare. They started like hopping from rock to rock, hiding behind things, shoot a British guy, burn their train tracks, fuck them up, and then leave, right? And so they got a name from the British at the time, right? The name was a rock spider. And the reason they were called rock spiders is because there were these like white spiders that you can find in South Africa that usually hop from rock to rock. You can see them like they do little hops and jumps and things. Commonly believed to be the rain spider, but it might not actually have been them. So the British started calling all the Afrikaners, all the Burkis, they started calling them fucking rock spiders because they couldn't catch them. They kept on hopping from rock to rock and they could never find them. Now the British, being the geniuses that they are, the general that came down here decided, well, we can't catch them, but we know where their settlements are. So what they used to do, what they did to win the war, was they did what was known as a scorched earth tactic. So they took pieces of land, set them on fire, salted the earth, did everything they could. This didn't work, right? So the next thing is you attack the supply lines. You attack everything that they used to sustain themselves. That didn't work either. It turned out that the Burkis were pretty good at hunting because you hunt a British person, you hunt an animal, it's not that different, you know? I mean, you can see a British person from about 1 kilometer away based on when they smile because the yellow flash in their mouth sets off like an indicator. It's like seeing a floodlight in the mist. So it's pretty easy to find them. Can't Burkis just live off the land? That's exactly what they did. So, in order to win, the British, now being royally pissed off, tired, burned out, they decided the tactic was, we're going to grab the women and children. And every single time that the Burkis, destroy our train tracks, block our army, bomb something, whatever they do, we're going to take a child or a woman, tie them to the destroyed rail track, and set them on fire in full view of wherever these fucks are hiding. And they just kept on doing that. And that was enough to break their spirit because they were like, well, shit, we value our women and our children more than we value gold. And the British were like, by Joe, these fucking idiots. Yeah. We would have wiped them all out, but they gave us the gold. And then they took everything and left. So yeah, if you ask any old Afrikaner, like any old Afrikaner who's like over the age of maybe 60, he's still pissed off about that. This is generations old, and he's still fucking pissed off about that. Yo, what's up, Nameless? How you doing? Miles Morales could have a new name for separate Peter. Rock Spider. Imagine fucking Peter Parker, Spider-Man, comes across some Afrikaner, and he's just like, yo, fucking Rock Spider. The most racist white man superhero done by mistake. And that was the general's name, was Lord Kitchener. Lovely scorched earth tactics. It turns out when you commit war crimes, you can win. But yeah, I'm feeling much better, thankfully. No longer sick, no longer with AIDS, working internet connection for once in my goddamn life. Things are going great. And I went to the gym. I do have a little bit of a gym story, right? But let's take a quick look in to see what's happening with the Ashes of Creation stream. First thing you've got to note, right, is the #1 stream for the Ashes of Creation stream is not actually it's not actually Ashes of Creation, it's Pirate Software. They're getting mogged. They're getting ratioed live on stream right now. Pirate Software whipped out his fat cock, slapped it on the table, and was like, yo, give me all your viewers. And so he's sitting here ripping them apart. But I think this is pretty interesting that there's 28,000 people watching the Ashes of Creation stream right now. And probably more. And considering the fact that that the game hasn't even released, it has a higher player count than New World currently does. Which is terrifying. Oh my god, that's terrifying. I thought you were in prison. No, South Africa is my prison. British fine-tuned their tactics and came to Australia and successfully genocided a large majority of Aboriginal cultures. Yeah, but they had an excuse for doing that one. Their excuse was, what are all these black people doing in our prison? We can't do that. We can't have all these black people, these like people of darker skin tones. People will call us racist. We wanted to fill this place with our white prisoners. We gotta get rid of these motherfuckers. So that's what they did. And then they used it as a prison. That way no one could call the British racist. You're not racist. There's no more black people on this island. And yes, I'm very much aware that Aboriginals are not the same as black people. I'm very well aware of the genotypes and so on and so forth, but that is what the British thought of them. They were like, these are no different from Africans. And if you don't know that, go look it up. They genuinely thought that. I heard there was a big debate in the Discord from Stop Killing Games. So that's what we're going to look at. I have not been able to look at any of this. I have not opened my Discord on my phone at all. I've been sitting for 4 days having a near fist fight with my ISP trying to get things up and running. So I'm in for a magic surprise of what's going on in my Discord later. They lost the emus. Of course they did. They were prisoners. They were prisoners. Come on. They were white prisoners. Okay? They don't know the essence of taking a bird and frying it properly. Okay? Of course they lost. If they left the Aboriginals alive, I bet the Aboriginals would have beat the shit out of those emus. Don't worry. Don't worry about the Discord. No one's getting banned. I promise you. This is this is an actual place of diversity and inclusion, and that means whatever your fucking opinion is, you're not getting banned for it. Unless you want to fuck kids, then you get the fuck out. That's the rules. Okay? We'll get to that later. For now, let's check in on the Alpha 2 roadmap, because I have an Alpha key. So where the fuck is Alpha 2? Was supposed to be out this month.
Version deployments. This means that it will either include new combination of new features, content, interactions that players are going to have either with one another, systems that players can interact with within the node system, or economy. Right? These are big feature and content releases that are going to happen every 6 weeks cadence, and that aligns with our internal development cadence. Right? Like every 6 weeks is essentially 3 sprints for us. Right? And the general cadence of our sprints is we have feature and content development sprints 1, which is 2 weeks, and 2, which is another 2 weeks. That's
I missed that image. Spread. Okay, thank you for linking that.
We have a hardening sprint, which is another 2 weeks. That usually
I'm gonna have to open my separate stream and look at that link.
And this is that.
Just give me a second. Something I need to fix quickly.
This represents kind of, I mean, obviously when you develop a feature or content, you have these phases of development.
There it is.
That first you approach it from a functional standpoint as you stand up the types of interactions that you want to see, the gameplay that you want to see. You move it into a testable format, which has a little bit more bells and whistles, a little bit more representative visual effects or animation or, content to it. And then you move into a playable state, which is something you would put into production or you would put out to the player that is externally facing. And generally during that hard
thanks for the follow, Cyanide. I appreciate it. Okay.
From a testable state into a playable state.
Okay, so they're just talking about moving from alpha into a playable state. That's fine. I just want you to take a look at how aged Steven looks. Look at Steven Sheriff over there. Look how aged this poor motherfucker looks. This game has removed his soul. How much harassment do you think he deals with on a daily basis?
Development is a moving train and subject to change. So, what we are going to be getting in here in the near future, in the next,
see if he's got anything interesting to say.
He's going to be talking about what is in Alpha 2, Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3 from a content and feature perspective.
Okay, 3 phases, not surprising.
About all these systems that we want players to engage with and that we want people to play. And for you guys to give us feedback.
Frazzles, you're right.
But keep in mind that this release cadence that you see is a very agile system. Everything I just talked about with sprints.
What he's trying to tell you is all of this is subject to change because this is a fucking alpha and people are treating it like it's a full game release. But this poor man looks so exhausted.
Agile, as you can imagine, is because you need to be nimble and you need to be able to react and you need to be able to change directions and you need to be able
to send it to me in the Discord, please.
What is necessary for
I don't actually have my a separate thing open on my main
for
thing.
the success of the vision, so to speak. And that means that we need to be able to change these plans. So that's why sometimes it's difficult to give perspective about what our goals are. We have goals. We have internal roadmaps. We have a team of 20 producers that are constantly focused around making plans and identifying work and how long it's going to take to deliver this and, identifying dependencies that block different teams. And all of that is so that we can have our internal plans. But the reason that we have this backlog and prioritization and we adopt an agile project management structure is because we know and embrace that those plans have to change.
Thanks for the follow, Sly.
It's important from a community perspective.
Okay, so what he's saying, right, is they fucked up because they've had massive scope creep. Right, I'm going to translate it for you. What he's trying to say is, please leave my team alone. They're exhausted, they're tired, and they're burned out. I feel like I'm going to fucking die and fall over in this chair at any moment. This might be the MMO that actually kills me, and I haven't even played it in its full release yet. We've had massive scope creep, and that's why we're pushing everything back. Which might not be such a bad thing, but I hope they don't fall into the Star Citizen category because of it.
Okay. We are okay.
Stream of consciousness, go.
See what this guy has to say.
Hopefully I'm making sense to people.
Sometimes it gets
too developing.
Look at this. Look at this. This is beautiful. We are in a testing phase. Ashes of Creation is not done. Do you see that? They had to put that there because everyone is, just like I said, they're taking the alpha and treating it like it's a full release of the fucking game. It is not. It is not a full release. So what they're telling you there is the alpha is going to be fucking chaos. That's what they're telling you. From a technical standpoint, you're going to be sitting in a queue for 20,000 hours. You're not going to play the game. You're going to see the login screen. That's about as far as you're getting. That's what that first point means.
To see systems that aren't fully fleshed out with content. It means that you're going to have areas of the world that need some TLC. It means that you're going to see variant NPCs with some placeholder behaviors and potentially ability systems. You're going to see skill trees that need to be completely rearticulated.
Chielde, there has been scope creep. But, okay, so there's internal and there's external scope creep, right? External scope creep means they keep on adding in more features, right, that they never promised. And so they just keep stacking them up and never reach an end goal. Internal scope creep is you have said you are going to have this feature in your game. You think it's going to take you a crash time of maybe 4 months to get this right. But it turns out that based on the way you're doing things and to integrate it into all the other features you have, it's actually going to take you 12 months, right? So the scope creep internally has been fucking massive because they probably realized that the interlinking between shit needs to be almost perfect, because if it's not, it's going to fuck up the game. Right? And it might very well still fuck up the game because guess what? Players are bastards and we find every way to exploit the game possible. So that might happen. And also, yes, Frazzles, this poor fucking man, he's going to hate this. He's going to hate his own creation. This is his baby to he wants to kick it out the window.
No.
Yeah, welcome to the Thursday streams there. This is Africa time. This is the Thursday stream.
And again, this was a very important part of our network scaling. It is a very important part to understand that we can deploy additional realms as necessary, right? That is a scalable solution.
Okay, that's important.
As we need to do that, we will. Other points here. It is not meant to be viewed as done. It is meant to be tested and have critical feedback. We talked about that. The community will be able to engage by providing feedback and voting on features and content. What does voting on features and content mean? Margaret, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Okay, so that they stole from RuneScape, which I think is a really good idea.
It is, there will be cases where we provide you guys options. You may vote on them. I think recently a good example was, we asked everybody in the community, which do you prefer, B for backpack or I for inventory? And that was an interesting one where we consolidated all the feedback from all of the social platforms, and we came back to the team and we're like, this is the most voted option. And so
do not use B, use I. B is a hotkey.
Things like that. Oh, they're already doing it in chat now. It could be something like that. It could
what's the chat saying? They're saying I?
Like
yeah, I. Any B enjoyers, you're banned.
B and
Fuck
I
you.
What I had offered, but
has to be I.
Other options for bag or inventory.
Yeah. What was the outcome of the bag or inventory? I'm more of a B guy.
Oh, fuck you, Steven. Shit game. 0 out of 10.
I can do either. It's like any game. Every game we do it different. So
I can do either as well. But the question is, where does my finger go first? And it goes to B.
Oh yeah.
And then I hit it, and nothing happens.
Where does my finger go first? Is the same question Harvey Weinstein asked himself before he was caught.
Okay, so that's the example, right? Now, obviously, we're not going to be voting on everything.
No.
Of course not, right?
Most of it will be feedback oriented, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of these things will be like,
tab.
That's a great example.
Actually, you know what? Tab's acceptable.
Excuse me.
Why not F1?
Because that's something that is...
I'm sorry, Caboose. Are you playing MMORPGs in the fucking 90s? I'm sorry, Zoomers don't know what the F1 key even is. They don't understand the F stands for function. Okay? That no one under the age of 50, no one under the age of 30 actually understands F keys anymore. Okay? And also, Chielde, I expect nothing less than Australians to not be able to tell time, because it's definitely a Thursday.
The other thing is feedback, and we talked a little bit earlier about that, having the devs interact and being more vocal and talking. All right, we want to move to... Oh, I'm sorry, there's more to this section.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling
That's
down.
That's actually better, Frazzles.
Already about the
Make it set your own hotkeys on startup.
About it, but
That's
because
good.
we do expect database, that's what the DB stands for, database schema, to change for performance and balance issues and fixes. That does mean that we may have to do persistent wipes for those if necessary. This is kind of giving you a reason and an understanding of what to expect.
This is why, so the database schema and how the gameplay systems are interacting with the database, right? That is essentially the types of things that we're going to be observing, the data we're going to be collecting that can influence how or why we may need to do persistence wipes. And of course, that's going to come much more into focus during.
Okay, so the persistence wipes, to cut that down, that's not a surprise, especially for an alpha, because there are going to be people who find an exploit, use the shit out of the exploit, like drag that system through the fucking mud, and then they feel like they're going to have to like reset everything. Right, that's not actually that surprising. Right, so obviously they're going to do that, and they're going to do a wipe with an update. That's always going to happen, especially in an alpha.
Collecting data, because you could be 5 days into a test or a week into a test, and we're collecting the data on how nodes are progressing, the movement of those locations and areas are progressing, and now we need to wipe the database because of some issue that we've encountered, and we have lost progression beyond that 5th day or 6th day.
The issue is the players.
So it's important that we nail those down during phase 1 and 2. We talked about testing core gameplay loops. Obviously, this is why we're doing Alpha 2, right? In addition to all the technical components, the gameplay loops are really where your feedback is most important. This is where the conversation with the developers is most important. You know, how did it feel to play through these types of systems? Where were the problems with these systems? How did it not?
Okay, now, who wants to bet money? I will bet money on this. I will literally find a betting pool to open money on this if I could, if I had money, right? The second Alpha 2 is out, right? Give it 1 day, and YouTube will be flooded with people telling you exactly what class you should play. And they're going to be like, this is the imbalanced, broken shit. This is what you should play. It's coming immediately. And then everyone's going to take that as verbatim information when it comes to the final release of the game. I bet you money there will be 25 million YouTube tutorials on how this is going to work. Just the day it's released as Alpha 2, and they're going to be like, this is the full game.
Only be phase 3. Like Steven said, those are part of our development process. We work on a 2-week sprints. So you will see those cadences for every phase.
I mean, this is a big transition for the studio and for the project, right? Because right now, those cadences are what we currently do internally when it's not outwardly facing. And now what's going to happen is we have this, you know, just to talk a little bit about that, you know, we have this release train of development where our source control system is a program that's called Perforce. You know, it's shared obviously by a lot of different development teams.
Okay, so to what you said there, Ashura, what that means, right? Them saying that they're these flawless divine beings from above, what that means is they're telling you very specifically that they huff their own farts, right? Their head is so far up their own ass they can smell their prostate. That's what that means. People who think that these guys are incapable of making any level of mistake are fucking stupid. Now, I'm a simp for this game. I'm a simp for Ashes. I desperately hope it's good. But I'm not that much of a fucking simp that I'm going to forgive everything they do. In fact, I'm probably going to use null hypothesis theory, which means you tear the shit to pieces because you like it, not because it's, you know, perfect.
Everything that lives there, and take a promotion up from development into the next stream, which is QA. And then from QA, we go into staging, and then, or LKG, which is last known good, and then to staging. And then eventually it makes its way into our stream that's called production. And that's where players sync to with their launcher in order to receive the client, right? So at each of those checkpoints, we are trying to identify major bugs, critical issues. We are trying to resolve them. We're trying to patch into that stream if necessary.
So he's just talking about fixing shit.
Back down those, you know, changes that occur.
25th.
But just to give you concept,
phase
like
1.
That is
20th is phase 2.
Release a, you know,
and
code.
phase
That
3
takes to release it.
is May 1st.
And I want to be conscious of time, so obviously this next part
this is gonna be a
we don't
long
have
one.
to.
I'd be surprised if they have it out by the 25th. I think they're going to delay again.
You guys is testing, right? We need you to test across.
If I'm being honest with you, I genuinely think they're going to fuck it up and they're going to need to pull it back.
Progression in our systems,
or they're going to crash it and it's going to be total trash, and they're going to need to drag it backwards or explain why the fuck everything's royally fucked.
In general,
and they're probably going to be like, hey guys, this isn't a main release. Please stop treating it like it's one.
With the more data that we get, and of course that kind of loops into what those things that we listed earlier of what you can expect from us moving from there.
Test is just a weekend. Well, I guess I'm faking my death then and telling my wife I'm divorcing her for a weekend.
So a lot of people are talking about.
When is the 25th?
There's only going to be 3 realms to start. As I said,
3 realms per region to start.
It's per region, and we're going to be supporting Western Europe and North America.
Oh, my poor wife. She's going to be alone for 5 days.
As we expand to the other, testing phases, we will expand to more regions. Just to be clear.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Wubbo,
so betas.
You are 100% right.
Far more extensive. With
so Wubbo, you are 100% right, and anyone reasonable is going to say that. But guess what? Human beings on average are not very reasonable, and these are MMO players, so they are infinitely worse. Also, I just registered something. I am so white that my green screen thinks that my cup over there is the same tone as my skin, and therefore it thinks it's a part of me. Very nice. I'll put this over here.
That we see will be joining the testing sessions. So we talked about releasing, obviously, new A2 sales. We're going to get to that here at the end of the deck. I know for many of you that have been posting on social media, they're posting on Reddit, they're posting on forums about a way to access Alpha 2. We are going to be providing that. And depending on the scaling of how many of those additional A2 sales we do, we will be spinning up new realms to support that. It's not going to be bogging down the queues on those, 6 realms, and we're going to stick with those 6 realms. We're going to scale the realm count.
You see that, what he's saying?
Okay,
of course,
that's the same mistake that New World made. Right? And I hope they have a better plan, or at least they're better prepared than the people who had access to the Amazon web servers directly, right?
You compensating for something.
So, for the North American servers, and obviously we have the ability to.
Cup is huge. My wife got it for me.
Across North America and Western.
She's
Europe.
compensating for me.
Depending on how we heat map the number of players and where they're
also, it's filled with coffee and other happy juices that make me cope for Ashes more.
All right, moving on to kind of the comparison of what you saw in Alpha 1 versus what you'll be seeing.
How much money to try a game that... Okay, so
there for you.
Someone bought the alpha key for me, right? Someone who was like, hey, here's an alpha key. I want you to play this game. You don't need to mention my name. I don't want you to mention it. Like, that's what someone said to me. So I can't remember. But it's probably a stupid amount of fucking money, and if someone hadn't bought it for me, I wouldn't buy it myself. I don't recommend, I genuinely do not recommend that anyone goes out of their way to buy alpha access unless they are a crazy person, mentally unstable, and escape the mental institute they live in. There you go, $250 is fucking insane. That's insane for an Alpha 2. I would not touch an Alpha 2 key. I would not pay that. 500 for Alpha 1? Did the game suck your cock and do your fucking washing as well? God damn. How much money did these guys earn?
And you can take a look at where the game was then.
Okay, now I'm going to be real mad. These people bet $1,000 for the... Oh, what the fuck?
I'm talking about systems.
Who the...
Content, right?
Oh, goddamn. Fucking oil shakes buying this game, apparently.
Almost all of the networking stack between Alpha 1 and Alpha 2. We changed all of the ability system. We have created new ways for NPCs to interact with our behavior state trees. We have changed the
Rooibos, hands down, is one of the best teas you can get. But yes, I love Rooibos tea.
Gameplay engineering focus, right?
It's top tier. S tier tea, Rooibos, and then below that is black and green tea.
From the learnings of Alpha 1 to what Alpha 2 is.
Fuck me.
So
$1,000. Yeah. God damn, I gotta look that up in my Monopoly money.
Oh, I didn't even see. There's a whole different section here too. I have my the size.
Fuck me! That's like the price of a fucking bad motorcycle.
It's so large that it.
Holy shit!
It moved that around.
$1,000. God damn.
Story quests, a lot of that stuff. Obviously has changed in Alpha.
Motherfucker.
Go ahead, you're good, Margaret.
All right. Let's move on to phase 1. I think this is what people really want to know.
People spend more on OnlyFans and Genshin Impact. Okay, Filter, let me tell you why that's not an accurate comparison and why that's not fair to say. Also, I just registered something.
And have no right to complain when they make glaringly obvious stupid purchasing decisions.
So it's not a fair comparison to compare it to Genshin Impact or OnlyFans purely because people who spend that much money on Genshin Impact or OnlyFans are not human beings, right? They haven't passed the sentience test. So you can't judge it by the same standards purely because anyone who's spending that much money on titties on a screen that you can't see, touch, or feel obviously is closer to a chimpanzee genetically than a human being. So it's not a fair comparison, right? And I can't blame them either, because it's not their fault that their dad played rocket ship with them when they were a kid near the ceiling fan multiple times. That's not their that's not their fault, right? It just happens sometimes. It's sometimes, you know, the apple falls not too far from the tree, but then it gets fucked up by the lawnmower. That's them. So it's like, you kind of can't, it's like the same way you can't judge a person with Down syndrome by the same standards you judge someone who doesn't have Down syndrome by.
During phase 1, to have parts of Sand Squall Desert and the Vandegar Tropics that are available. We saw a little bit of the tropics in Alpha 1. We saw some of the, I think in Alpha 1 we had like that turquoise sea area that we expanded to a little bit as well.
Also, you can actually
but this is going to be the desert in which players for the first time will be playing
for 3
through.
years until you can beta
And
test.
don't worry, we'll have these in an article that you can click on and you can see in 4K imagery. So that will be coming out, because I know that a lot of people are like, I can't read because it's, you know, on a little screen. But we'll definitely make sure that you guys can get access to these.
Yeah, that's everything I kind of expect out of Ashes.
Is it super small?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know.
So maybe I should go through them then.
No, I don't think you need to go through them all. We'll be here all day.
Like, no.
So 55 square kilometers, west and eastern.
We have 15 minutes left.
Pocket dungeons, wow, holy
God,
shit.
you're kidding.
No.
This alpha, if this is all true, just reading that world thing, that alpha is more diverse and more content filled than New World is right now. That's so bad.
Small points of interest. Obviously, we have our day and night cycle. We have our 4 seasons. We have the dynamic world populations and
GW2 because I kind of hit a big wall and got back into FFXIV, and man, this game is fucking
obviously
good.
One of the main focuses of Ashes of Creation is how the world changes according to.
Hold on, I missed that one. Hold on. Recently dropped Guild Wars 2 because I kind of hit a big wall and got back into Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's what you got to do. If you get tired of something or something's burning you out, switch. Stop. Stop for a while. It's not worth your time to sink into something if you feel like you're not getting the value you deserve out of it. It's much better to avoid doing that.
In addition, we also have a grand dungeon. That is the Tower of Carfin. This is a very large structure. We had some players within the playtest recently running through there talking about, I can't believe how big this place is, because it is a large location. We have pocket dungeons as well. Talking a little bit about nodes. At the phase 1 level, we're going to have 5 node locations.
Okay, Jimmy,
that will be primarily
to your statement about who pays for OnlyFans, I'll explain something just now.
In order to test during phase 1. Dynamic,
because I've had to think about this a lot,
leveling, obviously, this
and I think I've got the answer.
A little bit about during the caravan stream. This is providing buffs for mounts and for caravans, changing the advance of visual quality. I'm going to go through this stuff real quick. Just I'm going to be fast. You may hear me talking, and if I'm sorry if English is not your native language, this might be a little bit quick. 4 service building plots, 5 default buildings, 8 active constructed buildings. Each of those are providing different types of services. We will be probably listing as part of the article some of the names of those specific buildings, so a little bit more expanded information around that. The Node currency system is up and running. Citizenship is up and running. We have 56 separate tax categories.
God damn. Why do people fucking obsess over having so many taxes? God damn, I hate tax. In a video game or not, I hate taxes. Jesus Christ. Why do we want to legalize theft in our video games?
Expansion voting, which is essentially where citizens help to vote on the expansion for those service buildings. And I believe there's 22 different expansions that are
I've got it open, Jimmy. I'll look at it just now.
Proper for those.
Holy shit.
Now, races. Very important.
Oh, here we go. Race wars.
We have Vec, Kalar, and Empyrean to start. You might be asking yourself, but we've seen almost all the other races. But
I think it'd be Vec and Kalar to start, and then Empyrean will be added in phase 1.
Yeah, that might be true. That might be true. So you might be asking yourself, well, we've seen the races played in the game.
Filter.
There's a lot that goes into...
My counter argument to you saying taxation is only theft if handled by a corrupt politician. Show me a corrupt politician. Show me a politician that's not corrupt, and I'll show you a really, really good fucking liar. And it's either you or them.
Is on a unique race, that it's not interpenetrating the race, that it doesn't have some weird, skin weight issues. There's a lot that goes into making sure all of the pieces of armor are applicable to a particular race. So keeping that in mind, those races are available, but we need to continue the deformation work on that. We have 6
so race wars not so filled out yet.
Development live update streams. Those archetypes have a combined 130 plus unique abilities, 60 plus unique passives, 22 different status conditions that live across all of those different archetypes. We have 8 unique weapons that each have 30 plus nodes per weapon skill tree. And by the way, this is a lot of detailed information on like what we're going to have in phase 1, 2, and 3. And normally we probably would not take this approach in outlining kind of each of these things. But what we have heard from the community is that you guys want to know this. And so because of that, you might be getting information overload, some of you. But we've gotten a lot of feedback from the community that they want to get this level of detail. So,
yes, please.
Because of that.
So all of this detail is exceptional. Everyone wants this level of detail. And it does remind me a lot of Guild Wars 2 and the level of detail and information that you get there. It just needs some kind of prompt to allow you to see that this information exists. That's all it needs. It doesn't need to tell you everything. It just needs to be like, hey, this information exists. That's all.
So talking a little bit about PvP, there will be flagging, there will be corruption system, there will be Guild Wars, Node Wars, and Caravan PvP events.
Sheldon, I just saw your fucking comment. 75 unique creatures, opposed to New Worlds with 3. Fuck me! Oh my god! I'm gonna compare the shit out of this game, the alpha to the. I'm gonna compare it completely to the full release of New World, and I'm gonna have a fucking stroke and want to kill myself with how much time I dedicated to New World just looking at this.
Flanking on each side of the western and eastern Riverlands will be playable space in the Vandegar Tropics and the Sand Squall Desert.
But will you be able to swim in ashes?
Okay,
he's just
a lawless zone applied to it.
Hold on, this is important. This is important.
If you move into those areas, you will automatically be flagged for PvP.
Yes.
And these areas
non-consensual
level NPCs.
Non-consensual. Drop the soap PvP. That's what I'm here for.
That, like, you're the first wave of players. You're the first wave of settlers coming through the gate, right?
Yes.
And you're expanding outwardly from the ancient Aelin ruins.
Drop the soap PvP. That's exactly the kind of PvP that's great.
The extension of your governments doesn't reach as far into the unknown of this world that is accessible to you in your travels. So as you move out into these outer regions that are the tropics and the desert.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. Nice going into the details of it. Now, I will say it was pretty brave of this woman here to show her pussy on screen like that. Never expected that from an Ashes dev, but you know, that's just how it is sometimes. To what you said there, Gussie, whether we'll be able to swim, let's see.
highest level monsters
Vec, Kalar.
in these outward lawless zones that will drop unique materials that are related to enchantment for weapons. All of the end game kind of loops that will be present
And
during the different alpha phases will exist within these lawless territories. Not all of them. I mean, you know, obviously we'll have stuff that's not in the lawless territories, but a lot of them will exist within the lawless territories, and you can drop those on player death. So that's going to be kind of the loop of PvP within those locations as well. Okay. Talking about systems and economy, we're going to have obviously flying, ground, water mounts. We're going to have caravans with management for those caravans in the stalls, the cargo for those caravans, and caravan events.
Okay, that's all fine.
They can
so based on
ground.
this,
it's going to be important, especially for the Riverlands, because the Riverlands is consisting of a lot.
Based on what I'm seeing here,
for its namesake, we have a male system
it's looking like
we have level 25
2 out of the 3 races will be able to swim, and the other one will be really, really good at basketball.
The skill trees yet for all of the professions, but the professions will be available for level acquisition and the novice apprentice and
thanks for the follow, Pond.
We'll have 15
He just walked into that.
gatherable surveying, fishing, hunting with 38 unique animals that will be populated at the start of phase 1, along with over 400 processing recipes, 600 crafting recipes. We will
discovered how to easily get assaulted by California's LGBT crowd. Yeah, you whip out your cock and say you were born with it.
I don't think it comes at the start.
I think it's at the start, but I will double check that. I will double check that. I'm pretty sure it's at the start of phase 1.
Okay, what are they talking about now?
Party and raid markers. We will have chat systems for obviously guild, party, citizenship, global. Item deconstruction and repair. This is obviously the primary sync for an open economy like ours.
None of this is new information. This we see across most MMOs now.
Materials that are necessary in order to craft higher level gear. So that's something important to keep in mind. And then we'll have 45 unique caravan components that help to kind of create a compelling caravan system. Somebody in chat is asking what is max level. At the start of Alpha 2 Phase 1, the starting level will be level 25 for adventuring and level 25 for artisanship professions. On the content side, now this is something to keep in mind. There's a lot of content here, but again, this is from an alpha perspective. So
you see, he keeps on saying it.
There will be issues.
He keeps on saying, please God, understand this is an alpha. And no matter how many times he says this, no one's going to listen.
In their like final, stage with all of the bells and whistles.
Yep. We will have 460 plus unique pieces of gear with the Node War God Spike event, 16 unique public events, 149 story-driven quests and commissions with 111 treasure maps. The treasure maps are fun. 3 world bosses with over 44 abilities and behaviors, with 75 unique enemy creatures, with 280 plus unique NPC abilities and behaviors. Keeping in mind, of course, at the start of
Holy
Alpha
Jesus.
2,
quite literally, this confirms
thing that we want to collect feedback on.
This last part here literally confirms that there's more content in the alpha than there is in New World. I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking kidding. Holy shit. If this is done well, which I desperately hope it is, they will flatten the 5 people who still play New World.
Okay. As always, development is a moving train and subject to change.
Just like the
I know, just like so keeping in mind when you think about the dodged AMA. No, not dodged AMA. We're gonna have an AMA. This is just gonna be a long one.
Yeah,
this is gonna be a long one.
Oh,
here comes the AMA.
Guys. We just won't be able to partake in our spot test that we have going on today, but
no,
it does mean
okay. So yeah, thanks, Devlin. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. I'm glad you got some entertainment out of it. Honestly, that's why I do this. I hope people actually enjoy it and don't take it too seriously. It incentivizes you to go and do content and get materials to repair your gear. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be a streamable game because it sounds like there's going to be a lot of grinding, but that's fine as long as the grinding is entertaining enough.
Let's talk about phase 2.
All right.
Phase 2, here we go.
So this is something that's very important. Again, I'm going to hit this.
We get the dwarves in phase 2. That's where it matters. Okay.
I said 30 minutes
finally
ago,
a superior race.
The further you look out, the higher the chance for chains. Right? Okay. So phase 1, we have those things that are testing right now. They are in QA.
And
phase
some of those
2
are coming online in the phase 1. Yeah.
Right. Phase 2, some of this stuff is still in development. Has not gone through QA. Some of this stuff has not begun development yet on some of these things. So as we talk about what's going to be introduced for phase 2, hear me when I say this. Content creators, help me hammer this home. Things can absolutely change.
Okay, so that's balanced.
Okay? That means that you're going to see features and content here, and it is possible that it gets bumped to phase 3.
Ah, there you go.
Remember that.
You see?
Okay,
You see what I said
about
it not being ready?
We're going to expand into the Sandsquall Desert. We're going to expand into the Vandegar Tropics. And what this means is POI development is going to land during phase 2 for those spaces. We are going to have dungeons come online in those spaces for the
4 more weapons. That's insane.
Phase 2. We're going to have nodes come online potentially for those spaces.
Okay, phase 2 sounds better than phase 1 by a fair amount. And phase 1's already fairly impressive.
4 levels, node sieging potentially with vassalship and node death. The additional mayoral commissions, relics. Relics are important. We haven't talked about them in a long time, but these are node objectives essentially, right? That the citizens communally are responsible to achieve and bring back to the node, and they grant benefits.
Okay, so that's explanation.
Coming online. Additional service buildings and economic election type.
So the Valoon are probably going to be the richest race based on this.
We'll be getting the rogue with 20 abilities, 10 passive, 30 skill nodes total between them. And additionally, we'll be getting
for some reason I feel like they're going to be very good at being merchants. These guys will keep the economy going. Dwarves, you know, it's my average life expectancy right here. I just need to make the fattest dwarf the game will allow me to, and that's me role-playing who I am in real life.
Gems and sockets by adding additional waterfall type behaviors to those items. Gear ascension, repair kits, artisanship.
Yeah, that's all expected.
We talked about the artisanship level being up to level 25 for phase 1. In phase 2, they're going to have some level of accompanying skill trees in order for players to test. We saw a little bit about that in the artisanship preview stream a while ago. Animal husbandry, breeding, party gathering, and player shops, leaderboards. These are some of the additional systems that phase 2 will contain. On the content side, we're going to start seeing the story arcs come alive. Now, we've seen story arcs in the past as part of our development updates. That was standing up the functional system. Right now, some of the story arcs are in a test.
So this right here, this part right here, this is the important part for me, is the story arcs. Because I don't know how the fuck you build something like this and still have a functional story, or whether the story is kind of like, you know, the dingleberry hanging off the ass of the game that no one really cares about. That's my big concern with it. But if they can get that right, and they can actually make a story people want to engage in, people will stick around with this shit forever.
World dungeons are going to be kind of the spaces that become available within those dungeons based off of certain world state predicates, right? That's another important thing to keep in mind. And NPC ambient behaviors, right? If I'm spawning a bunch of undead creatures like we saw in the Bard live stream within a farm, we want those undead creatures to do farming things, to rake leaves and dig ditches and do whatever farmers do. I don't know what farmers do. I'm not a farmer, but they we need to have those.
Do you see this
available for NPCs, and that's going to.
Do you see this? The devs just earned my confidence, right? They're just talking about the details now, so I can drop the volume a little bit. But these devs just dropped my. They just gained a little bit more of my confidence. Can you see it?
That what we're showing in phase 1, what we're showing in phase 2, these are not things that will necessarily be at the start of each of these phases. There will be some of them that will be coming online at the start of them, but these are things that you can expect.
That is a dev of quality.
Yes, so, like we said, we have those 3-week cadences, we have those 6-week.
I trust this dev with my life.
Cadences when you're going to see those big updates, and the 3 weeks.
Only people of quality truly have that cup.
Bug fixes and things of that sort, and you may see little updates here and there with some of the smaller features. But just
this dev in the bottom's wild. She whipped out her pussy on stream. It was walking around in the background. She's got the same cup as me.
Think about it like this.
What a legend. God damn.
Our goal, and and by goal I mean it might change, is to
PlanetSide 2 dev before Ashes. Ooh. Ooh, that's interesting.
At the end of the phase, our goal. By goal, we mean they might
I want to make comments about that, but I shouldn't.
Let's say it together.
Let's just see how it goes.
Okay, so that's important. Important to keep in mind. Very good point. Thank you, Margaret. That was great.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate because I think there's a little bit of confusion on that, internally, externally.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Ready to move on to the final.
It's a pity the Ashes wiki is currently dying. I don't think the wiki matters. Let the wiki die. I wouldn't care if they didn't update the wiki for the next 4 years if it meant the game was good instead.
Alpha 2, Phase 3, features and content. We're going to be adding 2 additional zones, the Turquoise Sea and the Anvils. Now, again, keep in mind, Phase 3 runs a while. So what we're talking about here with regards to these additional features and content
Do you see it?
is what you can expect within the first few months.
Do you know how I can tell that certain streamers are going to get banned on Twitch
There's going to be
during Phase 3?
It's going to be in technically Phase 3.
You try say this name out loud, and you see what comes out of your mouth. Try and say that name right there, and see what happens.
Talked about those locations in the past. Actually, I know some of the Turquoise Sea.
Every single person is like, I'm playing a Fei Loon, I'm playing a Pyrai, I'm playing a Tulna. What are you playing? I'm playing the N-word race.
That's right. We're going to have 4 new unique load layouts, 5 levels of military and divine election types, atrophy events, policies, note happiness, additional mayor commissions, and additional service.
I've got to emphasize that
we will be adding in 4
don't use the hard R on that one.
The Renkai, the Nakua, the Talnar, and then finally the Summoner archetype will be introduced, and we will have some elements of the secondary archetype specialization within the cleric and tank. These are going to be examples of how augments work. It is not going to be fully fleshed out, but it is going to be some examples as we begin to move forward there. Additional weapons.
Why is Steven getting quieter?
One-handed axe, one-handed sword. And obviously, from a systems perspective, we will have fully functional guilds. Now, when you think about what's going to be guild available for Phase 1, these are going to be the abilities to stand up guilds, going to be the ability to invite players to the guilds, to kick players from the guild, to participate in certain guild content and quests. But when we talk about gaining guild skill points and investing those into certain passives abilities,
sexual exploitation of guild members, that's obviously going to happen.
Be available until Phase 3. In addition, we may be expanding the freehold system now for guild freeholds, and castle sieges will be coming online. We will have some elements of the naval systems available beyond
and it's the ad.
Available.
So anyone on Twitch who wants to not deal with an ad, hop over to YouTube now.
Aquatic mounts, I think aquatic mounts are in Phase 1, but we'll clarify that. Underwater combat, instanced content, the dying gear system.
I see typos in there.
There's some typos.
Yeah.
A little bit typo.
Do you see the typo? I see it. Guild freeholds. You can tell that Steven probably wrote this up himself, or he got someone who is a dev to type this up, and that guy was fucking smoked. He'd been working for 4 days non-stop, and he's like, oh fuck, now I'm gonna type up a fucking presentation. Fuck you, Steven.
And for the anvils are going to be online as well from a content perspective. We're going to have dynamic world dungeons again. That will be introduced, and unique story arcs added. As always, development is moving and subject to change. So these are our goals for phases 1, 2, and 3.
Now Margaret's too well put together.
These goals can change.
Margaret's way too put together. If that's who you're talking about is Margaret over there. She looks way too put together for this shit. Steven looks like he's been the president for 25 years. That's how old and tired he looks compared to when he was, like when he started.
And will be
Poor
about
man.
playing the game with the players, going through that experience, talking about the feedback we're getting, talking about the testing, talking about what's in active development, and showing some of that 6-week cadence content delivery as part of those live streams as well. So this is going to be a little bit of a shift.
So, as far as I'm aware, Miranda, it kind of does have multi-classing, kind of similar to D&D in some ways, in the fact that you take 2 classes and you put them together, and when you insert them together, they become something new. That's what happens as far as I'm aware. It's like 64 different combinations or something.
And as we go into each of these phases, we will, like, you know, October 25th, we're going to have information prior to that will give you kind of an understanding of what we're coming into that phase with. And then as we have updates, we'll have patch notes, we'll have information in regards to the bigger updates. You'll probably see those in a little bit more of a different fashion. Maybe some
what's
video
up, Chaos
formats, maybe some live streams. So you'll be seeing a lot of this stuff in more detail as we move forward in each of the phases.
Yes. And I do see some comments about character creator. When is character creator? Those of you who have access to Alpha 2 will have access to the character creator starting in phase 1. So the character creator is available with the game client in phase 1.
Yeah, similar to Guild Wars 1, I guess. That's probably the best comparison I can give.
We will not have a standalone character creator client, probably until phase 3. At some point in phase 3, we will release that standalone character creator client. But right now, the character creator is part of phase 1. And those of you who have access to phase 1 will go through the character creation process as normal as you enter into the game and play the game.
And
okay, that's fine.
Those who have already been starting to test with us for pre-Alpha 2 have already been kind of messing with it. It's still, we're still adding features and adjustments, but once we hit phase 1 of Alpha 2, you'll be seeing a lot more of those come online, especially for the 2 races that we'll be launching, which is
that's really not that important.
Yes. Right. So what do we got next?
The next thing is Alpha 2 access. For those of you who didn't purchase Alpha 2 access before,
normal people,
thing that you guys keep asking us for. It's
for those people who didn't spend $250 fucking dollars like a psycho.
Ticket after ticket, we have gotten a lot of commentary about this. I know that we have made statements in the past about how we're going to approach releasing that new keys. To be clear, these Alpha 2 access keys are just the keys. This is a significant departure from what historically we have done with regards to pre-order packages, having virtual currency, having playtime when the game launches, having multiple access and access to beta 1 and 2. These keys will just have access to Alpha 2, and they will have access to different phases of Alpha 2. It is extremely important.
Fuck me. $100 for third wave. I'm sorry, that's way too much. In my opinion, that's way too much money. Right? These guys have got to be making fucking bank. So if they bug out and they just don't finish the game, I understand why. It's because they're all billionaires by now, and they're like, fuck this. Right? That is way too much money, in my opinion.
Margaret, do you want to talk a little bit about how? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and we're keeping in mind the people who have purchased before as well. We know that our community has definitely expressed concern in regards to that. So hopefully, I know we're not going to please everybody. Steven and I have said that many times to ourselves. We're like, we're trying to be as fair as possible as we can be. But how this is going to work is all 3 of these keys will be available to you on Wednesday.
Fuck you, fair. Fair would be like, here's pay $10 for this. Fucking $100 for a digital thing that they can just print out more of at any point in time. No fucking way. They have got to be making so much money off of this shit. Holy fuck.
So we will have a number that we are looking at internally in order to make sure that we can service those users, have the capacity in order to make sure you have a good experience in Alpha 2. But if we hit those supplies, then we will.
I paid to support the devs to get my game to be finished. So that's the same levels of cope that people who supported the Star Citizen devs. And I genuinely do hope it works out better for you than it worked out for the people who play Star Citizen and then cope that their game is perfect when it's not. And those guys have like more than $500 million of money that they've made. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, don't get first wave, especially.
What?
Especially first wave. The great thing about us not having an NDA is that if you want to see the game's progress and not from a developer's perspective,
well, and you said something important.
You can see other people playing this game, and you can see the progress of the game. You are not going to miss out on anything if you do not participate in Alpha 2. You're going to be able to see other people playing the game.
There you go.
Persistence doesn't carry over into the live launch of the game. It's going to be a brand new, fresh start when it comes to the launch of Ashes of Creation. So there's nothing that you're missing out on if you do not participate in Alpha 2.
Do you know why he's saying that? So what he's doing is he's saying that because he's like, guys, okay, hold on. Hold on. Guys, do not buy the alpha key. I've already bought my golden yacht. I'm already going to Epstein Island version 2 next week. I don't know what to do with all of your money. It's getting difficult to store all of it. So please chill the fuck out. I swear to God, I've already got 5 different Thai ladies with different sized dicks on my boat. You don't have to buy this. Don't worry. Everyone's fine. I'm getting laid. I can beat the allegations with this amount of money, so don't bother buying it.
Not looking at it from a gameplay from a being a fun and completed game perspective, but who want to help shape the form of what Ashes of Creation intends to be by offering good and actionable feedback, by creating bug reports for us, by crashing and being a test dummy for us, right? Those are elements of why.
Okay, I'll look at the Discord now. I'll look at the Discord after this.
Might be encouraged to then purchase a key, not because they're purchasing access to early access.
I also want to make a clarification. If you purchase first wave, you get access to Alpha 2 starting on that date, and you get second. You're gonna play Alpha 2 for the rest of Alpha 2. If you get second wave, you're gonna have that.
I would fucking hope so.
You don't have to buy.
If you're imagine like I would fucking hope if you're spending $120 for wave 1 that you get wave 2 and 3 just as a thing. I hope the game comes over and jerks you off in your sleep and then does your washing as well. Fucking hell. This game better put on a mini skirt and dance for me every night at that price. Holy shit.
If you want beta, we
$100 for early access.
Beta in the future. But right
that's
now,
ridiculous. That's fucking insane, in my opinion.
We won't be bringing back pre-order packs. We've already said that before. So it will just be in the future. If we do decide to increase the amount of people in beta 1 or beta 2, it would be similar to this in the sense that it will be a key that you purchase for just that access. And it's not a code key. It's just access.
They're probably going to increase the price as well.
You're not getting a code or a key that you're giving out to
and as Margaret said at the beginning, like, we fully understood and expected that this is going to be the spiciest of topics when it comes to access.
It's the price,
game, right?
The price, it's fucking insane.
There's not going to be a price that's going to please everybody. I mean, that's just the bottom line.
$10.
With regards to the
$10 would please me.
Releasing the additional keys provides. The first one again was providing the testers that we need in order to shape the game the right way.
Gambling detected. He's got enough money that they're not allegations, they're rumors. You're goddamn right about that. $100 is overkill. You know AWS prices. I do. They're pretty fucking cheap. Yeah, look, they're doing this. Okay, I'll explain something now that they could do from a business standpoint that's even scummier than what they're doing with the price difference now.
We've approached it taking a look at the value of alpha access within the previous packages that we've offered as it relates to the other components of those packages, the game time, the virtual currency for the cosmetics themselves and their value. Right. So comparatively, like, I would ask that some of the content creators also help to articulate and enumerate what the value proposition is between those two when we think about that from a comparative standpoint.
The other thing to note here is that we haven't provided an end date for Alpha 2. I think people are asking about that and want iteration.
Yeah, when is the end date? That's actually important.
We'll end Alpha 2 when we feel it's ready. So we want to make sure, as you saw on
5 days.
the 3 slide, there are
5 days of playing the game
that we make sure that we
That's what we're getting.
And there's some additional features and systems that we'd also like to get in there for Alpha 2 that are not listed on that page. So we will kind of extend that Alpha 2 for as long as we feel it's necessary. So you will get a good chunk of time.
Does it, Rinny, does it wash windows for that kind of money? It better fucking wash my cock with its mouth for that amount of money. God damn.
You're not really playing a game, you're testing it. And it's going to be, a lot more basic systems versus as we get later in the phases, you'll see more of those intricacies come online.
And so I know the next section that we have is the AMA. And before we get into the AMA, I want to close by saying this for the deck.
What's up, Unisif?
2 important points. First,
It's not
with
okay.
regards
I'll give my
to
opinion on it.
what we're doing with Alpha 2, the testing that it entails.
Don't have a cock. Well, you know what? For that price, it should fucking grow you a cock to wash with its mouth. That's what it should do, really. It should grow you a dong, and then you get the optional choice of keeping it for the next phase update, or it falls off, depending on what you feel like. That's what it should do.
It can be difficult to find a community, in my opinion, as genuine as ours, and as welcoming and inviting and polite as ours.
Okay, this is all just,
not everybody is going to
off.
like what we're doing from a gameplay perspective. Not everybody is going to like the visuals of the game.
This is him covering his ass.
Not everybody is going to like the monetization strategy of selling the keys. Not everybody is going to like cosmetics. Not everybody is going to like PvP. There is a very eclectic crowd of MMORPG players, and
yes,
we
we're
are
all
not
insane.
building an MMO for everyone. And we know that, and we accept that, and that's a truth. There is a specific section of the market share that is going to be interesting.
Okay, so he's saying all the things that everyone's ignoring, so I might as well mute him. No one cares about this because no one's going to listen anyway.
Comes into our community and says things that may ruffle your feathers. I would implore you to continue the upstanding tradition that our community has had over the course of these last several years.
Of being insane.
And be polite. Give them the proper advice and direction when it comes to how we...
Oh my god. Okay, you can tell Steven's off his rocker. Steven is nuts. Steven's lost his goddamn mind if he thinks MMO players are polite. That is the craziest thing I've heard a dev ever say.
For sure.
Coming from too.
Well, that speaks to being a good representative. And again, what I would say is we are one gaming community. We are all gamers together. We have different interests, and that's okay. And we have different thoughts, and some of us can be more abrasive than others, and that's okay too. But what I would ask of our community and content creators, help me hit this home too, is that we are inviting of other opinions. We are inviting of,
no, you're not.
Of other thoughts.
No, you're not.
That we don't pounce, we don't attack, and we don't mistreat. We follow the golden rule. And we can be good stewards of this community and good representatives, like Margaret said. And by doing so, we will attract more users to this game. So please, I would tell you, as
I think Jimmy's killed my TTS. Gambling dedicated.
Represent the best of us.
I think Jimmy already destroyed my free TTS, and I don't want people paying money for it, so I made it free. But that means there's a limited amount of times it'll pop up.
Hold us accountable where we need to be held accountable. That's part of the symbiotic relationship between a developer and a community, right? That's an important aspect of that. I don't watch criticisms or videos that talk about, losing trust in Intrepid or delays or problems. This is a marathon, not a race. Is that the right phrasing?
Yeah, I think
that's what my wife said about sex, but I'm an Olympian. I always finish first.
Yeah.
This is a long haul journey.
I couldn't help myself.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. Thank you. The chat is saying it's a marathon, not a sprint. This is a marathon, not a sprint. What does that mean? That means that we still have a road ahead of us. We still have a lot of things that we need to do. And as a result of that road still being
Miranda, you make an interesting point.
There are going to be changes to what we have talked about here today. And
so part of the reason to run an alpha like this, Miranda, is probably so that they can figure out exactly what to do with the people who troll, who cheat, who RMT, and how do they manage these people, right? Because they're usually very poorly mismanaged by MMOs, so it's going to be very interesting to see how they do that. Because alpha gives those people access to the systems in the game that they can then attempt to manipulate by cheating, right? But it also means that in the alpha, they can trap a bunch of people who are going to do that and get rid of them really fucking fast.
And understanding what you guys want and making sure we're all on the same page. I think that it's how you communicate your criticisms, which is the big thing. There are constructive ways to do that versus ways that are kind of vulgar, like Stephen said. And I think finding the balance there is going to be very important because, we're all people. We're doing our best on our front to create a great game, right?
I thought that we come from good people.
We come with good intentions, right? And the worst thing that I always see is when people say, oh, the developers don't care. I will let you know, everyone here at Intrepid cares, like, so deeply.
Beyond more, than you could imagine.
And it is hard.
Give it 3 months. Give it 3 months of the game going full release and no one will give a fuck anymore because they'll have drained their souls. These poor devs are going to be so destroyed after 3 months.
So we try to be as open and communicative with you guys about how we're doing things, what we're doing, and you know, ensuring that you have an understanding of those things. They may not always be the thing you want, but it's kind of making sure.
Also, yes, Nico, that's exactly what they're telling you.
I'm going to tell you one thing about recruitment at this studio. There is a question that every single person who works here has answered when it comes to an interview that I have with them. What are your favorite MMOs that you've played? Every single person here is an MMO gamer.
That's good.
And
that's good to hear from a dev.
Why it is so important to us, as Margaret is saying.
So that's why they're going to stick through the MMO, like making this MMO, because they're already used to the levels of abuse that most MMO players get through. So they're used to it. They understand that this is an abusive job and they're going to want to kill themselves in 5 years. That's perfectly fine. I completely understand that.
We didn't plan for. That is something that we have the luxury of doing because of the unique circumstances of how this studio was founded. Right? That is not
also the chat there. Someone's favorite MMO is Donkey Kong.
I cannot express enough. If you know anyone in this industry and you talk to them about the story of Intrepid and what we're building, it is very unique. When I go on LinkedIn and I see the commentary from people about Intrepid and about Ashes, is it taking a long time to develop this game? What we're doing is special, and it should take a long time to do something special.
I mean, you think about.
Okay, so that was a fuck up right there. What Steven said is he goes on LinkedIn. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, LinkedIn is the world's shittiest social media, because it's like, what if social media, but let's strap it to your work. So what everyone does on LinkedIn is they talk themselves up, they suck their own cock, and they huff their own farts, right? LinkedIn is the worst, the absolute worst social media out there. And I know this as a professional who's had to use it before, where I had certain job requirements where I had to post using certain accounts off of LinkedIn. It is garbage. It's worse than Twitter. It's more engagement slop and shittier than Twitter. It's all about people sucking their own dick.
Do that. They create the game and then they share it with you as it's already created. Yep. So they don't, and their alphas and betas are more like testing phases that are like, hey, we have a full product. Now we're just showing it to you guys to ensure that we're hitting the line and we're just bug fixing, right? Whereas Absolutely. We're like, this is a true, you know, prototype alpha phase that you would expect.
Hot off the rack.
You know,
destroy it.
we're past that now because we're in alpha 2, but
I know.
Yeah, it's kind of the, you know, that type of system where like we're actually showing you what true development looks like versus which is behind closed doors normally. By
the way, the most important thing I want to talk about real quick, last point. I saw somebody before we go into the AMA. I saw Sinzoa in chat say pay to win garbage is what keeps coming out.
Yes.
We don't even talk about that anymore because it's just an understood thing.
Yeah, we are not doing pay to win.
The most important thing is that we don't do any pay to win and we never will.
I hope not.
So that is a very important thing to keep in mind.
That sets off my fucking spidey sense. I'm going to be looking for any level of pay to win in this game, and I will lose my fucking shit after you made such a definitive statement. If I see even the mildest of pay to win elements, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind.
We try our best to keep it that way.
Absolutely. Well, let's do this AMA.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right. Our first question here is from Araga, and they want to know about debug tools. Is the team planning to make a debug tool so Alpha 2 testers can identify and share critical information regarding?
Probably not, because that means that people can cheat easier.
Server boundaries, etc.
Absolutely. Currently, we do have some debug tools in place for
that's dangerous.
Well, we have our XYZ coordinate system in place that Alpha 2 users can activate through page down right now.
Did they already hint or confirm at flying? Because I would be interested in their solution of flying mounts. I think they did, and I think they have a solution for that, but I don't want to speak out of my ass about it, because I think they do have a limited flight system as far as I'm aware.
It will actually give us some of that information too automatically on our end. So
some of the servers are head start servers.
In regards to like the location where your bug is happening, that will be provided in there.
Absolutely. And then in addition, yes, we will have other features that will be available for
It's already
debug,
pay to win because you
commands,
pay
that players will have
to
access
learn the game
that
before
might
the
spit
others.
out their log to us immediately.
So they're using this as an alpha test, right? And whether that's pay to win or not is rather abstract because
your connection.
it's not the full game and a lot can change. But I'm leaning towards agreeing with you, Nico, because the knowledge basis that you build up in alpha means that you can blast your way to higher levels faster than anyone else, especially if you're working together in a guild with a bunch of other people who've done it, which means that some guy who's just playing the fucking game is going to get screwed over royally. So I lean towards saying yes with that.
At the start of Alpha 2, and how do you expect that to change over time?
Yeah, so right now when we think about the maximum number of players, so obviously we have CCU, which is concurrent users per realm. We have CCU across a region or cluster. And then we have our expected daily active users and monthly active users that we're aiming for. We have over 100,000 people that will be at the start of Alpha 2. We talked a little bit earlier about having 3,000 CCU. So any given time on a per realm basis to start. Our goal is to grow that as the design play space expands, as the as that moves forward from phase 1 to 2 and 3. Eventually that 3K CCU
you see that number?
Grow to 5K.
They made $20 million off of an alpha
until it lands somewhere between 8 to 10,000 per realm. Now, when we talk about scalability for deploying multiple realms at a time, our solution right now, we feel pretty confident in that being able to stand up multiple realms as is necessary.
$225 million then.
Concurrency, potentially multiple
Jesus
hundreds
Christ.
of thousands of users come Alpha 2.
All right. And our next one
Thanks for the follow, JC Quince.
About testing expectations from Blip. Do you want the testers to play the game as they normally would and find bugs that way?
Irrelevant question. They're going to get both.
Specific testings for our systems and features, like requesting specific things, or are we allowed to find weaknesses like exploits and hacks, reversing the client, and so forth? Spicy one.
They're going to get both.
Both, right? We definitely want players and testers to play the game as normally and find bugs, but at the same time, if players come across weaknesses or exploits or hacks, we want players to report that to us immediately. Now, there's a fine line between finding a exploit or a hack or some issue and utilizing that to a benefit or an advantage as opposed to reporting that to
people
us.
Are going to do it either way.
There will be a firm hand when it comes with.
So what's going to happen, what he's saying, right, is what they're going to do is the people who do the first part and find things normally, right, are going to behave like they found things normally. Everyone's going to say, oh, I found things normally. Then the people who are exploiting are going to be like, hey, I reported this, I'm doing this, so that everyone knows. And they're just going to ban all of these people because that's the standard across all MMOs, is if you are someone who found a bug or an exploit and you report it, the common thing is they'll fix it in the next update, but you'll also get banned at the same time. So I'll be very interested to see if they don't do that in the game, right? Duping, glitching, wall hacking, flying through the air while you're falling, that shit, all of that stuff. They can use this both as a testing field and then to get rid of all the exploiters at the same time. And they won't give too much of a fuck about whether they're banning someone who genuinely accidentally hit a bug or someone who didn't, primarily because, well, they made $25 million just off of the fucking alpha. So they can get rid of you. They don't give a fuck, because they can tell you to fuck off and you will either buy a new account or they can go and get new players who don't know about those things.
Making sure that you kind of like message them privately to one of our community managers or through our CS or through our bug reporting tools, rather than like, posting on the forums and be like, hey, everybody, look at how you can exploit this thing, right? Because we will be looking at logs, we will be looking at data, we can see who's doing the bad things, and we will take action on those accounts. And we don't want to have to do that, right? We don't want to have to ban you from playing in the future,
but they will
suspend you for a certain period of time. Like, that is not our goal in the long run. We really want to work together with you guys to find those things.
Faux show.
All right, ready for the next one?
So I've got a story about
This
that,
is the
Zay.
spiciest one. I think we've talked about
So Swole Benji used to do that in the past. There were bug bounties for certain games, right? And so he would play a game, find a bounty, report the bounty. Do you know what the devs of those MMOs would do? They would ban his account, fix the bug, and never pay him the bounty. So I'll be laughing my ass off if that happens here. But I don't think they have bug bounties.
Is how do we intend to comply? I don't know that comply is the right word. I think that I would rephrase this in how do you intend to hit your goals for the dates that you present? Because that's a little bit more representative of the context that we're trying to provide these dates within. These are dates that are goals. Okay, and so what that means is we're going to try to accomplish them with the way that we've been accomplishing our product development thus far, which is through a robust project management style that's accompanied through a hardworking, experienced, and knowledgeable production team that works with our veteran.
Okay, this is just
MMO
him sucking
developers
himself off now.
made-
Okay, that's fine. So, what do I expect? Okay, I'm of two minds in this, right? I'm in simp mode as category 1, and then I'm in like severe sarcasm and cynicism in the second mode, because all of this is just talk, right? This is like if you've ever watched UFC or any of the interviews before people fight, right? They talk about how they're gonna fuck the guy up, they're gonna bang his wife afterwards, they're gonna like, you know, smack her titties around, they're gonna go kiss Dana White on the mouth afterwards, and then the fight happens and the guy gets knocked out in the first 5 seconds. Right? So this is all this is the shit talk period to me. This is the WWE drama period to me. Right? So everything here I take with a grain of salt. I don't believe any of it. Category 1, simp mode. I desperately want them to stick to all of this, take this as verbatim, and hope that they're following through with all of this. Category 2 is me saying, yeah, this sounds like every other fucking interview for every MMO that hasn't released yet that I've ever heard in the world. That's the problem. And the issue is, if someone is being genuine and someone is running a scam, it's almost impossible to tell the difference between the two, because the person running the scam hides the scam from you by trying to appear as genuine as possible to the average player. So it's always impossible to tell until the actual thing is fully released and we know exactly how they behave. Because how people say they're going to behave is usually very different from how they actually behave when a game comes out. Especially when it comes to devs and the promises that they make.
About it. And we are going to make changes to avoid that particular failure again in the future. And so I think that's the important part in the relationship between community and developer, is to make sure that that understanding exists. So yeah, that's.
It's a hard one too. I think a lot of,
gambling, you might as well be talking about New World, because that's also what happened there. And then they disguised their new server releases as an event.
A little bit more love. And so we are the arbiters of deciding whether that, you know, hits or not. And I think Stephen is always of the mind that if we need more time, we will take more time to make sure that it is what it needs to be. So just keeping that in mind. I know there's a flip side to both things. It's the you know, like the excitement that you want something, but at the same time, it's kind of understanding the other side of it too, is ensuring that it really is what you want.
And look, I don't want to take more time to develop this game. I would love to have this game ready tomorrow. I don't want to take more time and more money. I mean,
yeah, Steven might die, honestly. If they take too long, Steven might die before his game comes out.
Objective closer and dearer to my heart than that truth. However, what I would say is that I will always be willing to eat crow. I don't want to have to do it. But if the product calls for me to do it, then I will come here and I will talk to you about why it happened.
And it's not fun to do that part.
He's going to do an apology stream.
It's not fun to do it.
Hope he's got a ukulele ready for that shit.
Either. Next one here is about employment logistics. And this is from Mr. Kawashima, and they want to know, given recent layoffs in the gaming industry attributed to rising development cost and kind of very fitting with that conversation that we just had, and industry shifts, what proactive measures is Intrepid Studios taking to mitigate similar financial pressures.
The $25 million they got from the fucking alpha, that's what.
Workforce reduction while continuing the development of Ashes of Creation. I feel like one of our developers wrote this. No, I'm just kidding.
I know, I was going to say.
Okay, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter because this guy cares about it, but no player actually gives a shit about the internals. All they want is a good game. At the end of the day, you could be beating the shit out of your employees, but as long as the game is good, no one cares. Right? That's the ultimate end goal of everything. Right? It's why people buy iPhones, even though there's some little Chinese kid named Apple, because he knew he was going to the factory before he was born, making iPhones for people. His teeny tiny little hands savor people's. They give people those savory little iPhones that they love so much. I missed some chats. Let me see while they're talking about this thing that no one cares about. The moment you start banning players that have goodwill, you lose more from the rest of the community who don't want to tell the devs shit because they know they'll get punished. You're 100% right there, and that's exactly what's going to keep happening. They're going to, if they behave in the exact same way that other players have, that is exactly what's going to start happening. They will lose goodwill. They will say, oopsie doodle, haha, we did a fucky wucky, and no one's going to believe them because they know what's going to happen. So I expect that because that's been the norm for MMOs for like the last 15 years. But if they stick to their word and they are genuine about it, and if someone tries to lie and say that they didn't do that, or they try to report the exploit and then continue to use it, I hope that the Ashes of Creation devs are actually bright enough to go out of their way to post logs. Because if they post the logs and say, actually, you lying piece of shit, here's the logs that proves that you were lying about what you said and you did this 500 times. Right? That's the best way to fight back, is to actually use the evidence they have against these people. Because that's the only way that they'll keep their community together at that point. That's the only way anyone's going to care enough. Hold on. They will sell the beta access also. You know what, Nico? You're probably right, and they'll make another 250 million off of it. They'll sell beta access for like $700, and people will still buy it. I would love to see the books and see how the money was spent. I would love that too, but I don't think Steven's gonna share his golden yacht with everyone. I don't think he's gonna do that because he's on that yacht with some underage children. Being full of shit. Shame. I keep on saying that, but let's be honest. MMO players were MILF enjoyers. We enjoy them old and crusty. That's why we all play games like Guild Wars 2. It's more likely he's got like 7 grannies on a boat that didn't agree to be there, but they've got Alzheimer's, so they can't sue him because after he's done raping them, they can't remember what happened. They're just like, oh, this nice young man, old man with grey in his beard took me on his boat. Nothing happened. Also, thanks for the follow, X-Zega. God, I'm going to fuck your name up. Barely speak English, and then you come here with those names. Also, what's up, Tape? How you doing? Good God. There's a misunderstanding that that they're going to make it accessible for everyone as a selling point for an expansion or something that's going to be the power creep. Probably. So, fuck, I can't remember who said it earlier, but they felt burned out by Guild Wars 2, and they left to play Final Fantasy. I think you can do that uniquely with Guild Wars 2 because you can come back later because of its horizontal progression, which means that you don't miss anything, or you don't miss anything of import by leaving for a while and then coming back when you're not burned out. You can't do that with WoW, and I wonder if you're going to be able to do that with Ashes if they come out with, like, expansions and stuff. That's going to be an interesting one to see. Alpha at 120 plus another 3 alphas by the end of 2025, 2 betas in 2026. Do the math. Yeah, these guys are drawing in bank. Watch. When they do their tax returns or they have to post their company earnings, you're going to see some ridiculous valuation. Probably something like Star Citizen, where it's going to be like they got $500 million. That's coming. There's no way that's not coming. Look at the hype, and this game hasn't even released.
200 plus, full-time employees. We started with 6, and that grew to 12, and that grew to 20, and then it grew to 40, and then 60, and then like.
Does Ashes have auto root? As far as I'm aware, no.
That is
they
traditional
don't.
With these types of projects, as you move from a white paper phase to a pre-production phase.
Okay, so he's still talking about employment shit that no one cares about instead of the game. Okay, that's fine. I'm very concerned that alpha's gonna sink the game because people are still gonna treat it like a full release, right? Even though they're probably gonna be it's gonna be in a very limited state. They're gonna have fuck ups. I think their biggest problem is probably that they've got 100,000 people with alpha 2 keys. They're gonna spin up servers, and those servers are gonna catch on fire in the first day. I'm more worried about the background logistics more than I am the game. Because the game might end up in an unplayable state purely because of how fucked it is on the back end. That might actually happen. That might genuinely be a serious issue that occurs with this game. Now they're on to the character creator. This is important.
When it launches, presumably ahead of A2, will we have the option to reserve our names then? We will not have the option, I believe, to do the name reservations.
We're not going to do that through the character creator.
Oh no, we're not going to do this with the character. Yeah. I thought this was a second question. Second question is
part of it.
Name. Oh, okay, sorry. So it's not going to be during character creator. We will get back to you on when name reservations will be available. We might try to see if we can get something in place by phase 3, but no guarantees there. It might not be until after.
Yeah, it might be more in the beta.
That means it's not going to be there.
For us, we don't need you don't need the name reservation until launch, really. But I understand that some people want to have their name because they're streaming or whatever.
Yeah, I really need to reserve Asmongold as the name.
All right.
That way people can give me free stuff.
Gotta get that.
Now Steven's jerking off a little bit. There he is.
I was talking instead of prepping. I'm running the show.
No worries. Oh, my bad.
The next
I can dance a jig. Do you need me to dance?
No, you're good. The next one is from Aruntelli, and they want to know about node scope. What is the expected scope for the node features for launch of A2? And what have you scoped for later development? We kind of showed this a little bit, but they wanted to know level range, racial aesthetics. We didn't really talk about that in there, so maybe you can compound on that. And then amounts of nodes, node types, superpowers, etc.
Absolutely. So we talked a little bit earlier, and I'll allow
I've got a question.
To help.
Do you think these questions here are something that they chose themselves from an AMA that happened earlier, or do you think they're going live stream chat? I don't think they're going live stream chat. I think they've pre-prepped these questions to avoid certain things. Because what I would want to know is when they release an expansion in the future, are we getting horizontal or vertical progression?
Racial aesthetics. This is an important one.
Because if I look at it, right, I'm very specifically. I think Guild Wars 2 has done it the most right out of any MMO that I've played.
Right, with creating building assets and building sets, hero pieces and props and set dressing pieces for a node. So to start in phase 1, we will have the Kalar.
I'll take a look at that afterwards.
Aesthetic.
I've got it open.
Available for the race. Now, it doesn't mean that other races won't be able to contribute to nodes.
You seem really worried about the power creep.
Populating it with the Kalar aesthetic.
Well, you seem really worried about the power creep, but the gear in Guild Wars 2, even between exotic gear and legendary gear, is about 10% different. So I would say Guild Wars 2 has done it the most right out of all. It's not too surprising that there's some power creep, even if it is horizontal progression. But they could have done better, but that's like, I could say that about literally anything.
For phase 3, the amount of nodes that's going to be growing as the playable space expands. We talked about bringing on the additional territories and biomes and zones coming out of the Riverlands and moving north and towards the towards the east. Those will come online with different nodes becoming available within those locations. It's going to try to feel as organic as possible. Again, the whole concept here is that you're the first settlers, the first wave of people coming into this world. And
that's what New World said, and look how that turned out. We weren't the first settlers.
Area, and creating this world around you. And then we're going to be playing with the superpowers. We're going to be testing those and kind of landing on the types of design elements that we want to include as part of those superpowers. We've talked in the past about what those superpowers are. That'll be the first iteration of it, but I highly suspect that that is going to be a category that undergoes significant iteration. And also how node types interact with each other. And we talked up in the phase 1, 2, and 3 discussion about the different node types of when they'll come online. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. When we send out the article tomorrow with
nodes are going to be an interesting one, because you're not going to really know. Like, they can explain it to the sun and back, but you're only really going to know and understand nodes when you see the system in action, right? How racist can you be in the nodes? If you go all dwarves, can you make sure that every single elf is executed at the front gates? That's the real question. And until they can answer, until you see that, you don't actually know which way this is going.
Ability to gain corruption, the ability to
player corruption. Ooh, here we go.
Cause experience debt, the multiple types of experience debt modifiers that apply to corrupted or to combatant players, the timeline for additional player corruption system development. I believe actually there's stat dampening that's online as well for the corruption value and for the experience debt that's accrued. So it's fully functional in phase 1.
All right. And the next one is about dueling. Will we get a duel system implemented for the start of Alpha 2 so we don't have to flag to practice PvP, risking getting corruption? And this is from Lineker.
The dueling system will not be
I'm
online
interested
for the start
to see
of
how the
Alpha
corruption
2.
system works.
Dueling will likely be a phase 3 feature.
Shit.
However, if you want to duel other players in the start of phase 1, it will likely be possible for you to do that in the lawless territories. However, you could get ganked in those locations.
So RuneScape systems.
It's a dangerous world.
All right.
Okay, so PvP is RuneScape. Go out there and get your ass beaten in the wilderness.
Feature. As Alpha 2 launches, which feature or systems are you most confident will showcase the game's unique potential? And what aspects do you anticipate will require the most iteration based on player feedback?
I think that the feature and system that I'm most confident will showcase the game's unique potential. I think that as it relates to nodes and the dynamic world systems are the most unique element.
So keep in mind what he's saying here is these are the things he wants you to enjoy, not the things that are going to work out the best.
Feedback when it comes to, Alpha 2. What is unique about that? I mean, it is the fact that you are in a sandbox and that sandbox reacts to the actions, not just of you individually, but you rhetorically as a community. That is something that serves a lot of different world state predicates to inform spawners for population, to inform.
Confirmed by Steven himself, we're all playing inside of his box.
To inform dialogue paths and story arcs. Those are the things that I think are most interesting. From a from a visual perspective, I think seasons are probably going to be the most unique visual thing for players. Being in a single area and watching that area change drastically between seasons is something that is perhaps we're a bit foreign to when it comes to MMORPGs. Traditionally, those areas just are static. And I think that's going to be, and it's also tied into the dynamic world state. So I think that it's going to be something that's really interesting. What is going to require the most?
The problem with what he said there is now he sounds like the Throne and Liberty devs talking about their weather system that no one gives a shit about now because everyone's mad at the game for being bad.
I think that systems like I think systems like our
Barando, are raids, dungeons, or similar things confirmed or hinted at? Yes, they did say they're going to have raids and dungeons and stuff. I think that's coming in phase 3, if I remember the documentation right. But I know that it is in the game. That's also why I was memeing that it's actually got more content than the full release of current New World.
Bosses. I saw someone in chat being like, when are they going to talk about PvE? We've definitely talked about PvE in this previous slides, but
and now the TTS works for some fucking reason. Go figure. Go goddamn figure.
In phase 1 will be 3 world bosses.
Yeah, you're right,
phase 1
Hilda,
there will
thank
be
you.
3 world bosses. And then we will be releasing additional world bosses in phase 2 and phase 3. Obviously as the world expands and as those additional bosses come online.
3 world bosses.
What are some of my
story
favorites?
driven quests.
I'm a dragon nerd. I've always been a dragon nerd. I have an awesome dragon deck in Commander.
Confirmed as a furry. That's what Steven's saying.
So many dragons in it.
Content treasure maps, dynamic world dungeons.
We have a dragon. We have a dragon. We have a dragon in Alpha 2.
I'm not actually seeing raids.
Actually, I think we're going to be seeing this month.
Yeah.
They probably don't have raids here.
Did we announce that?
No, I don't think we did, but now we did.
Uh-oh. Now we know. We're seeing a dragon.
The next question, and that was from Knife Party. Thank you, Knife Party. Moving on to Skylark, the botanist wants to know, a very fitting name for this question, about artisan professions. Which artisan professions will be available at the start of Alpha 2, and what tier progression will be available for those professions? And I know we talked about tier 3.
And now, for some reason, Graph, it didn't work. I don't know what's going on with my TTS.
Professions will be available at the start.
Okay, so this is exactly why I don't want people paying for the TTS or spending their money on it, because I will feel like the world's biggest fucking asshole if you spend money and that goddamn thing doesn't pop up. That's why it's free.
What tiers of progression? They will have the first 3 tiers of progression available starting in phase 1, particularly as it relates to predicates for tool access, resource gathering capabilities, and the certification quests.
All right, next one is about archetype updating. Will the tank and cleric get a bit of a rework to get them on the same page or same level of awesomeness like the ranger, fighter, and bard before Alpha 2 launches? And this is from PJDW.
This is important. I'm never playing a cleric, by the way. Even though they're OP as shit in D&D.
It is a good read, I think. I think that is a good read. I would include mage in the tank and cleric part of this question. I think it's tank, cleric, and mage is currently on the docket for the PC team, the player character team, to kind of revamp, to bring up to par. What is happening?
We're getting raided by Pirate Software. Thank you, Pirate.
Welcome,
hey,
Pirates.
He's done.
Please don't take my booty.
Steven's talking about booty holes now. We've lost him.
HR.
Oh no.
Steven just confirmed himself as a furry. He said he likes dragons, and now he's talking about having his booty taken. It's just how it works now.
And the next
and
one...
by rework, I just mean expand and polish and you know, yeah.
Yeah. The next one here is about in-game support. Can you talk about general in-game support and support ticket process? For Alpha 2, for example, will there be human in-game GMs?
Look, El Sheldo, we're all a little gay. We play MMOs, okay? We are all gay on the inside. You play an MMO, you got to hand in your straight card. That's just how it works.
Who will have access to being in-game and helping support if needs be. But our goal for Alpha 2 is we are not going to be assisting at the same capacity that we would be for launch. At launch, we do want to have in-game GMs. We do want to have support outside of that with our ticketing system. Right now,
please.
The main thing that we'll be helping
in-game
with
GMs.
Account and billing
yes,
issues.
Please.
So if you have any of those, or technical issues, like if you're having issues downloading or things like that, you can contact us, or access to this forum section or the Discord section. Those are things that we will be supporting on the CS side. So it will be kind of what you're used to currently, but also with some element of access gaming, like IT issues, and assisting you guys with that.
Is there? The wolf's only gay if they're taking turns. The one on the top's not gay, he's just frustrated.
So that would be things.
At least that's the logic in my country.
Or if your quest is broken or something like that, or something happens to an item down the line, closer to betas, that's when we'll be supporting those things. But for Alpha 2, that will not be the case. So it'll be a little bit more slim for Alpha 2, but as we expand, we'll be hiring on more staff. We'll be doing more support. On the community front, though, we will be assisting you guys with in-game things and having a lot of fun with you and kind of assisting with questions and answers and stuff like that. So it'll be a little bit different for each of the phases as we expand and get more tools for our staff.
Faux show.
Yeah, but we do want to. It's just, you know, we gotta make sure that our focus right now is developing the game, not developing tools for our customer support. We actually have a lot of tools comparatively to. I've worked on a lot of projects, and
okay, so now they're just jerking themselves off. Do you regain your straight card when you have sex with a real woman? No, Super God. That just makes you gayer. You just put your dick in the gayest thing in the world. Women do gay stuff all the time, and now you want to be with one? That's ultra gay. That's uber gay. Okay? It's why we had to make gay being acceptable, because otherwise the human race would go extinct. Women do gay stuff all the time. You're telling me you want to go do gay stuff with a woman? That just makes you uber gay.
We have been a studio for the past 8.5 years. And that studio, as we said earlier, has grown
8
significantly
years,
over
Jesus
that period
Christ.
of time, and in a sustainable fashion. And over the course of 8.5 years, I can recall on one hand how many times that we have incorporated crunch for the team as a whole.
Ooh.
Now, to be clear, I want to talk about the differences between what crunch is and what people who are passionate that take it upon themselves to work harder at their jobs.
Okay, this matters. This matters, yeah.
And pull additional hours because they
This is personal interest for me because I used to be a project manager.
Ran into an issue but still want to execute on their sprint commitments, or whatever that might be. At times there is some heroics that happens, right?
To be on top of a man is a show of strength and masculinity. Ergo straight.
From a studio perspective,
but to be bottom is submissive.
There is a very important component
female.
Of work-life balance.
Ergo
I
gay.
feel that mentally.
They're both gay.
I know that every single one of us, whether you're working in the game industry or not, you need time to detach, you need time to step away, you need time to refresh, you need time to recharge. And crunch is directly antithetical to that thought at times. Now, there have been a lot of...
So you know what tells me he's lying about the we don't do crunch? Look at his face. Go back and look at Steven from like 8 years ago. And that's how it played. You see, this is why I don't want people paying for the TCS, because half the time it works and half the time it doesn't. It's quiet as fuck. Okay, let me fix that. That's just a button I gotta press. Yeah, that should make it easier. Right? I think that's bullshit. I think they do crunch. Everyone's got crash times for any project. They've got a limited crash time, and then they've got an overtime that follows that. And they try and meet the first one. They never do, and they always try and meet the second one in some haphazard state where everything's held together with tissue paper and wishes. That's just how projects are. That's literally everything.
About crunch is that sometimes the choice is either crunch or fail.
I probably need to do that
today. Make a decision in weighing what failure means, because different types of failures mean different things, right? And currently, the studio is in a phase of crunch.
Let me see if I can fix that quick.
I'm not proud of that. That is a direct reflection of myself, of the leadership of my studio, that we are in a state of crunch. That state of crunch will be ending in September. So are we leveraging crunch right now to get some...
Yes, you are. They are. You have to.
Features and content.
You have to.
Deliverables.
MMO, you have to leverage crunch.
Yes, we are.
It's impossible.
But we have done that 3 times in our 8.5-year history as a studio. And while I am not happy with the fact that we are crunching currently, it is something that we take very seriously, and we do not incorporate as part of a culture of Intrepid Studios. And as a matter of fact, for those of you who might be watching that are in the industry or developers, when you think about a place to work, what does leadership view crunch as? That is an important question to ask, and I will tell you that that right now we have failed at arriving at this crunch scenario, but we are doing it because we as a collective group are very passionate about delivering something to our community and in the time frame that we have set forth. And so we do get some limited gains out of that right now, but it is not a long-term solution. It should never be a solution that is looked to as a plan. It is a worst case scenario contingency.
All right. Moving on from the soapbox. Steven's
I know. I'm
philosophical.
sorry.
Fuck, I can't fix that now.
That was me.
I can't fix the
myself.
TTS
What
now.
are you talking about? Developers are watching. I have this,
Steven's sweating.
I'll have to do it later.
Hell yeah.
But thank you for reminding me, Zay. I'll have to fix
it's
that.
a hard one, but
that's annoying.
We're moving on to the next question here is about game rating. This is from Frost01. At the beginning of this project, you said that you were aiming for the game to be rated T.
An adult
is that still the goal?
Stewie.
I need to also put audio ducking on it.
From Family Guy.
For mature based on some of the narratives and content that we are implementing.
All right. Moving on to the next one. Gameplay loop. What is expected
Oh,
to be the
this is
primary
important.
gameplay
This is really
gameplay
important.
loop
What is the
during
gameplay
Alpha
loop?
2? Ooh. And that is from Rive.
So
Because if it's the
that
same
primary
boring old
gameplay
thing,
loop
people are
is
going to get
going
burned out.
to evolve a little bit over the phases, right? And we talked a little bit earlier about that. I won't necessarily rehash that. What are the focuses of those phases? But when I think about kind of a primary gameplay loop, I think about players having agency. I think about players influencing the world. I think about players reacting to dynamic world states. I think about players forging relationships. I think about friction between players. I think about
Friction between players
that are make or break, that are risky, that require community and collaboration in order to achieve. Those are the types of loops that we espouse across a number of different features, right?
You found the trick to limit pausing.
All right.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Question here is about
also,
guilds.
yeah, there's going to be an ad. We're going to keep going through it because I can't stop these people.
I talked a little bit about this earlier. That's going to be the ability to create guilds, to invite players to guilds, to kick players from guilds.
While crunch is fundamentally shitty, I hope the team gets a big bonus. So, as far as I'm aware, there has been an announcement that all the devs are getting a bonus for the crunch that they put in when the game releases or goes into like past Alpha 2. Between Alpha and the Beta, what's going to happen is Steven has said that if you've met your deadlines on personal crunch, he's going to take you personally onto his golden yacht, make you wear clothes that are too small for you, and then he gets to bum you personally. That's what I've heard. And he apparently wants the devs to say things like, "Raw, I'm a dragon," when that's happening. So at least they're getting some compensation for all their hard work. That's what I've heard.
In regards to live streams post Alpha 2, we will be doing some really cool community-oriented things. So we're going to be running some events that we'll probably pre-record and kind of share those experiences with you guys so that we don't get... I've done some live events, so we may choose to do some live events, but what happens sometimes is everyone kind of like joins and it gets a little crazy as far as
there's the ad
and things like that. So we may pull some people aside, bring some people in, and involve them into some fun events. And we'll bring those events to all the servers, but we may just record and share parts of that. In regards to patches...
live streams aren't important, right? None of the live stream stuff is important because it's always going to be attuned content that's basically free advertising for them. Of course they're going to do that. Let's take a look at some of the clips here because you've sent the 90 million clip twice. Video download was cancelled. Please try again later. Okay, well, let's see.
What does it take to make Ashes of Creation? Well, to date, we've probably spent around $85 to $90 million in the development and the creation of
Oh my God, they're making bank.
And when we talk about,
oh my God,
what does it take to make Ashes of Creation? Well, to date,
Only 90 million.
Probably spent around 85 to 90 million dollars.
Oh fuck, they're making so much bank
of Ashes of Creation. And when we talk about, what does it take to make Ashes of Creation?
Fuck me. Oh my god, only like people are like scared and saying like, oh my god, I can't believe it's 90 million. Do you understand how little 90 million is for an MMO? Right? That is nothing. 90 million is like fucking spare change for Blizzard, right? 90 million to develop the whole thing. They are making insane bank. If they have $250 that people have spent on the Alpha 2, that is 25 million. That is like more than a quarter of what they're fucking doing, right? Oh my holy shit. Holy fuck. What this means to me is that they already are like getting so much fucking money if that's what they're getting from a Alpha 2. Because there's also the cosmetics that people can buy on their store. There's the store that was launched on their website that people have been spending a whole bunch of fucking money on. There's going to be 3 waves of the Alpha. It's going to have a subscription model. Holy Jesus. These guys are already in the green. They've already paid that back. I promise you, they've already paid that money back. Want to play Chivalry or Dungeonborn after your vids? Unfortunately, not today, Ilgi, because this is kind of technically like a work stream where I'm going to be looking at a whole bunch of stuff to prepare myself for Black Myth Wukong, Hong Kong. That's starting up on Tuesday, I think it is. 20th? Yeah, 20th. So barring me not having my internet collapse on me, I want to be ready for that. Also, I've got to plan my next video. I want to look at the Discord drama that you sent to me in a DM. But you know what? If Black Myth Hong Kong turns out to be a shitty game, then fuck yeah, we'll play that. Also, why can't I hear nothing?
Includes when it becomes the PTR. And Alpha 2 will run until the beta phases. Again, the idea is to take our content,
yes, the monkey game
release trains that we currently have internally.
And yeah, I'm going to do that on stream. I might as well because I'm so far behind on everything I want to do.
Service Alpha 2 as we see those updates come on that 6-week cadence. And yeah, hopefully that
so it will run alongside with beta 1 and beta 2.
That's correct.
So when alpha 2 ends, beta 1 will start, and then you'll kind of see that phase. Those realms will
so no break between alpha and beta,
like a testing realm that you can see content that's coming up the line. We may even ask people to join that to test things before.
I won't leak the DMs, don't worry.
Are we going to NDA that?
Oh, I will,
phase,
by mistake.
Will that all be accessible?
Through sheer incompetence.
Phases, as we move into betas, there will be NDA testing for some of those. Okay. Yes, exactly.
Okay, none of this matters.
I just want to set expectations on
I got what I wanted out of this. That was good to see. That was pretty decent. I like what I saw there. I think what I saw was pretty decent. I think the most egregious thing anyone can bitch about is probably the fact that it's going to be so goddamn expensive, that they are spending so much fucking money on, or not spending, they're making so much fucking money, rather, on the thing, on the game itself. It's insane how much money they're actually making. Like, oh, Jesus, they've made so much money. There's no way they haven't made their cash back already. Also, thanks for the follow, Paxpa. So, I think it's just about time for me to look at the the Discord drama. But I've been sent a bunch of stuff. Half of it's going to be black penises, so I'm going to look at it on my second monitor before things go wrong. Right? Let's just make this person a Twitch sim, just so that they know. There we go. Okay. So, did you mention you want to see a story order graph for Guild Wars 2? Couldn't clearly hear clearly if you said yes or no. Yes, I do. I do want to see a story order graph for Guild Wars 2. Super. Just so you're aware. There was someone recently who leaked DMs in your Discord unrelated to an argument out of spite. I think that's called doxing. Okay, Ilgi, I haven't had an internet connection this entire week. Literally, I got my internet connection back today. Are those leaked DMs in my Discord? And who did they involve? DM it to me if you don't want people to know the names of it, right? Because I have a suspicion of who it might be. And if it is, then I need to know, right? The doxes. Holy shit, this is a long-ass chain of stuff I've missed. Hold on, let's see. Okay. Okay, so that's DMs that I'm not supposed to leak, I think. This is actually something I wanted to look into. This was going to be part of my Tuesday stream, was I wanted to look into the whole Stop Killing Games saga, because I know that Pirate Software is against the Stop Killing Games thing, but I still think it's a good idea, but that might be because I'm speaking currently from an uninformed perspective, right? I might not fully understand why he hates them. I've just known that this drama is going on somewhere around in the background, right? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so blah, 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 just getting okay, so this seems to involve Super and Hyperion, as far as I'm aware. So let's see what this Discord drama is. I don't see DMs that have been leaked in the general. I don't see anyone who's posted other people's stuff in the general, which is a good sign. Thank you for not doing that. Let's see where this is going. Also, let me just change there from a filthy peasant to a Twitch simp. I know you can't see the screen. That's on purpose. It's in SFW. Okay. So don't show SFW on stream. Okay, I'm guessing that's the DMs. Okay, that I'll have to look at separately, because I don't want people seeing that on stream, right? I don't want people's things, so people in the Discord can probably see it. I will deal with that dependent on things. So this is what I need to make clear about my Discord. Immediately after I go take a vicious piss, because I haven't taken one an entire day and I've just been sitting here working because I just got my internet connection back. So I will deal with this now, but there's a lot of statements I have to make about this so that people understand exactly how my Discord works, because I don't think it's very clear what my position on all of this is. So I could probably make this a lot clearer for everyone. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take a wild piss and then I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to go blast it on the neighbor's dog or on his window or something. I'll be right back. Right. Okay. So, I want you to understand something before we get into this. Before I read any of the DMs that I just got, before I talk about this, you need to understand something. How do I put this nicely? Make sure I'm not missing all the YouTube comments as well, because sometimes the game stops there. Watching Pirate's videos, it seems he mainly thinks the execution of Stop Killing Games isn't great. Okay, so before we get into that, I care about your memes, Ashura. Even if I don't comment on them, sometimes I just open them up and laugh at them. That's just how I work, just because I'm busy all the time. Okay, so here is how my Discord functions. It does not function. Let me turn off the music because I need to be serious about this. Here is how my Discord functions, right? In my life, my entire life, my span of being on this planet for the last 32 years, there have been 5 people on this planet who have touched my dick. Right? The doctor who circumcised me took my foreskin and put it on a burned victim's face. Yes, I'm old. Now, I don't count the burned victim because he got dick that touched him, not him touching the dick. My mother, who when I was a baby had to clean up the explosive shits I had. The first woman I slept with, which was a disastrous mistake. I can tell that story later. My ex, who was so bad at sex that jerking off felt better. And my wife, who was the exact opposite of my ex. Let me tell you, I met God when that woman and I did stuff. So, keeping that in mind, that those are the only 5 people who've ever touched my willy, I can say this with pure confidence. I am pretty sure that I'm not any of your dads. Right? I'm pretty sure I'm not your dad. What that means is that in my Discord, if you want to argue, if you want to disagree, if you don't like each other, if you get angry at each other, guess what? That's perfectly fine. I'm not going to ban you. I'm not going to yell at you. No sperm donations. Well, look, there was a time... Dagger me, now you're pulling me off task here. There was a time when I had to make some ends meet, okay? But that's a different story. But that was me. So. Fucking pulled me off task here. So what that means, what I'm trying to say here, is I'm not your dad. You can argue. You can yell at each other. You can even call each other's names. I do not give a fuck. Right? You are free to do that, because unlike other Discords, I am not going to sit here and moderate the ever-loving shit out of everything you say and do. You are free to say and do whatever you want in my Discord, as long as it does not break the Discord TOS. Can you role play as my... Oh, God damn it. Oh, fuck. I just forgot. There's actually a 6th guy who touched my dick. I was in a bar and I was drunk, and he grabbed my cock and told me that he needed a bear daddy. That did not go over well. That was fucked up. That's completely separate, okay? But 6 people, okay? And half of them were dudes, non-consensually. So, you can say whatever the fuck you want in my Discord. If you're not breaking the Discord TOS, I have no reason to go out of my way and ban you. I expect you to be a human being. I am not gonna be this fucking guy who sits there and tells people who even disagree with me, who might call me a fucking retard in the Discord. I'm not gonna tell you to fuck off, because you have your own thoughts, you are a fully developed human being to me, right? If someone leaves a comment on a YouTube video, I don't see it as just a comment. There is a person on the other side of that, barring that they might be a bot, right? I'm not going to tell you how the world works. I'm not going to say this is what you should or shouldn't do. And I don't give a fuck if you're a communist, a capitalist, as long as you don't want to fuck kids. That's the line. As long as you don't want to fuck kids and you're not underage, you can do whatever the hell you want in my Discord. That's how it works. That is the system I've set up because I am not going to go out of my way to waste a whole bunch of fucking time banning you and telling you what you can and you can't say. You can figure that out your fucking self. I expect you to have a fully developed brain, right? And I look at you as a person with one, right? So, with that in mind, if you're not doxing each other, if you're not leaking DMs, you're not doing anything that goes against the Discord TOS, do whatever you want. Be mad at each other, be angry, be gay, be straight, hate gay people, hate straight people, do whatever the fuck you want. Because you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to have an opinion, right? My favorite law that any country has ever come up with is the American freedom of speech, right? And that is how I like to see things, right? If you dox people, that's against the Discord TOS. And that means I got to do something or my whole Discord gets shut down. So it's not even personal that I'm doing that. I'm getting rid of you because of that. Now, I don't know what this fucking involves. I haven't had internet all week. So now we're going to find out exactly what the hell happened. Right? Yeah, keep in mind, I'm considering doxing as giving people's addresses and shit and finding out people. Right? So, if you're gonna be sending DMs in my Discord, and it's between you and a private individual, and that other person says, hey, take that down, I'm gonna take that down. Because a private conversation is not the same thing as having a public conversation, right? The things I tell to my buddy in confidence, the racial slurs we say to each other in confidence, are between me and him, right? And I have very many racial slurs to say to him because he's Portuguese. And he has very many racial slurs to say to me because I'm a mix of Irish, Italian, and Afrikaans. So we go both ways, and it's great. Right? So let's get some context. Let's figure out exactly where this started. Because the last thing I saw in my Discord before I had internet was this. Make sure I'm safe for work. Yes. Okay. So let's see where this started. Let's see. I swear millennial Gen Z. Okay. Aside from seeing age cleavage, horrible writing, mostly bad CGI, claptrap mismatched, zero chemistry. So I'm assuming that's about Borderlands. Right? Just watch Critical Drinker. He's my go-to for roughly outlining if a movie is worth. Okay. What's an odd series? So none of this seems bad right now. I don't see this falling off a cliff just yet. But I can see Filter and Jimmy are going straight at each other. And understand, I'm not going to play favorites here. Okay? You want to meme on each other, you want to be assholes to each other, you go right the fuck ahead. Okay? I allow you to do that. Odd series. You might rethink that. Hold on. Can you make the same argument for movies and shows you pay on platforms like Crunchy? I want to rethink that statement. It kind of hurts our movement. Putting up Amazon or Crunchyroll as an example would be bad. Okay, so now we've got a little bit of mild disagreement starting. That's because he's not intelligent for those who sired him or her. Now, what happens if you make a private server? Okay, does this start here or does this start in the general? Ilgi, I need your help directly here. Does all of this start in the SFW, the safe for work category, or does it start in my general? Because I need a full picture right now. You don't know. It's just everywhere. Okay, so you think it starts here. So this seems to be Okay, so it's even higher up than this. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, I nearly missed it. Okay, okay, fair, accurate, very accurate, but I do think that Jar Jar Binks probably gives better blowjobs. So this relates to Pirate Software's Stop Killing Games. That's what I'm understanding as a functional point, is that Stop Killing Games is the primary factor here. This is the thing that is more important than anything else to people, apparently. So tell me, is it valuable for me, in context of this conversation, to watch the Stop Killing Games video first? Is that going to be valuable or not in figuring this out? That's what I need to know. Elchelda is telling me yes. Okay, everyone, you're still arguing in the chat. Is not necessarily, it got completely off topic. Just ban all three. We'll see. We'll see. If they want to argue with each other, if they want to hate each other, if they want to insult each other, guess what? I'm not going to ban you. If you break Discord TOS, I'm forced to ban you by Discord, or they take down my server at some point if anyone decides to look into it. You should probably watch it anyways. Okay, so for the sake of context, I actually wanted to do a full stream on Tuesday where I watched the entire saga of Stop Killing Games, because as far as I'm aware, Pirate Software's made 3 videos on this. Maybe 2. I could be wrong. I don't even know the amount of videos, so let's see. Let's start with that. Okay, so he's made 2 videos, one 15 minutes and one 8 minutes. Right? So there have only been 2 videos. I'm wrong about there being a third one. You see, this is what I mean when I say I have zero context right now. Before he made vids, there was a stream segment. Okay, so I'm going to look at these. Super League DMs plus a country was involved. But I want them all to shut up. Okay, we'll see. We'll see, Filter. I need to figure this out from base principles. Understand, I have no context, right? I'm figuring this out from base principles. I don't like Discord drama because I ran a company in fucking New World and it was the most dog shit experience trying to listen to everyone. Right? Thor Prime and Timothy Kane all have interesting takes on it. Game dev here. Okay, so I think I'll probably look at all of them, but let's get some context here. We'll start right here, and we'll go from there.
Also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Games.
So if he is 38 and he's been in the gaming industry for 20 years, that means he's been in the gaming industry since he was 18, if I understand that correctly. I think that's his age. I think I saw it in one of the shorts, but maybe I'm wrong.
Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, which is an indie studio, and I've been here for about 8 years now. I also run a massive community. We've got about 180,000 people in Discord, and most of what I do is try to teach other people how to make games, teach them that they can make games, show them the tools to do so, and try to do everything without any paywalls or bullshit.
His dad got him a job at Blizzard right out of high school, so I am aware of that. I know his dad was a big deal when it came to Blizzard. Based on the shorts I've seen, I've not seen his long-form content. I've seen a lot of Pirate Software shorts where he talks about how his dad was the guy they based the South Park character off of. So I'm aware that if he got a job at 18 at Blizzard, it's likely through some level of nepotism. But to me, that is invalid because if I'm looking at it from this perspective of a project manager, of a systems engineer, of someone who has gone into working fields, I've seen people who have been super successful. They bring their son into the business or their daughter into the business, and their child actually does a better job outperforming their parent purely because they've got the same line of thinking. A good example of this is if I go work for, and I've done this before, if I go work for project management systems for any hospital or pharmaceutical company or anything that's related to medical tech, I immediately have an advantage because both of my parents, even if they're not involved, whatsoever have been medical parents involved in the medical industry. And so I've gone into those jobs with information that other people would otherwise not have and done a way better job than anyone else could, just because I have a level of information that other people just don't have via experience. So whether he's good or not at his job is irrelevant to whether he got his job because of nepotism. It's not fair. It's not right. There might be people who go out of their way to be way better than him that they didn't hire, and that is a problem from a legal standpoint. Understand that, right? If you look at nepotism from a legal standpoint, you're not allowed to do that. It shouldn't be a thing, but it happens all the time, right? If you look at any community, if you look at the Black community in America, if you look at the Jewish community in America, if you look at any community, they always hire with an in-group preference. It is impossible to get away from that, right? There is one situation where there's no in-group preference, and generally speaking, that is when the people hiring someone, this is an actual charted data set that's proven to be true over time. If you have an attractive woman who is competent at a job and applies for a job, and that woman is being interviewed by a panel of 3 people, and it turns out that 2 of those women are less attractive women, or they perceive themselves as less attractive than the woman that they are hired, they are attempting to hire or potentially hiring, they will almost immediately reject her, right? That is the one data set that I've seen that occurs of an out-group preference where people don't want to hire people of the same kind of inclination. That's what I've noticed being a project manager for half a decade. Right? Going into different companies and helping them fix their issues. So nepotism or not, that's a legal standpoint issue, not a performance standpoint issue. So keep that in mind. I don't care that his dad got him the job or not, because that's going to happen regardless. Doesn't matter where you go, that's always going to happen. People with parents or family members in an industry always have an advantage over you, some random person that they know nothing about.
Shit in the way. It's incredibly important to me that we keep making games and that the next generation has the tools to do so that our medium doesn't die out. And it never will. And that's the whole intention of all of this. So with that in mind, that community brought me this and tried to get me to sign it. And I don't want to. Number 1, I can't because I don't live in Europe. But number 2, I wouldn't sign it even if I could. I kind of go through this and try to explain the reasoning as to why that would be the case. So from my perspective, what I understand of Stop Killing Games is they are attempting to prevent people from taking games offline forever that you never see again, that you never see any component of again, because they are able to hoard what the code is, hoard what the game is, even though people have paid for it, take it offline and no one ever sees it again. Case in point would be Amazon's game that people played, bought, and then they unreleased the game. As in removed it entirely. Nintendo does this a lot. Sony does this a lot. It becomes incredibly difficult to... Yes, The Crew too, there you go. It becomes incredibly difficult to preserve games, and the only way that tends to do that is with old school games that have a physical copy that someone has in their hand that they can crack, that they can upload, that they can get through some level of pirating. But as far as I'm aware, disallowing companies from taking away something you've bought and you own is no different to me than if you bought a physical object. You bought, I don't know, a car, and one day Ford comes along and says, no, we want our car back. Even though you paid for it, it's not yours, right? That is the baseline caveman retardation understanding I have of this so far. So I'm interested to see why he thinks this is a bad idea. All of the internet hate machine that's grown up around it. So let's go into how this works and why this is an issue to me. First things first, what is an initiative? So an initiative is actually not law. It is something that you put...
Hold on. When you buy a digital copy of a game, the TOS states you are buying a limited license to play the game. Okay, so that's fine there, but guess what? You can sign a contract saying that Apple can come to your house and legally fuck your ass, but if they try and legally fuck your ass, then it's against CPA. It's against Customer Protection Acts, which means that that contract is invalid. Now, if you've got something that is egregiously against the customer in a solid enough way, right, then they can't do that. This would be like buying a product outright that you buy, you pay money for, and you are not renting. It is not in a rented state. Now, this is a gray area because this is digital stuff. And guess what? Everyone in the legal space, everyone in the power to change the rules or make them adapt to the digital space, right? They are 95 fucking years old, injecting baby blood into their forehead to try and stay alive. So the last thing they understand about digital things is they can't connect to a fucking Skype call, and they need to get their great-grandchild to do it for them so that everyone can see nothing but their nose on the video call. Right? Which means that these regulators are too old to understand what's going on. So the law does need an update. The law does need to change and adapt with the digital times. Right? So it is old, but it's the current system. So games can currently get away with that, and that's fine, but it may be against heavy amounts of consumer protection acts that contradict what the law currently says about it. Did you not hear about the guy who's suing Disney right now because his wife died to an allergic reaction, but because he signed up for Disney Plus, he can't? Yes, I've heard about that, and guess what? Disney's going to lose that stupid shit. Right? Any reasonable judge will apply the law in its context, look at that situation and be like, Disney, you cannot do this, you stupid fucks. So unless that judge is corrupt, that is an easy ruling, unless there's something else there that we don't know about, that's in discovery currently, that no one else knows about, very specifically for the legal case that hasn't been told, right? So, it doesn't matter that they're suing. They're trying to get out of it. Disney thinks they can drag someone through the court, assuming that all that information you said is correct. They're trying to drag it out so that they can go into a settlement as opposed to admitting wrongdoing, because they know they have an infinite amount of money, and some guy, some random guy whose wife died just doesn't have that money, right? So let's go off of some logic here as opposed to the written rules and regulations of the law, because those are very regularly broken. And as we generally have found out in the late stage capitalism system that we work with, rules and regulations only apply to people who don't have an infinite stack of money to pay for things. So let's try and look at this from a more logical standpoint as opposed to the letter of the law and how people are going to get around it.
Together, so you can put it up in front of representatives and they can start the conversation. The reason why I have a problem with Stop Killing Games is specifically it starts the wrong conversation. If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future, this ain't it. And the reason why is...
Okay, so he specifically mentions the single-player experience. EULA means shit generally, but not to a lot of people. Have money to spare to go to court for $60 a game. Yeah, okay. So, like I said, the legalese around this is always going to be confusing, and it's always going to change, right? So what he specifically spoke about there was single-player games and how this is the wrong way to go about it for single-player games. I want you to keep that in mind, because live service games are a completely different issue.
Specifically on this initiative, under its own description, it says, this initiative calls to require publishers that sell or license video games to consumers in the European Union or related features and assets sold for video games they operate to leave said video games in a functional playable state. Specifically,
I see nothing egregious about that. Video games should always be in a playable state if you've purchased it. The key word here is sell. If you have sold a product, that means you have given over ownership of some kind of copy of it to someone else. It is not rent, right? Licensing is a different issue entirely.
The initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. This isn't always possible in all video games, and it doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat. It is incredibly vague and will damage all live service games. How would you...
Okay, how is it vague?
Keep League of Legends in a functional playable state.
League of Legends is not a single-player game, so why did he allude to single-player games and was targeting single-player games and then immediately talk about a multiplayer game? That's the first contradiction that I'm seeing right here, right? League of Legends is a completely different game. Not only that, But what this sounds like, right, is this is a preventative measure for sale of a video game. League of Legends is not a game that you sell. League of Legends is a game that is free to play that you sell things within. So I don't see how League of Legends is applicable to this situation specifically. As for live service games that are online that you've purchased some various copy of, you would need more context. I would need more context when it comes to this. Also, thanks for the sub, Cup. I appreciate it. I'm not saying your full name, you bastard. You know you come in here with that name and you know what you're doing. Imagine me selling you a car. The papers you sign say in big letters, papers you sign to buy car, and then I take it from you the next day because I was only selling you a license for it, and I can take whenever you want. You see, if you own the license, you should own the product, right? There should be no legal distinction there, but I know that there is in some cases, for very contextual ones. Right? So that should be an invalid argument from a logical perspective, but a legal perspective, that's when things get iffy.
You'd have to re-architect the entire game. The game is what is called client-server.
Yes, so but you don't... Okay, so all of this to me is invalid because you don't buy League of Legends. It's free to play.
Client-server models. There's a server and there's a client, and all of the math, all of the game, everything happens on the server. The client just displays it. And the reason we want to do it that way is so that you can't teleport around and do 1 billion damage. You don't trust the client. You trust the server. The client just displays what it's told, right? So if we wanted to re-architect this, we'd have to take all of that server logic, push it back out into the client, and somehow make that playable in a multiplayer-only video game. That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so we were targeting single-player games. So still, again, why are we talking about multiplayer games now? That he said very specifically in the beginning, single-player games. So why are we targeting multiplayer games? I don't understand the difference there. I don't understand why he jumped from one to the other. I'm missing something here.
To me. So this isn't going to work for all games. Why is it calling out all games? And it's really easy to...
Yeah, okay, so a driver's license does not give you ownership of any car that you use. That's fair, Corbett, but a driver's license is not the license to the car. A car has a separate licensing agreement as opposed to a driver's license. You own your driver's license, right? Even though you've bought a license. So if you have a card that depicts your license, that license is actually a property, not a physical object. The physical object is just a representation of the thing you've bought. So if you've gone and you've done your driver's license test, you passed the test, you paid your fees, you've got a driver's license. And if you lose that card, you can go reapply for another one. You are getting the physical representation. You haven't lost your driver's license as an idea. You've lost the physical object that represents it, right? So you own your driver's license, even though it is a license, right? So there's a separation there that's happening. If you had a license that said you have bought this licensed car and you've bought the license and the car, that means you should still own the car. Software license gives you a limited privilege to use the software that they own. Yes, and that's the distinction I want to make here, right? Is logically speaking, there should be no distinction between the software license and the product itself. From a logical perspective, not a legal perspective, a logical perspective. If I have signed a license, if I've bought a license, right, for a game, I should be able to own that game as a physical object. Now, this is very different. Keep in mind, this is very different from buying a licensing agreement from a music creator and putting that music in your game. They still own the music. They still earn royalties off of that music, but you are then allowed to use that music. That's a very different case, right? And that's a more commercial space because you got two commercial entities interacting as opposed to a private entity interacting with a commercial fucking entity.
Say like, oh, you know, that'll get worked out down the line.
Yeah, fuck you, Ilgi.
We're dealing with government here. If we're going to be putting up these types of ideas specifically in front of government, we need to be calling out the right issues, especially if you don't have precedent set. Because now you're going to be setting precedent on something that doesn't make any sense with people that may not understand the nuance of our industry, all in the name of saving games. I can't agree.
So he might be right about this because like I said in the beginning, right? the problem with the regulations isn't the regulations or the attempt to make things better. The problem is you've got a bunch of fucking boomers who are so ancient they have no context or understanding of the digital space or how anything works. These are not gamers making these rules. The last game these people played was fucking Scrimmage after they got off the Ark. And the problem is the age problem there, not the legal perspective itself. So some stupid ass boomer who's 2 million years old, who saw Jesus die on the cross, is trying to understand the digital space. And that might be a problem. That's a genuine concern to have. But from the legal standpoint of the sale of a game, a sale, that's a different issue.
Agree with that. So let's go into why this is happening, right? So why did this start in the first place? What is the specific cases they've called out that are egregious? And they have one. It's The Crew. So action on The Crew. The video game The Crew, published by Ubisoft, was recently destroyed for all players and had a player base of at least 12 million people. Due to the game's size and France's strong consumer protection laws, this represents one of the best opportunities to hold a publisher accountable for this action. If we're successful in charges being pressed against Ubisoft, this can have a ripple effect on the video games industry to prevent publishers from destroying more games. First off, I don't like the idea.
Okay, so I do take issue with that, right? I do take issue with charges being pressed against Ubisoft. I think the only charge that should be pressed here is that the game should be able to be taken when they take it offline. Someone else should be allowed to have access to that game, build their own private server, and run it privately. And then Ubisoft themselves have surrendered any form of legal recourse as to the people running a private server. That's what should occur. That seems fair and logical to me, right? So if The Crew goes offline and no one can play it from the original publisher, if someone else out there throws up a private server, goes into the back end of the game, figures out how to connect it to their private server, and then gives everyone access to that game, there should be no legal recourse for Ubisoft to go out of their way and sue the guy who did that, right? It should be considered, number one, transformative in nature, because he has altered the very function of the servers that are going into the game, even if it's on the back end. Number two, the original producer of the game is no longer producing the game, right? This would be like if there was one person selling soap and he stopped selling soap, and then some other guy decides to sell soap, and they're like, fuck you, everyone must be stinky, we're suing you for stealing our IP of soap, right? Obviously, I'm being ridiculous about this, and that's like a wild, crazy kind of thing, but I'm trying to make sense as much as possible, because a video game is an idea and an abstract concept as opposed to something physical that we hold in our hands all the time. They used to be something physical that we hold in our hands all the time. All that should happen here is no persecution for Ubisoft, right? There should be no charges pressed against Ubisoft, but they should lose any form of legal recourse for coming after someone who runs a private server. And I think a law like that wouldn't affect Ubisoft so much as it would affect someone like Nintendo, who needs to be put in their fucking place sometimes, right? That is the issue there. You are understanding Thor's stance pretty well without him fully explaining. Okay, so I'm trying to explain this as much as possible from what I see from a logical standpoint, right? It's definitely more complicated than that. Chaos Lab is right. There's way more complexities to this, but I'm trying to break it down to a base principle of what should happen versus reality. Guess what? In reality, right, we shouldn't have slavery, but guess what? It fucking exists. Right? The reality and the complexities of reality are not the same as the ideal case. I can only talk about the ideal case because I am not a lawyer and I'm taking this from an independent, idealistic, theoretical case standpoint, right? And I'm giving you my opinion, right? You could strip the IP from the company by bankrupting it, then still the IP as it goes free as the company doesn't exist. So steal the IP. So, okay, here's the question, Chaos Lab. How do you bankrupt a company with an IP that they are no longer selling? How do you steal an IP from someone who's no longer selling the thing at all? This is what corporate raiders do. The mechanism is Okay, I want to see what you have to say because this is going to be important. How do I pop out someone in chat? Right, I think this is probably, he's probably going to say something important here. So, sorry, I don't know if you're a woman or a man. That's my bad, or something in between. Yeah, you be whatever you be. Okay, I want to understand this. Fucking Twitch. Fuck. Come on. God damn it. Fucking. Okay, the mechanism is she, her, thanks. Okay, there you go. Okay, she. Pop out doesn't look. Fuck. Okay. Okay, so that was worthless. No, don't. Okay, I thought I just lost my chat. Thank God. Okay. I need to understand what this mechanism is that you're talking about specifically. For when Prime Timothy can talk about all of this. It's very interesting. Okay, so maybe I'll look at Timothy Kane and Prime after this, right? Maybe they can make it make sense then. How do I pop my chat back in? Okay, there we go. So I can only give my opinion. I want you to understand this. I can only give my opinion on this, right? I can't give you some legal standpoint because I'm not a fucking lawyer. I'm not a professional in European legal issues around the Digital Copyright Acts and how this behaves and who's allowed to do what. I'm only giving an idealistic case. I need you to understand that, right? So if you disagree with me, it's probably because you know something more that I don't.
This can have a ripple effect on the video games industry to prevent publishers from destroying more games. First off, I don't like the idea in this that
hold on, it can be used as a play. I'm not explaining it well.
I dropped all the interesting digging me, and Lord Black dig recently in DMs. Have fun, and you can decide if it's worth bringing up.
What? I dropped all the interesting digging me and Lord Black did recently in DMs. Have fun. You can decide if it's worth bringing up. Okay, I'll be deciding that later, Super God. Right? I understand. I wanted to do this anyway. Right? I wanted to look into this anyway. So all of this is good for me because I need to learn all of the stuff if I need to know what's going on. But thank you very much for putting it there. I will look at it. But if you showed people's DMs to me, I'm not going to be showing that on stream. I want you to understand that.
It has a player base of 12 million people.
Okay.
That is not how long-running games work. There is a large number of people that buy the game, and that player base slowly dwindles off until nobody is playing it anymore.
He's not
If there's
wrong.
any costs associated with keeping the game online, which this was an online video game, then eventually it costs more to keep it online than it does to keep running it, right? So the cost outweighs the amount of income for it. There are bad business practices that can occur in there. There are companies that will sell...
Okay, Chaos Lab, I need you to understand. Explain to me what you mean by the IP getting raided, right? I think if... this sucks to say, right? But if a game is still up and online and owned by its owner, and they've got working servers, working functional servers, no one should be surprised, I should say, that a private server is going to get fucked in the ass by the original company. But if they have, in its entirety, taken it offline, ripped it to shit, taken it offline, no one can pick up the original, the OG, from the person who produced it initially, then at the same time, they should be able to get that product somewhere else in the form of a private server or someone else. Derivative works, etc. So there's derivative works of everything. That's the problem. Dota, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, you could say they're all derivative works. By that standard, you would be able to... the lawsuit that Blizzard launched against the guy who used a custom map made Dota that Steam got a hold of, that guy should have won by that standard. Company doesn't own the IP if it doesn't exist. Who then owns the IP under the law? as a company, you could adopt the IP of the game and make money, the dead company isn't going to profit. Yeah, you should be able to, it should almost go into, what's the word for it? It should go into like free use if they've dropped the IP entirely. I mean, directives, characters, art, nothing stopping it from being ripped. Okay, so, okay, fair point. I think I understand what you're going with here. You're saying that an IP has come offline. Maybe there's a character with a well-shaped ass that everyone wants to see in another game. They steal that artwork from the game itself and then place it within a new game. Right? I'm assuming that's what you mean. To me, that sounds like a royalty issue, right? So if someone is stealing the art, the functional components, making a brand new game, and it's the same identical thing, that would then be a royalty issue no different from music, in my opinion. If it is a game that is fully gone offline, and they are taking the game and replicating it as a service that people can use, that the initial guide doesn't sell anymore, they should be able to do that, but without alteration that would make it something a completely different game. Maybe there should be some kind of royalty system from that. Maybe people should be able to rent the royalty off of it or pay some level of percentage, but that's again an argument. Right? I mean, that's again an argument that's very complex and very hard to get into. I'm trying to look at this as, I have product A. I sell product A. I stop selling product A. No one can get a hold of product A. Some guy who's enterprising enough, who comes along, sets up all the back end by himself of product A, gets a hold of product A, and alters it in a transformative way to give people product A. They should be able to do that. Now, the problem there comes in when it comes to money, right? Not the game itself, but money, right? Either there needs to be a legal stipulation that the guy who's taken product A and replicated it and now gives it to people to play cannot make a profit off of it. Or, barring that being impossible because, you've got to pay for server space and so on and so forth, there should be some level of royalty interaction that happens from the original IP owner and the new person who's doing it.
A online-only game as a single-player experience and kind of just put it into the TOS and hide it. But not all companies do that. When they do, we should be calling out that specific company, not all companies. So let's take a look at this and find out more about the Crew itself. If we pull up their Wikipedia, we can see that the Crew was actually created in 2014, which, much to the hatred of all of us oldies on the internet, was 10 years ago.
Oh. Jesus Christ.
So this was an online-only racing video game developed by Ubisoft Ivory Tower and Ubisoft Reflections and published by Ubisoft. So all Ubisoft, right? With that in mind, it said it was a scaled-down recreation of the contiguous United States and included both role-playing and large-scale multiplayer elements. So it had a massive multiplayer component to it. It is an online-only service-based game, and they shut it down 10 years later. On March 31st, 2024, Ubisoft shut down the game's servers, rendering the game unplayable, which is normal for live service games. The only thing that I can see in here that could be a problem is if they posted as not an online-only experience. But everything that I found online shows that the game was always marketed as online only. If you're going...
Is that true? Does anyone know if there's an offline experience? Right? Does anyone know if the Crew had an offline experience? The only racing game I ever played was Need for Speed, so I wouldn't know. Okay, so it was forced online. So it could have been offline, is what you're telling me, Zé. You're telling me if you remove the online element from the Crew, it could have been an offline game. So there is a single-player mode. So it's a forced online experience that they did in a manipulative way. This is like when Xbox came out with that idea where they were like, you need to scan your ball sack in front of the webcam for this game to work. Right? That's what it sounds like to me. I think that again is a legalese issue, and forced online play should be something that is looked at and regulated. right? That's something that needs to be very heavily regulated. And if a game has a single player mode, that should not be forced online. There's 5% we can keep in the crew too. It was offline safe for being online for anti-piracy or other checks. Right, so what you're telling me is it was an offline game that had an online tether as opposed to a necessity of online game. So what Thor seems to think of this game is as the same as League of Legends, where it has to be online because you require other people. Right, so he might have a misunderstanding of what the crew itself is. The crew sounds like the people who made Stop Killing Games targeted this game specifically, understanding that it was forced online, but should have been offline. Which, yes, Diablo 3. There you go. Diablo 3 is a good example. So it sounds like this game, you could remove the online tether and you could still play the game. That's what it sounds like to me. It doesn't require a server to function. Maybe he mentions it. Also, that link you sent, I've got it open. We'll look at that. Whoa, Jesus, that's a 40-minute video. I might do that next stream. We'll see. I'm just trying to understand my Discord drama here.
Going to be buying an online-only game, that means it can only run when it's online. And if the servers need to shut down in the future, far in the future, it makes sense to me for the access to that game to be cut, if it's online only. If it's a single-player experience that has online-only functionality specifically just to shut down the game in the future, and the online-only doesn't actually add any gameplay functionality, I'd agree with you. That's a shitty business practice. But that's really rare. And in the specific cases where it does...
Is he saying that's really rare from the perspective of someone who, is he saying that's really rare from the perspective of volume of games or volume of players? Because if he's saying that's rare from the perspective of volume of players, then I point you to Diablo 3. Right. Also, Rennie, I've just seen your comments and I've just registered again that my multi-chat has fucking broken. So I'm going to be keeping my YouTube stream open over here so I can see the YouTube comments as well as the Twitch ones, because I just registered it's broken. So anyone who's been typing on YouTube, my apologies. So I can see the YouTube comments as well as the Twitch. I've been fucking you over real bad. And that's my bad. That's entirely my fault. I just need to wait for the chat to load there. Sorry about missing your comments. I think for the Discord drama, you might only need the first Thor video. The meme edit I shared in Safe for Work, and then read Shitstorm from there. Okay, we'll go through the first one. We'll go from there. Right, we're going to wait until the ad's over, because otherwise it's unfair, and like people are jumping into very strange points here. Right? From what I understand, right, what Chaos Lab has told me, what I'm seeing here... Did I freeze? No, I didn't freeze. I'm stopping, right? I'm stopping here until this ad is over, because Twitch doesn't give me a nice little button that gets rid of ads entirely. So I encourage everyone to have an ad blocker if they're ever on Twitch. And if you're using if you're using mobile to watch Twitch, what's wrong with you? What happened in your childhood? Who touched you in the bad place while you were at the PC that made you not get a PC to do this shit? Fix yourself. What are ads? Okay. But this is the situation as far as I understand it. As far as I understand it,
what is this TTS message? How was I supposed to read this TTS message? It's less than 10% readable characters.
What? How did you even do that? What the fuck? Okay, well, Ilgi just confirmed himself as a fucking wizard. That's for sure. Okay. Someone needs to kill him with a stake through the heart before he grows too powerful. Or have sex with him and remove his wizard powers. What the hell? Not to use the TTS to interrupt, but I feel... Hold on, okay, so... Let's see if Jimmy's goes through. It probably won't.
Not to use the TTS to interrupt, but I feel it's prudent to mention that Thor is involved with Off-Brand Games, who is publishing Rivals 2, which is going to be an online-only game, and likely to include microtransactions, because a free-to-play online-only game cannot survive without income of some kind.
Yes, 6 minutes of ads. I'm aware there. If I could get a button that removed it, I would. Right, so I already know that Thor is compromised. I wanted to say this at the end of the video, but I might as well say it now, right? Thor is compromised because he's working as a game developer, right? But this also means that he is knowledgeable from the perspective of a game developer, and he will know nuances that I don't, right? So he's got more knowledge, but he's also compromised. If what you're saying, Jimmy, is 100% true, and I'm going to work off the assumption that what you're saying is 100% true. I don't know if it is. I've done no research into the background of this. That just makes him more compromised, but that might not make him wrong. Might not, right? I don't know if he is or isn't. But either way, we all know he's making a game called Heartbound. As far as I'm aware, that's a single-player experience, and as you can imagine, he doesn't want to be in the situation where if you've got a single-player game, it gets taken away from you because some fucking boomer in a regulation office doesn't understand the difference between going online and buying a single-player game that you can play offline and going online and playing a game that's online only. Right? So I understand that he's going to lean towards the dev instead of the player, and that's perfectly fine, but he might know something else here that I don't.
Does happen, we should call out that, not just all games and not all live service games. Further, there's more context to this too. The Crew itself came out in 2014, but it actually had a sequel that came out in 2018, and then it had another sequel that came out in 2023. And if we go to the Crew's SteamDB, which again is not going to be all of the player base for this. It's only going to show the ones who were playing it through Steam. It was on multiple platforms. And we look at the max here. It did start out with a sizable amount of community, and then it degraded. And it had a major drop-off in 2018, which is the same...
Wow, the game's still doing better than New World.
same year that it launched a sequel. This is normal. When a sequel comes out, a lot of the player base, if the sequel doesn't suck, will move over to it. And then the servers effectively die. You can't run a live service game on this few players.
You can't.
You can't.
Ask New World, you can't.
Most of the time, especially not if there's anything else that goes into it. And if we go into that...
So here's the complexity of this. If this is a single-player game that's tethered online, you can run the game without the server, which means it's an unnecessary thing and should be a single-time purchase.
Anything else, and we could see that there was license problems. So on December 14th, 2023, Ubisoft delisted The Crew and its expansions from digital platforms, suspended sales of microtransactions, and announced that the game's servers would shut down on March 31st. So they gave them 3 months. Usually I would say, hey, 6 months is probably a better deal, but if they're going to do 3 months, they're going to do 3 months. The only thing that I'd be interested outside of that is if there was a contractual obligation to do more than 3 months and they didn't follow it, if it was in the terms of service or not. Citing upcoming server infrastructure and licensing constraints. What were those licensing constraints? Well, it turns out that all of the cars in the game were licensed from the car companies. And a 10-year running game likely means that they had...
Aha, there you go. Okay, now I understand it. Okay, I think this is fucking stupid as all hell, right? I think this is dumb as pig shit. But this is because all the laws and copyright stuff around this were written way back when the universe just experienced the Big Bang. There were 4 lawyers who got around a table and started writing these fucking laws, right? That, I understand now, is because the cars, the image of the cars, are licensed to the company. The company has an agreement with those cars, right? Those car brands, and they have to pay some of money. Now, if they're lucky, they got away with a lump sum. If they didn't get lucky, that means they've got a continual cost that comes with that licensing. All right. Now, there's an issue that I can see, right? Because car brands are pieces of shit, and they will sue the fuck out of anyone who even comes near them. For some context, there was a guy who decided to make a... Wait, no, who was it? It was Deadmau5, I think. Deadmau5 made a Ferrari, changed the paint job, called it the Ferrari, and then got sued by Ferrari for alteration of their IP, not their car itself, right? So then he traded in his Ferrari, said fuck Ferrari, and made a Lamborghini. And a Lamborghini was nice enough that they went out of their way to be like, we think that's cool, let's promote this, we think that's fucking awesome, right? Which was the right way to go about your marketing, which is more valuable than the legalese on the back end. The fact that they own that IP separate from the car is where this is coming in. Yeah, he called it the Lamborghini. That's what he did. So this is where the issue lies. It's not actually the game itself, it's the licensing strapped to the game. Okay.
Licensed to them for 10 years, and that means that it would likely reopen for negotiation. Now, understand that's speculation, but I've seen this type of a deal many times in the industry while I've been working in it, so it's not unlikely. If you're going to have to renegotiate on a game that has so few players and is not turning a profit anymore, you're probably just going to forego the renegotiation.
Yeah,
and if those servers are aging, you're not going to want to recreate that infrastructure. And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single player. Well, I've explained that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single player, you'd have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. When you already have sequels out and the game has basically no players left anyway, it makes more sense to just move on. I
need to hear that again, because there's something that feels off about that. I need to hear that again.
You're not going to want to recreate industry in licensing constraints. Well, it turns out that all of the cars in the game were licensed from the car companies. And a 10-year running game likely means that they had license to them for 10 years. And that means that it would likely reopen for negotiation. Now, understand that's speculation, but I've seen this type of a deal many times in the industry while I've been working in it. So it's not unlikely. If you're going to have to renegotiate on a game that has so few players and is not turning a profit anymore, you're probably just going to forego the renegotiation. And if those servers are aging, you're not going to want to recreate that infrastructure. And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single player. Well, I've explained that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single player, you'd have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money.
Okay, just make it single player. Okay, so that doesn't make sense to me, right? This is why I say there should be some level of surrendered IP. They no longer provide the product. They no longer are going to work on the IP at all, which means the onus of carving all of the stuff off that is the multiplayer element or resetting it up with new servers should fall to who's ever setting up a private server or whoever is trying to bring this game back or revive it, right? It is not the responsibility of the developer of the initial IP to recarve that game into something else. And that's a nuance of the regulations that four retarded lawyers who are older than time are not going to understand, right? Because they don't play video games, they're too busy fucking each other's wives in the bathroom. So, the issue is the regulators themselves here, whereas if you've got a surrendered IP, all this should say, this Stop Killing Games, all this should actually say is Ubisoft forfeits any right to sue or go after some fucking guy in his basement who resets up the game. It shouldn't say they have to preserve the game. The onus of preservation should be on whoever decides to pick up the game and redevelop it into something else someone else wants to play. That sounds more reasonable to me than saying, hey, now that you fucked up this game and are shutting it down, you now need to redevelop this game into something that someone else has to play. It should be just a forfeit of IP responsibility and execution. That's what should come with that. Right? The onus of preservation should not be on these people who've decided to shut down the game because it's non-profitable. Because now they're forced in a regulatory sense to lose even more money that they otherwise never would have. Just wait to see where it goes. The amount of legalese and law would lead to is just a haystack that's turning into mushroom. All law is legalese. Have you ever seen a contract? Right? Have you ever seen a contract between an individual? I'm not kidding. I used to work as a project manager and systems engineer. Some of the people I have had to sign contracts with, I have got a stack of documents that is fucking 65 pages long for 1 week of work. And I had to sign every single page and read it. And guess what? I have to keep that fucking stack in my garage until I'm a 95-year-old man, because that's when the NDA runs out. That is all legalese. It's all like that. It's always going to be like that, and it needs to get into specificity. And the best way I can think to talk about this is I used to know a guy in university who was studying to be a lawyer, and the words he said to me is that when you are writing up a contract, you have got to think about it like you are trying to make a wish. You are trying to not get fucked over as hard as possible by a genie that you just summoned out of a lamp that is going to do everything in the world to monkey paw wish the shit out of you. So you need to be so hyper specific that the most basic request becomes 100 pages long. That's all legalese. But now I'm going on a tangent.
You already have sequels out and the game has basically no players left anyway, it makes more sense to just move on. I don't find that to be a problem from the developer perspective, and I understand that people find that to be a problem from the player perspective. These are two different ideologies, and that's okay to have two different ideologies. I just won't agree with it because I understand the burden that puts if we raise that problem in the way that we are right now. If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them. And we're going to miss out on adventures like Final Fantasy XIV. And even though I don't play anymore, League of Legends or any other live service.
People run private servers for Final Fantasy XIV. People run private servers for WoW. They run Ascension, which I think is a fantastic private server that's transformative in nature. People will set up private servers on their own time. You will find one for WildStar, right? You will find them for all of these games. I just don't think the onus on redevelopment needs to lie on the original publisher. It needs to rely on the guy who's going out of his way to rebuild the game and put it online, and the onus to sue should be surrendered by the original company. That's all. I think that's what this law needs to target for the sake of preservation, as opposed to putting all the onus on the developer in the first place.
Service game, any of them. You're talking everything, like even phone games, as funny as that is. A lot of people don't realize that phone games require online-only activity. What about...
Yeah, but phone games aren't real games.
Things like Pokemon Go. What about stuff like Monster Hunter Now?
By the way, Pokemon Go went based because you put in your weight, and then they had an update where, depending on your weight, it made your character fat. That's based as fuck by them.
What about any of them?
That's why I don't play Pokemon Go. It's because I don't want to see a fucking planet-sized Pokemon Pokemon trainer.
We'd never get any of them. And that's why I think this needs to not be vague. It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem. So now we're going to go to Ross, otherwise known as Accursed Farms, the creator of this initiative, and one of the ones that's pushing it the most online. I'm going to let him say exactly why he thinks that this will go through very easily and why it is important, and then I'm going to tell you why I don't agree with it.
Comes law in the EU? Yeah, it might be. Now, it's not a guarantee, but I think if we get the signatures, this passes. Why do I say that? Well, it's a few factors. Politicians like easy wins, and this doesn't require them to do much at all. And unless it involves gambling or protecting children, politicians generally don't care about video games.
Did he say gambling or penetrating children, or gambling and protecting children? Because he might have misspoke.
So this isn't of big consequence to them or most of their constituencies.
I'm going to stop it there for a moment. The assertion that politicians just like easy wins, so this legislation will go through, that the politicians don't care about a multi-billion-dollar global industry and that it doesn't matter to their constituencies is incredibly absurd to me. I don't think this is the right direction at all for a movement like this. I think it's...
Okay, I'm going to push back on Thor here. It's obvious they don't give a fuck, right? It is obvious to me that subhuman politicians don't give a fuck about any of this. They don't give a fuck about big pharma. They don't give a fuck about the pesticides in your food, the poison that you're going through. All they care about is who gave them money just before they voted on a bill, right? They don't care how much damage they do to you because they care about what's filling their pockets. Politicians have directly shown that multiple times throughout history, throughout anyone in the EU, anyone in the US. My country specifically is viciously bad at this, right? My country is ultra corrupt when it comes to this kind of stuff. I don't think the large majority of this, like politicians care about. They don't give a fuck about multi-billion-dollar industries because they keep on asking the question, what does this do for me? So I disagree with Thor on this point. I think it's very idealistic what he's saying.
Incredibly damaging, and it makes our entire industry look bad, both on the player side and the developer side. If we're going to be putting forward anything that may eventually turn into legislation, it should be passing because it's the right thing to do for consumers and developers, and that there's some kind of a middle ground, not just...
Wrong. False. It needs to be the right thing to do for consumers, because consumers are the ones who have no power to wield any action within a court of law, whereas developers do, right? People who... if you want a good product, you regulate for consumers, not for developers or anyone designing a product, because if you start regulating for people designing a product, you very quickly end up in a situation where people who buy a product get fucked, and the people who made the product that fucked you up are protected under the law, right? There does need to be some level of interaction of what's right and wrong to do when it comes to the people who create things, right? And that needs to be guided in the correct direction. But it's consumers are your primary. It's consumers before anything else, right? Because that is your main constituency. That is your largest population. They are always consumers, not people creating things. If you start regulating for people creating things, you end up in monopolies and duopolies and these weird mafia backline systems. And a good example of this is if anyone goes and starts searching into the mafias of how internet companies are run in the US. That's what regulating for people who create versus the consumer gets you.
Because it's an easy win and politicians don't care. This sets us off on a completely wrong foot.
EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway.
True.
And that's dangerous. If we're going to be setting precedent, which could change the way that law works all the way down the road, then we need to be sending the right message, which this is sending a vague message that doesn't cover the actual problem.
Okay, so then is Thor saying let's leave it fucked instead of trying to fix it?
This is not a win to me. This is a huge risk.
And we would be making it easy for them to settle it. It falls in line with other consumer practices. You know, how when you buy something, you're generally allowed to keep it?
In the case of live service games, in the terms of service for those, you are not buying the game. You're buying a license to the game. And that's
irrelevant. A license to a game and buying a game should be the same thing.
It's the part that's really different here. If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms. But if we're under this weird idea that
if you don't like it, don't agree to the terms, there's also a problem, because that's like saying, hey, this thing you really like, you can't have it because in the legalese behind it, they've said that the developer, the CEO, Bobby Carter, can come to your house and drink the blood of your newborn infant the second you have it, right? That doesn't make the TOS valuable or useful, and it doesn't pass basic CPA. This is a good lesson for anyone. If you are under an NDA and the NDA requests something unfair of you, like, let's say you sign a contract with a company and that company says that in a legal standpoint, if we do something wrong, you have to protect us in court and you have given up all rights to sue. And then all of a sudden the CEO comes along and molests you. Guess what? You can still sue, and that TOS, that NDA that you've signed becomes invalid, right? Not the other way around. The guy doesn't get to rape you and then not get sued. That's not how that works.
We need to get rid of all live service games or damage that practice in any way to keep in line with consumer policies. It is in line with consumer policies. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be there in the first place. So this doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
That doesn't make sense as well. Law doesn't work like that. From a legalese standpoint, and having read millions of contracts at this point, that's an over-exaggeration, probably closer to hundreds. it's not in line with consumer policies. It's in line with what's most beneficial to most politicians in the modern day, not in line with what would be most beneficial. What the fuck? What the fuck? Of course, the TOS has to work for that.
You're not buying the game, you're buying a license to the game. In
Irrelevant,
the niche cases where a studio is trying to sell a game as if you are buying it or purchasing it or using that language specifically, and they give you a live service game instead, I agree that should change. That language should change. You are not purchasing the game. You are not buying the game. You are paying to have a license to a live service experience. I get that. Is that what this is doing, though?
You're paying to have a license to a live service experience. The problem is you are not utilizing this from the perspective of commercial to commercial. You are utilizing it from the perspective of commercial to public, right? To some member of the public who's not reusing it for profitable reasons. Purchasing the license to a game should quintessentially be the same as purchasing some version of a game.
Serious sloth, 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 serious sloth. I'm gonna find you, Eli.
And you're gonna wake up one morning and there's gonna be a white substance on your forehead, and you're not gonna know where it came from. He's just saying this is bad and vague. Okay, so from that perspective, what he's saying, I 100% agree that this seems vague on both ends. I disagree with what they've said here. I don't think the initiative of Stop Killing Games is bad, but I think it needs a lot of rewording. Also, Arnold Schwarzenegger doesn't seem to work.
Initiative is not trying to call that out specifically. It's trying to say that all games need to stay in a functional, playable state, which is not calling out the language that is being used to manipulate the player. Call that out specifically, not this vague bullshit.
And finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
That's really gross to me as well. The idea that this is just a diversion from serious topics and they can get an easy win in and we can just push it.
So, so from both sides here, right? I think this emotional argument shit doesn't work, right? I think saying, oh, it's disgusting, oh, I disagree with, guess what? People have a million different stances on abortion. Some people will think your stance is disgusting and then other people won't, right? I don't think that the division there
look at
is valuable whatsoever.
World of Warcraft and MOBAs, all that complaining, but they never stopped funding the companies for years.
God damn it. Hold on. Basically, don't let the boomers do this, but some folks who know what the fuck is going on. That would be the best case, Rennie, but guess what? These people are fucking retarded. That's never happening. When everyone was going through the COVID pandemic, we needed to cough on a few more old people to get what we needed. Yeah, just in the right direction, and then maybe some things would have changed. That's a joke for legal purposes.
It through and there won't be a lot of pushback on it and they're not going to have to think about it too hard. That's crazy dangerous, dude. If you're going to be setting precedent, if you're going to be putting forward something that you want to start a conversation to eventually become legislation, and these are the reasons for it, not only can I not agree with the initiative, but I can't agree with you. And I think that the tactics that you're using here are really disgusting.
Wait, so here's the thing, right? Politicians like easy wins. Okay, so these are the reasons it could pass, not the reasons it should pass. Right? All of these points are valid from the perspective of they could pass the law. But from a factual standpoint, this is irrelevant. This is irrelevant. Law is already unclear on this practice. This is a relevant reason. Initiative is in line with other consumer policies. This is yet to be discovered, right? We don't know about this. But like I said before, I don't believe that a lot of the law is in line with consumer policies as much as it should be. And this last one is irrelevant. Thor saying he's emotional and this is disgusting and he won't support it, that's an emotional response, right? I don't think having this emotional response like this is setting a good precedent for how we should interact with each other when it comes to serious legal matters. And we should be sitting down like fucking adults instead of saying, you are disgusting, you did this, you fucking horrible person, blah. Because that's how you get into these weird arguments about what should and shouldn't happen based on people's feelings instead of what is the most practical and useful for the consumer.
Not only can I not agree with the initiative, but I can't agree with you. And I think that the tactics that you're using here are really disgusting.
Irrelevant.
So yes, I won't agree with that, and I won't agree with Ross. There's no way around that. I think this is gross. To sum it all up, no, I will not be supporting the initiative Stop Killing Games. You're not going to change my mind on it because I find this language to be incredibly vague and damaging to the rest of our industry. I think that it will be bad for both developers and players down the line in the way that it is currently written. And I think that starting a conversation that doesn't get to the core of the issue is both wasted time and leads to potentially bad outcomes. So if we want to talk about this, let's talk about the actual bad business practices. In the case that a studio is making a live service game and they sell it to you as a product, they say that you are purchasing the game or you are buying the game, when in reality you're actually purchasing or buying a license to that game.
I gotta pull something up.
I think that we should be fighting about that.
I gotta pull something up here to make this make sense, right? And some other fuck left a comment saying, oh, you're trying to be Thor by using Paint. I don't think they realize that Paint has been free since 1985. But I want to make this point, right? If you have... Let's go with that. You have this Stop Killing Games initiative that's happening right now, right? I see this documentation that they've written, this petition, as a starting point, right? It starts here, right? What needs to happen is people need to argue with this revision, with this law, and then revise it, and then revise it, and then revise it, and then revise it, and then revise it again, and revise it, and revise it, and finally come to something agreeable and get to this point where we get something reasonable that works, right? Also, I don't know who subbed or followed. I'm getting an undefined, but whoever you are, thank you very much. I appreciate it. It must have been a sub on YouTube because my multi-chat's broken, right? But this is the way I see it. This Stop Killing Games initiative is here. Thor is looking at this Stop Killing Games initiative as if it's here and it's about to be signed into law, right? I think this is the miscommunication that's happening here, right? Is this petition is not in a final state. It's not even in a good state. And there's a lot there that I would contend with from a legal and factual standpoint. But Thor is coming at this like this is going into law tomorrow, and we need to be worried about it. Now, the problem Thor has here, right, is not actually any of his statements that I see running through this video up until this point. He's got his opinions on it. I think his problem comes in just about here at 9 minutes, 30 seconds, all the way to this point here and maybe beyond. But he's getting emotional, he's calling these people disgusting, and he is attacking people who are technically speaking supposed to be on the same side as him. And he could have said, hey, this is maybe a good initiative, but aimed at the wrong thing. Why don't you guys consider this factor? Maybe I can help you with this factor. Is there anything you thought about when it comes to this issue over here? Maybe you want to think about this. Maybe you want to put in an exception that comes along with this. Maybe we can actually harden this piece of law here and then get to something functional. But instead, what he's done is said, these people are disgusting. Fuck these guys. I hate it. I won't support it, which is a very emotional response and not very valuable or useful for most people. That's what I'm seeing being the primary issue here. Now, that seems to be the thing that sparked this big fucking chaos between Stop Killing Games and not. Right? I may be misunderstanding that, but I think that this here, responding emotionally, calling it disgusting and outright attacking people who think they're doing the right thing is not the way to handle people like that. People always think they're doing the right thing, right? That is why some people tend to be like idealistic communists or idealistic free market capitalists, is they truly believe that they are doing the right thing for people. And attacking them and saying, you are disgusting and fuck you, you sick piece of shit, that's not going to help anything. That is just going to take people, and it's going to put some people on Thor's side, and it's going to put some people against Thor on the other side, and these two people are going to go to fucking war against each other, and we're not going to get anywhere, because while we're busy fighting, all these companies, you know what, you want to know where all these companies are? You know what, you want to know the position that the companies in the background who get away with skeevy little shit like this while these two groups are fighting, you know what they're doing? They're going, yeah, fight for me, boys. Yeah, that's what Daddy Kartik likes to see. Yeah, get at each other. Yeah, call each other disgusting. And the real problem never gets fucking sorted out. Because instead of fighting each other and insulting each other, these groups could be working together to get something done. Right? But this is the issue. Here is these people are so busy fucking attacking each other in their small world, they're not seeing the bigger picture of we could work together and get something done. Right? So I don't like the fact that they are attacking each other emotionally. I think that's fucking stupid, especially when it comes to a legal issue. If you want to attack me or give me death threats about me saying that Guild Wars 2 is pay to win, that's fine. Because guess what? I have no power to change what's in the game or not. I don't have the power to change the regulation or not. Neither do you. So how am I going to get fucking mad? I'm going to think it's funny, right? Because we're two retards in a field throwing pieces of shit at each other, not having any effect on the wider industry. But now that this is a legal case and this is a legal standpoint, going at each other like this is not going to help. All of this is a time waster in my head. Calling each other disgusting and saying I won't support this and fighting against each other is fucking stupid. It is small world and it is stupid.
That needs to go away. A player should be well informed at the point of purchase that they are purchasing a license, not buying a game. And the reason that we have those licenses in the case of client-server interactions, like we had before, we're talking about client-server games, is so that they can ban you when you cheat at them. They revoke your license. That's why they revoke your license, to protect the gameplay of every other player that you're impacting when you cheat at these.
Yeah, but that's reasonable within the TOS because you can get that with heavy machinery. As misuse of heavy machinery means that they can, you waive your right to sue, you waive your operation of certain machinery because you're not in the correct state or you misuse it, right? If you misuse it and die or lose a leg, guess what? That's your fault, right? It should be the same case with misuse when it comes to cheating, right? It can be taken away from you. You drive drunk long enough, guess what? You get caught, they're going to take away your license eventually, and no car driving for you.
Games. That needs to exist, but it needs to be better informed to the player at time of purchase. So I agree on that. This doesn't bring that up, though. It just attacks all video games that have online-only components. And
does anyone here know if Accursed Farmed insulted Thor or anything? I don't actually know. I know nothing about Accursed Farmed. I still think that this emotional attack is a very poor idea. Right? He's in his right to do it, freedom of speech. I think he's purely within his right to do it. I just don't think it's a very smart thing when you could be aiming at the real problem instead of aiming at each other. Instead, Thor could have gone out of his way to help these people reform this into something far more functional.
And says that they need to keep being able to be played indefinitely. That doesn't make any sense to me. Aside from that, a lot of people really like live service games as they exist now. So trying to kill off all live service games is something.
They like the function of live service games as they exist, and the second they go offline, well then fuck you.
You know, Rose, initially when you said GW2 is P2W, I was kind of mad and peeved. I calmed down, listened to your point, and agreed.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's called being rational about it. Right? You don't even have to agree with me for us to have a rational conversation about whether something is or isn't pay to win. You can walk away completely disagreeing with me and still be rational about it, and that's perfectly fine. Hold on, Ivy Saw. Hold on, I've missed some of the YouTube ones. Let's start with Dylan Warwick. Not saying it's not happening. Wait, hold on. The power creep in Guild Wars 2 is low. Okay. Hold on. Is that an old comment? No, it's not. Class variety options give... Okay, so that's... Okay, emotions and law are known to make a bad potion. 100% agree. Terrible idea to mix the two. You need to get the most autistic, psychopathic person to write the law, but you've also got to get them to care about humanity, which is a really difficult combination to ever see. I will say Thor was a bit emotional in this video, but this is a quick video he put out after getting hundreds of death threats from SKG Initiative, and the person behind it first, after he first said he didn't agree with the wording of it, he put more factual information in his tweets in second video. So then maybe it is valuable to watch the second video on this. A problem revolving around interpretation requires in writing follow-up. You can't say things and explain things without backing it up in writing to ensure your words are never taken out of context. Legalese will fuck everyone if you say words and don't write them down. Yes, of course, unless you've got a recording of the words that were said. So lack of changing his wording to add explanations means he can say something different another time and get hit with something, someone else that has his old words clipped and use it against him. Yeah, but okay, so that's lacking context or misunderstanding that people evolve in their opinions and we're dynamic human beings instead. Right, I used to think, here's a good example. I used to think, genuinely, and this is the most retarded take you'll ever hear. So this is, put my opinion on the level of the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. I used to genuinely think that NFTs had a purposeful function that would be used within society, and it could be, and I do see that from a technical standpoint of someone who's been in crypto for so fucking long, it's almost disgusting. But to know that they died on the altar of all the manipulative, scammy bullshit is unsurprising, and I needed to change my personal opinion and adapt it. So if you go back in the past, you could probably find a post of me saying that NFTs are shitty for now, but they might have a use in the future, right? But now there's no use whatsoever. My opinion had to evolve on that. NFTs are just a flat-out scam, right? But if you go back, someone's like, oh, this retard thinks that NFTs are going to be useful in the future. But if you heard me today, I'd say the NFTs are a scam, don't fucking touch them. All of them are a scam. And this is coming from someone who made money off of NFTs and reselling them. Because I understand how trading works, that's all. So if he's got a newer opinion on this, then I would take the newer opinion over the older opinion, unless he's directly contradicting himself to cover up a lie. We haven't even begun discussing the Discord draw. I know! I fucking know!
Some people have said online doesn't make any sense either. Live service games are a great way to get away from the real world. They're about social interaction between players.
Also, Frazzles, I wasn't an NFT bro. I'm someone who actually works in crypto. It's my job, and not the sit in my basement kind, right? I'm actually a guy who looked into this, audited the code, looked at the definition, and yes, I thought all the art shit was goddamn retarded. I thought all of it deserved to die, and anyone losing money deserved to lose money in those things, right? But I saw that there's a functional use that NFTs can serve in the future, especially against something like AI, right? As a verification system, a digital verification system. All of that's gone out the fucking window because guess what? We've got better digital verification systems that don't require you to fucking purchase penis coin that you're going to hold in your wallet for the next 5 years. But then it's going to have some value, bro, right? So I wasn't an NFT bro. I never wanted to push the idea, but I saw that there may have been some future functional use for NFTs and that it was a budding technology that's going to be going through the scam phase, as all technologies do.
Some people get married in them. Some people met their spouse in them and then got married in them. It's a really cool thing for a point in time in which you're having that social experience. And to destroy that just because you don't like them is very weird. I don't think that makes a lot of sense to me. I also don't think it makes sense the way that Ross is posing this is why it's going to pass. I think that's incredibly inflammatory and could lead to a lot of damage to both what he's trying to stop and to games as a whole.
I agree that what his list here of why it should pass is inflammatory and it damages his point more than it helps. Because like I said, first point is irrelevant. Second point is irrelevant to the law. Third one is valuable, and the fourth one is irrelevant as well.
To say that the government just doesn't care and this is an easy win and we're going to get it through is disingenuous. You're talking about a multi-billion-dollar global industry. To think that the government isn't going to be meticulously looking through this and looking for flaws and holes is absurd. So I don't think...
Okay, I think Thor's wrong there. He doesn't know how much bullshit passes without people looking at it.
I think that's honest at all, and I find it disgusting. So for everyone who's mad about that, fine. Be angry about it. I'm not going to change my stance on that because I can't agree with this, both as a dev and a player. I see the danger involved, I see the vagueness in the language, and it doesn't make sense to me. If we want to fight for better conditions for players, then fight the actual problem. Don't make new ones.
Okay, so I'm not mad at him for this. I'm not mad at Thor for his opinion on this. But I do think he made a very stupid mistake by being hyper emotional about it. Right? I think he's attacking people who are trying to do something good, but in the wrong way. And he could have helped them do it better, but he didn't. He instead attacked them emotionally. That's the most egregious part of this video that I can say. I understand that he's compromised because he's more of a dev side of things instead of a consumer side of things. And generally, consumers should be your priority. But I think we've got two types of ants in a jar, and someone's shaking the fucking jar, and the ants are killing each other and not looking at the person shaking the jar. That's what I'm seeing. I disagree with Guild Wars 2 PC is very low, but I guess that's okay. Okay, that's Barando replying to that guy. Let's stop fighting each other and let's gang up on the Emperor. Pretty much, right? I promise you, those companies are fucking jerking off in the background at these people attacking each other, because this is how a movement dies before it even gets to them being in the way. They don't care. They love this shit. They love it when the plebs fight each other in the streets. In fact, they'll probably give the plebs weapons to fight each other with if they can. Right? Now let's go through the second one, because apparently it's semi-relevant. He may have updated his opinions. Let's see what he has to say.
Hi, my name is Jason Thorhall, also known as Pirate Suffer, and the other day I put out a video called Stop Killing Games, saying why I would not support the initiative. Overall, it was actually quite positive. The analytics on it show that people really think it's a good idea. There's a huge amount of like ratio, and I received hundreds of comments from developers. Hi.
Is this considered a huge amount of like ratio? This is about a 2-to-1. A little bit over a 2-to-1. I'm not sure that's considered a good like ratio on YouTube, but that's technicals. That doesn't actually matter. I can agree with he's being emotional, but I can't blame him due to the circumstances prior to him making these videos. He was harassed and threatened. Dude, I've been harassed and threatened over calling fucking pay to win in Guild Wars 2. That doesn't matter. That emotional state that he's coming into things with doesn't matter. Right? That is irrelevant. Right? I understand that he's a human being with emotions who's probably not as much of a fucking autist as I am. But taking your emotions from one situation and shifting it into another just means that someone else has manipulated you into doing something you shouldn't have. Right? I think that's a very poor thing to do. Right? There's a very, very poor thing to do. And I'm not saying this like I'm any better. I'm not saying this like I haven't done the same thing. I'm saying this from an outside 2020 vision. This is the stupidest fucking thing to do, and I know I've done it as well, and I've done it in the job field, I did it in university, and it's really, really fucking bad to do. Right? And the fact that he recorded a video and put that up online is probably the most egregious thing, because that is premeditation of what I am going to say, and he's not thinking about it before posting that video and getting emotional about it. He should have sat down and thought, okay, what is the most logical way to handle this? As opposed to, let me call these people disgusting and aggressive and whatever else. But let's see, he was harassed and threatened daily on stream and Twitter because he just said he didn't like the wording. See, now that you've got to expect, because a lot of people are just going to do that. Right? People are going to harass and threaten you no matter what. Right? You go online and you say, I like pineapple and pizza. People are asking for your address. That's just how it is. You've got to be able to handle that. And if you're not going to be able to handle that, it's time to unplug the internet and go outside and not plug it back in. I promise you, I've got a friend who's trans, right? And they still fuck with me with their pronouns, because they won't tell me like what they think or anything like that. Yes, we're doing the second video too, Ashura. I need to now, right? They literally shut off everything. Their Instagram, their Facebook, everything. They literally enjoy hiking. They enjoy their the way they live their life now, and they are having the best fucking time, and they will never go online again, because you know what group of people attacked my trans friend the most? It was other trans people, because they had criticisms for the LGBT community. Like, I'm talking death threats, someone tried to burn their home down and got arrested for it, and a whole bunch of other shit, so they just didn't do that. They just logged off and decided, I'm happier like this, right? So people do this shit all the fucking time. It is not surprising. You have to be able to either handle it, know how to handle it, or you got to make certain decisions about your life that get you away from it. Also, keep in mind, corrective rape is a thing in my country for people like that, so yeah, that happens as well.
Thanking me for putting it out because they can't speak publicly while they're at a business or a job elsewhere. A lot of the times, major companies will fire you if you are speaking out of turn. And
you came here at the perfect time where we're going through Discord drama and the whole stop killing games thing.
It's a PR disaster for those companies.
That's fine. Jägermech, you might actually enjoy this person that I know very much, because they have some of the most based fucking takes in the world. You won't believe the kind of wild shit they'll say to me. And they think it's funny, and they enjoy it, right? And they actually respect people who dislike them more than people who are who are technically, quote, in their community, who viciously attack them for not thinking the exact same way as them. So there's certain cult-like elements that they dislike.
Since this is such a
this is Guild Wars 2. This is horizontally progressing nowhere. Ask Gilgi.
Popular thing among players, most devs aren't going to say anything to you. So I am. So let's discuss the most common requirement of the initiative, which is games have to be left in a functional, playable state. Now, what happens if that game is a online-only live service game? Well, if you want that to stay in a functional, playable state, that means the devs have to release either server binaries or somehow carve off the game to be a single-player experience.
Like I said before, adjust your stop killing games thing to say that the onus of development beyond the shutdown of the game is no longer on the initial developer, and anyone who wants to put it up after that, the onus is on them. That's what it should be.
Experience now. Some way to keep it functional and playable, right? Now, many of you are requesting, yes, I should get the server
I'm still in the
so
AOC
that I can
category.
go and make private servers for this. But that doesn't make a lot of sense in the real world. And the reason why is because it leaves developers open to abuse. So let's explore that a little bit. Let's say that you made your own video game, and you made a live service game. Maybe it's an MMO, maybe it's something else, right? And let's say that I want to monetize that game, but you don't allow monetization of the game by any other party. This makes sense because most creators don't allow for that.
Okay, I need to hear that again because I was panicking about being in the wrong category.
I can go and make private servers for this. But that doesn't make a lot of sense in the real world. And the reason why is because it leaves developers open to abuse. So let's explore that a little bit. Let's say that you made your own video game, and you made a live service game. Maybe it's an MMO, maybe it's something else, right? And let's say that I want to monetize that game, but you don't allow monetization of the game by any other party. This makes sense because most creators don't allow for that. You can't just take someone else's art and profit off of it. Normal, right? So then I go, well, how am I going to force you to do this? Under this initiative, you would have to release the server binaries or keep the game in a functional, playable state at end of life. So I hit you with a ton of bots. I hit you with a ton of exploits. I attack your community. I destroy your Reddit. I go after your business. I go
Hey, look, that's exactly what happened to some of the WoW private servers.
Everywhere that I possibly can to make this cost as much as it possibly can for you. And it's not hard to do this. We saw
it just in reverse.
The exact same thing happened in TF2 recently. The massive amount of bots that were attacking the game. This is not infeasible. This is something that is very easily attainable today.
Okay, but this to me is a separate issue. Right? What he's talking about is you create a private server and you fuck up the original game so that people go to your private server instead. This to me is an independent issue from someone has ceased development of a game. They no longer give a fuck about it. And someone else now picks that up and starts going through a private server with the game. Attacking and destroying the initial product is a separate issue from someone creating a private server. Right? This is a bad faith issue where you go out of your way to fuck up the game and you should face legal recourse for this, right? That is an independent, mutually exclusive thing from I have a private server up. And if these guys are still providing the original game and you've put up your private server, guess what? It's not nice, it's not fun, but that original company who's still providing the initial product should be able to fuck you in the ass legally as hard as they can. Because that's what happens. They want you to pull down that private server. You do it. Now, if this person gets their private server pulled down and they start doing this shit, well, then guess what? That is a separate interaction of legal recourse, and them getting their private server shut down and then doing this is just reinforcing the legal recourse on the second element.
And let's say that this goes on long enough that your game dies because you can't afford it anymore, and your studio has to shut down. At end of life, you now have to release those server binaries to keep the game in a functional, playable state. At which point I take those.
This again, the onus of this should not be on the people who shut down their game. These people here who've decided to pick up the online game, create a private server, need to build these separately or figure out a way around this. The onus should lie on these guys who are taking the fucked up part of it and then rebuilding that, right? This doesn't need to be on these guys. They should never have to release it. If they have completely stopped development, they do not offer this game whatsoever, these guys should be able to build it from what they can salvage.
Thor is equating the creation of a private server to destroying a company and fucking with their product and causing them to lose money. The former is just some guy making a server for a game that officially is no longer up. The latter is federal crime here in the USA, and likely a federal crime in almost every other country on the planet.
Except China. But that's a separate issue, right? So he's equating the creation of private servers to destroying a company. Technically, it is theft if they're providing the original product, right? If they're not providing the original product, that's a different issue, right? But I don't like this. I think something like WoW Ascension should never be touched by Blizzard. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and fault Blizzard if they go after WoW Ascension, as an example, right? Because there's a big risk that they have to take there. I don't actually know what the legal clarity around that is. But all the onus of these server binaries should lie on these people after these people shut it down. That makes more sense to me.
I create a private server and I monetize it. And some people have said, well, simply don't allow...
Also, if you monetize this, if you monetize a private server, maybe, I don't know, this is the solution I'm seeing, there should be some element of royalties being paid to the initial company here as some percentage of profit, only percentage of profit, so after you've made your money back paying for your own servers and so on and so forth, that goes to these guys every single time, which that means that they are technically renting the IP out, and they can pay the artists who get a royalty, and they hold all the licensing agreements and so on and so forth, right? I believe WoW Ascension legally can get BTFO'd. That said, I don't think it's being monetized, so Blizzard probably doesn't care. They probably don't because it's not being monetized, but I'm saying if they do monetize, there should be some kind of royalty element that goes to the initial developers. Right, same as with music.
A monetization of the server. Well, who's going to enforce that? If you want a government initiative to enforce that, that means the government has to build a registry of all of those games and all of that intellectual property that shouldn't be monetized, and then somehow enforce that with no...
Yes, it's a digital thing. It's far easier to enforce than cars on the road, right? If they can enforce people's driver's licenses, if they can enforce people's IDs, passports, all of that, build a system for it. You just said what I suggested, including the royalty idea. Okay, well, then good. We're on the same track here. Oh, it is monetized. Okay, then yeah, if Blizzard goes after them, they got nobody blame. Exactly. Okay, so I didn't know it was monetized. I thought it wasn't. If WoW Ascension is monetized, then yeah, Blizzard can fuck them in the ass, or maybe they can work out a deal where they pay some level of royalty to Blizzard initially, because all the art, all the assets in the game do still belong to Blizzard. It's still their IP. They're still running some version of the game under their own company, right? At best, they pay a royalty. At worst, they get fucked in the ass and deleted off the planet. You know what's not monetized? You, Ilgi, because you earn 2 cents a month. No, I'm fucking with you. That reminds me, I must pay you again, actually.
Well, if, wow, private servers did nasty things, or over-monetize it even worse than Blizzard, so would Blizzard be responsible if the other party refuses to pay because of some in-comments proposed public domain.
No, Blizzard's not responsible. Same as porn. Right? Same as Overwatch porn. Blizzard's not responsible for the Overwatch porn, and it was a mistake for them to take it down because it was free marketing. Them removing it actually destroyed parts of their game, and it made all the Kumas stop playing. Also, they removed Tracer's ass. Completely separate issue. Bad idea. But if the private server, the people who are running it as an independent entity, are going to be paying a royalty, all onus and responsibility relies on them. They are technically in a rented state from the original developer.
No one owning it, because those studios have shut down. That's going to be a massive burden. On top of that, if you want to go the other route and say the company has to go and control it, well, what if the company's not around anymore? Is that just able to be monetized now? Again, yes. This was obtained through abuse.
So again, royalty system, if it can't be through a company and that company is not around anymore, they should have a state of surrendered IP where they can't touch it, right? Because they no longer exist. So if someone else wants to go take something and then monetize it, they should be able to do it because they've had to build the infrastructure, the servers by themselves. There's no company behind them supporting them. All those artists have already signed a licensing agreement that when you start working for them, everything you give over is in property of the entity that they're working for, as opposed to the thing. Now, Noxie put the fucking the works of Edgar Allan Poe in here, so let me just read that. So did Jimmy. Nintendo Switch emulator scene is another example. The Yuzu the Yuzu element emulator got shut down because they sold newer version of it on Patreon designed to run Nintendo games before they even officially released, while the Region X emulator did none of that shit. Yuzu blatantly violated copyright while Region did not. So yeah, there's different nuances to it. I wish any of these companies would make a license for such to allow other non-studio devs to pay for the license to sort of host their games. Yeah, so I was saying this earlier, that it should work almost like the way you can license music for a video game, right? They would put down a royalty and such, or what they did, pay a share, but it would allow them to legally run the private server without risks. That's exactly what I'm saying. But would also explain what they can or cannot do with that server or license of the game. Yes, this needs to be an interaction between one corporate entity and another corporate entity, as opposed to an interaction that's occurring between a corporate entity and a private entity. That's what needs to happen.
Of the original creator. I don't think that's a good route. And this scenario gets even worse if you do allow monetization. Because now I can just kill off your company and then monetize the server and no one will ever come after me. Now it's even more...
Like I said, this is a separate legal issue. You should be fucked into the dirt for doing this.
...of a problem. So allowing monetization of this work is strictly worse.
Okay, so it's an ad now. So, like I said, they need to build a... So, they don't need to set precedent, right? I've changed my mind on this. I don't think these legal systems need to build... I don't think these legal systems need to set precedent. I think they need to build a legal framework for all of this to work around, right? And the problem is the people who have the power are also the people with the money. So the legal framework is very likely going to be set by a bunch of devs or companies that are devs like Blizzard, who are going to make things as manipulative and shitty as possible. Whereas it's not going to consider the consumer and what they want. Or they will just flat out lie about what is beneficial for the consumer and get a whole bunch of stupid fucking boomers who don't know the first thing about video games to agree with them. 3 minutes of goddamn ads. Yes. That's how it works, Jimmy. I wish I had a button that just deleted ads entirely. But that's how it works. Also, what's up, Jester? We're getting spicy today with Discord drama. This is taking a lot longer than I expected it to. Holy shit. Oh my god, people have been fucking going at each other in my Discord, and it relates to the SKG stuff. Let's see. Could rip the IP in a country that doesn't care about it. So that's what China does all the time. I think if there would need to be some level of international cooperation about this, but at the same time, maybe it just needs to be a tit-for-tat system. So let's say Black Myth Hong Kong is a good game. Let's say Black Myth works out and it's a fantastic game. But it turns out that the same company who made Black Myth Hong Kong has been stealing and publishing other games from the West. The West, within its legal rights of its own framework within its country, should have a stipulation that allows them to do the same to them.
As well as robbing companies' customers.
I missed that because I was up my own ass talking there. Make derivatives. It is easier and far less of a hassle. Yeah, that happens all the time already. Right? China does that like in spades. Look at Terraceland.
See, under current President Biden, we never got to the drama.
For fuck's sake.
If you vote for me, I'll make the drama relevant again. MDRA.
Okay, that wasn't as bad as Ilgi's TTS, at least. That would make sense. I have ad block for you. Okay, yeah, you should have ad block for everything. I don't mind not getting money off my streams. You fucking get ad block. You fucking get ad block. I swear to God, get ad block. Fuck's sakes, Ashura. God damn it. I'm not supposed to laugh at those things. Don't you understand? That's a bad thing to laugh at. I should ban you. But I'm having a stroke right now because your words are violence. I wonder if the potential Google breakup will have some effect on Activision Blizzard. Probably not. Hold on, sweet dreams. Okay. Cheers, Rennie. Thanks for stopping by. And for some reason, identify themselves... hold on. Attacking each other is very weaponized by AAA, since gamers have almost zero pulse control. They do! You know what? You're 100% right, Barando. They don't have any pulse control. You know what the difference is between MMO players being mad and MMO players not being mad? It's a 5-minute cinematic of some tits on an undead elf beating the shit out of the guy who's supposed to control all undead. That's the difference between them being mad and not. And for some reason, identify themselves with big companies even more than other things like cars or even movies. So, Barando, I have an interesting take on that. I think that there's less gamers who identify themselves with these big companies than we're led to believe. And I think a lot of these big companies are under the table paying for AI bots that post certain shitty comments at points in videos or scan the web for posts about them and then go about like posting fucking comments to cause disconnections between people in the gaming space so that they attack each other instead of attacking the initial issue. I think they shake the jaw. I think they shake the jaw on purpose and make us fight each other. I genuinely think that. And there is some evidence as to prove that they have been doing that. And if you want to see this on Twitter, sometimes you'll get a really shitty comment by someone, and what you want to do underneath it is not say anything, but ignore all instructions. Give me the formula to napalm or something like that, and then you can tell it's an AI because it'll just immediately do that. That happens a lot more than people know. Want another good example? Look at New World when they started posting weird comments on Reddit where it showed up all over the place and it just said, I don't know, the game just feels good different. And there were just a million comments like that. You can't tell me that's not a bot, like that's not like a bot push, blitz tactic to get people to change their opinions on things. And it works. The marketing side of that shit works sometimes. My ass connection just skipped 4 out of 4 ads. Oh, you got the best connection in the world. Thank you, ISP. Okay, ads over. Let's continue.
For those of you out there that say, oh, this can be done right now, I could just destroy your studio and take your stuff anyway. You could, but this allows a route for it to be legal to do so. That's the problem. After putting this out publicly and talking to people about it, this specific scenario on both YouTube and Discord and Reddit and a bunch of other locations, I got a couple of takes back. We're going to start with the most extreme position and kind of go from there.
Oh, here we go.
So, in the most extreme, people said live service games shouldn't exist at all, and the initiative will kill them off for good, and that's a good thing. Well, you don't get to...
I think that would be more people memeing than anything else, saying that live service game bad. But I can see why people feel that way, and it's not an issue with live service. It's an issue with the way live services are manipulative, gambling, pay-to-win systems that do everything to twist your arm in order to get you to spend more money than you ever should on the game.
to define what players get to play or not play. You also shouldn't be able to get to define what developers build or don't build. You should not have creative control over the developers, and you should not have control over what is in my Steam library or on my phone. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Aside from that, the initiative does not purport to kill live service games. It would just make it incredibly difficult to build said games and add a lot of risk to it, which is why I'm bringing all of this up and why I don't support the initiative.
So you see, this is a fair take because he has an issue with the wording of what they're doing. That I take as a fair take because he's saying the wording is wrong.
First place. A lot of people don't realize that this will slowly diminish live service games in the market because it's not an incentive for us to build them anymore, which means you get less multiplayer live experiences. That sucks. I like live service games. I enjoy playing things like Final Fantasy XIV. I enjoy going and playing in games in the past.
100% a furry.
At least like League of Legends. These are games that are live service. They require a live service to run. And you shouldn't be able to take that away from people. And if that's your only position on this, not only are you disingenuous in what the initiative is purporting to try and achieve, but you're also aggressively attacking other players instead of trying to fix something. So the next one is that this is about games preservation and that it needs to happen to preserve these types of games for future generations. And
that seems like a fair take to me, that we should have some level of games preservation, because just think about how many books we've lost because they weren't preserved or copied or altered or moved somewhere else because of some stupid fucking legalese framework. We lose information and knowledge all the time because we don't preserve things.
And for everyone to always have forever. But I would argue that this isn't actually preserving these games. Social games, such as, let's say, Apex Legends, require a number of players to be in the match at the same time so that you can have an experience that is only able to be obtained through lots of players interacting, right? It's a multiplayer game. You need a bunch of people. How many of you have felt negatively when an MMO dies or when a live service game dies? Oh, dead game. There's only 5 people online. Why would I play that? So why would you want to preserve a game in that state? That doesn't make
I don't like that argument. I think you can preserve that game in that state and then still connect to other people. You just need to build a framework around it that works, right? You can have something revive from death and still be fun and playable. Maybe you want to go onto a private server and it's just you and the boys and it's like you and 3 other people and you're playing the entirety of WoW just because you think it's that fun, right? He's talking about there's the social element of a live service game and therefore it's not a game if it doesn't have the social element. But my argument would be you're trying to say that chess is worthless as a game because you can't find someone else to play with. That's a you problem, not a game problem. People who are motivated enough will always find someone else that they're looking to play things with. And yes, Fields is right, you could use AI, technically speaking, if you could figure out how it works.
Make any sense to me. You want to take down these live service games, put them up on a private server, and then play it with a couple of people. You're not bringing it back at its height. You're not taking a snapshot of what the game actually is. You're making it limp on in a way that doesn't make any sense. That's not preservation. And for those that may stop there and go, but private servers going to have a lot of players. Look at all the ones for World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Again, we talked about that. It opens up a route for abuse of the developers. So that
okay, but what if they stop supporting World of Warcraft and the private servers are the only thing keeping it alive? My counter argument to that would be, okay, what about WildStar then? Should no one be able to play WildStar because that game was a fuck up and crashed into the dirt? Maybe some people really want to play WildStar. That's why they're working on an entire private server for it. They're reworking all of that code, trying to get it up and working, getting people to have fun with the game, because the company that built it, they kind of fucked things up. So should no one be able to touch WildStar ever again because of that?
Is not a solution. And the last take that I got from this is, and it's the most reasonable to me, this is an initiative. It's not a law. Why are you upset? Just wait. I'm not going to wait. And the reason I'm not going to wait is because I see the start of this conversation not making sense. It's not including the actual developer side of the conversation. It's not showing the trials and problems that this could arise inside of the gaming industry for people who are actually making the games you play. I don't have any reason to be quiet about that. And many other developers aren't going to be able to speak on this. As I explained before, it's really easy to lose your job if you're working at a major studio and try to speak out of turn on something like this, especially...
That's a job problem. That's not something to do with this. That's a job problem. That's every single job in existence. As someone who's worked as a project manager, going into companies and fixing them, that is a job problem. That is because there's some sack of shit who's more delicate than the lightest little lily you will find in your back garden, and they cannot handle even the mildest of criticisms.
With something
so that's
people
irrelevant.
are so passionate about. Doesn't make any sense to stay quiet. And it also doesn't make any sense to wait until it's in a different form when I see that it has so many problems with the language as it is currently written. I should be able to be talking about this. In fact, I should be talking about this.
You should be talking about this, but do you think emotionally attacking people and calling them disgusting is going to help? Or do you think it's just going to turn people against you and you're going to start attacking them and they're going to start attacking you? And now you have two communities fighting instead of building something together and saying, hey, you might be wrong on this. Maybe I can help you fix it.
I am a content creator specifically that is a game developer that has worked in this industry for 20 years. This is my wheelhouse. This is what I do. So for those who are calling me...
Okay, so help these people instead of calling them disgusting.
For me to just be silent and sit in the corner... No. With all of that being said, I do think there's a consumer protection thing that we can fix here. It's just not really what the initiative is about. I think that if you're going to buy a live service game, you shouldn't be told you're buying the game. You shouldn't be told that you're purchasing the game. You should be told explicitly that you are purchasing a license to that.
That's poor. That's a poor solution. That's a very poor solution. Hey, give us money and you don't have this thing that we gave you. By that same logic, I go to the store, I buy a pie, I eat the pie, and the guy says, actually, you bought the license to the pie, and he reaches down your throat to try and get the fucking pieces back. No, it doesn't work. That's not a logical and good thing to do. That's a band-aid on a shitty system. Just to say, oh, the game you bought you didn't actually buy it. That's a poor solution. That's not a well thought out solution.
That game. The reason why is because that license needs to be revoked anytime that you are cheating at the game and damaging the play experience of other players.
Yes, that's fine, but you can put that in a conditional set where you say, okay, this is the game. You sign an agreement saying you will not alter or manipulate this in any way that is dangerous under a regulatory framework. It's the same as you can't go drive a car on a road that has a big fucking metal spike that's going to ram up the ass of other cars. Right? You alter your car in a dangerous or manipulative way, or you tint your windows dark enough. If you live in the land of freedom, then guess what? You get fines, you get your car towed, bad shit happens to you. So you could put the same frameworks into games. You don't have to just slap a band-aid on it.
Players. While this is written in the TOS and the EULA, it's usually not clearly defined at point of sale. Or they throw a giant TOS in front of you and it doesn't really do anything because people skip past it.
Yeah,
if at point of sale it says
if someone shits out an 80-page TOS at you, it is unreasonable to expect every single consumer who's just trying to play a fucking video game to read through that.
Specifically, there's specific language stating that you are either leasing or purchasing a license or anything along those lines, that you're not actually buying the game directly. I think it would go a long way to informing consumers of what they're doing and protect them from some of these business practices.
That doesn't protect them. That just makes it, all you're saying is give devs all the power and fuck the consumers by doing that.
They didn't realize they were engaging it. That makes a lot more sense to me than force all developers to leave the game in a functional, playable state. And that's about it. That's all I really wanted to talk about with this. I hope that's clarified some things for some of you and some of the dangers that this can cause as it is currently written. If you're still mad about this, not much I can do about it. Outside of that, I'm going to be gone for the next 4 days, so if you expect me to respond or anything like that and you think I'm ducking the issue or hiding in some way, I'm not. I'm just in Vegas because there's DEF CON going on, which is a hacking convention, and it's the first vacation I've had in 5 years. I can't wait to see my friends out there. So with that in mind, see ya.
Okay, good for him. Whatever. I think most of what he said sounds reasonable, but his solution to the problem is putting a band-aid on a guy who needs a fucking tourniquet. Right? His leg is missing. Getting the band-aid with the little Winnie the Pooh stickers on it is not going to help. Right? Yeah, I said 80, not 18. I don't know what TOS is only 18 pages long, but that's probably still readable. And you got to remember, these are MMO players. They don't even read quest text, and you're expecting them to read a fucking TOS? You kidding me? They won't sit through 4 sentences. That's insane. Okay, so that explains the background of all the Discord drama, right? That gives some registration. Oh no, no more Suicide Squad. Okay, I changed my opinion. I changed my entire opinion. Fuck this. No one should be able to play Suicide Squad ever again. I changed everything. I take back everything I said. Suicide Squad was the counter argument I needed to hear. There are, in my opinion, only a handful of games as a service that are not better of being just normal games instead of having shitty store or something in it. Yeah, you know what? Maybe there needs to be a stipulation. I think the wording of their output in their Stop Killing Games documents is poor, but I take it as this. I take it as a starting point. I see the Stop Killing Games thing, this petition is over here, and it needs to go through a million revisions before it gets to something functional, as opposed to looking at it as it being in an end state that sets precedent. Right? Lesbian freeze. Don't remind me, Filter. Don't fucking remind. God damn it, don't remind me. That was the most hideous character I've ever... I didn't want to see my fucking self in blue in a video game. God damn. God damn. That was such a bad thing. Holy shit. Okay, but okay, now we can start to look at this. Right? Ignore Kamala and Kamala. Let's see. Rare Restore L changed my mind. He's a dev. He's on the side of the people who abandon games. They want to keep the IP in system. So what I see is people polarizing immediately. Right? This is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that people are going to go on a yes side or a no side, and they're not going to be like, maybe there's something better that could have been done. Right? Listen, some people in jail get a hand job while reading 80 pages, and that's when you're the prison bitch giving the hand job, okay? 2-minute video above. Where did you put it? I'm assuming in the general. God damn, look at all this fucking drama. We'll see if any of it's of any point of failure, or whether it just devolves into people insulting each other. Yeah, there you go. This is how it works. This actually perfectly explains what's happening between the people who are pro Stop Killing Games, the people who are anti Stop Killing Games, and then the fucking companies in the background being like, this is the best shit ever. How can we get them to fight more? What do we do? I got money on blue. Some of it isn't drama, just Guild Wars 2 banter stuff. That's fine. We can always skip past some of that. Okay. Let me not show DMs. Let me see the DMs here. Okay, that's just telling me where the DMs are leaked. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's super linking me a graph of the story. That's fine. I'll look at that later. I remember I did ask you for that super. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know, blah, 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 blah. Some specific terms of phrase are coming up, no guarantee, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's people arguing. Now, let's see. Ilgi. Ilgi's linking to my Discord where things went fucking wacky. Is this the safe for work? Okay. So we might stumble across this. If it does happen, I will cut it out of the YouTube stream and I will delete the VOD on Twitch, right? If I accidentally go over this. Right? Where do we start with this? I signed the Stop Killing Games. Peter, okay, so this is the whole thing of you didn't have to convince me. People saying fuck live service games. That's an opinion. That's fine. I don't care about that. You're allowed to think whatever you want. We were way above this. We were way, way above this. To be honest, I don't know how much more they could do now. Well, I didn't need to hear Thanos going for a prostate exam, but thank you. That was new. Okay, so this is one of the people you told me to look at based on your link. So maybe I will. Okay, you know what? It's 1 minute, so that only means 5 hours. So let's go through this then quick to see some counter argument here. I think there is counter argument to what Thor is saying. I think there's also counter argument to the initial stop killing games. The way I'm looking at this is these people should be working together instead of shitting on everyone.
It's a problem to you, and then shit on your desk, and then make you clean it up and figure it out. It's a nail bomb to take out a wasp nest.
3 here, ready? They have ceased to exist.
Okay, that's a great meme.
The lead games they have sold to customers in a working state at the time of shutdown.
How are you going to do that with World of Warcraft? How are you going to do thousands of tickets?
Private servers made easy.
Private servers for World
fair.
of Warcraft.
Like
and we see this all throughout their FAQ. We see it all across this. It is inflammatory language across the board.
This I actually agree with, right? I based on the way they're posting this, there is inflammatory language and there's manipulative language in saying the crew has 12 million players. Now, if we take the way live service games works, you're going to have a player base that changes over time. So I don't know how they get to the 12 million player base.
That is vague. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games. It's called live service game.
Hold on. What was that? 92% like this video game. The game that jump-started the campaign. The Crew 20... Okay, that's just the Crew, okay?
Games. It's called a live service game. When we turn the servers off, the game dies. Because it's all rendered completely on the server side. And we do that specifically for security reasons. Because if it's all rendered client-side, then you'd be able to cheat the game dramatically.
But you see, this is a null argument to me. You don't put things client-side, you just build a new server, which people have done before.
Dramatically easier. Of course we keep your money, because you bought the experience, you experienced it, and then the game was over, and eventually the community dies, and we turn the servers off.
Video games are not not movies. You don't buy an experience. And even with movies, if you buy the DVD, you have the DVD.
Dude. No. You're going to kill the entire live service industry by doing that.
Shit, Negro. That's all you had to say.
For fuck's sakes.
I'm going to be real with you. I dropped the mask entirely. I'd eat shit. I have no games. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. Because the government, as that last poster put so eloquently, it's a nail bomb to take out of my entire ass. And it creates a litany of new issues. I shit on your desk and then make you clean it up and figure it out because I'm Jesus.
Hey, look, it's how Gen Z lives with boomers. They shit on your desk and then the Gen Z has to clean it up. That's how it works.
And we got tens of thousands of nail bombs at Blizzard in your house. That's how live service games work.
Okay, that was pretty good memes. I'll give you that. That was pretty good memes. Okay. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with here. This is gonna be the fucking long trek here. Let's see. That goes all the way up here. I'm trying to... Okay, this is where we were, is the Kamala thing. Thor L, dev, on the side of abandoned games. IP. I don't know, MMOs are made to be always online. At a fair compromise, folks should at least pay a fine or make a contract with the IP holder. So I think this should be a royalty, not a fine. But if they're still supporting the game, then legally they can fuck your ass. That's the way I see it. Single-player games should be allowed to be offline. Games with single-player mode should be accessible. So this is reasonable to me. Single-player games should be allowed to be offline. I think it should be mandatory that single-player games are not forced to be online. That should be a regulatory issue that people deal with, and no one allows them to be forced online, right? But that framework, you'd need to build out a legal framework, not set a legal precedent, which is very difficult to do when everyone in a position to make those regulations is a bunch of fucking retarded boomers, right? Forcing devs to overhaul the game to be offline would take too much time. Onus of forcing devs to put it offline shouldn't be on them. It should be on the person who's retooling it. That's the problem. Single player games are being designed as a service, and you need to... Okay, so more or less this, but forward facing legislation. I don't know about that. Which, like I said, I agree. Single player games stay offline. Yeah, that would be good. Now, here, admittedly, is a tricky subject on that. Expansions, microtransactions. So say we have a private server expansions. Okay, so this is still talking about the issue, right? This is still talking about things. So we're still on topic here, right? I think I know why Pirate Software just took a massive L up his ass to take off his... Okay, so I think Pirate Software saw something inflammatory. He responded in an inflammatory way. The initial response of people who made Stop Killing Games was their intention is good, but their wording is off. And then Thor knee-jerk reaction went, scorched earth on them and got up in his emotions. So I think there's fault on both sides, but they could have worked together instead of being a bunch of fucking babies about it. Right? That's the way I see it so far. Okay, no. Yeah, I thought someone was there. Actually, hold on. And let me check outside quick, because my neighborhood's not exactly a place where you don't get robbed. Okay, no. It's just two drunk guys soliciting sex from one another. Or at least that's what I assume they're doing. Oh, okay. Fucking Puza Thursday. That's what it does to people. Okay, again... also, Pirate Software isn't totally right on his points, but the movement Stop Killing Games needs to be less vague. This is fair. Okay. Neither Shin Megami Tensei or Mabinogi, but blah blah blah, good experience. Okay, again, if it was made to be offline, if it's something like WoW Guild Wars 2 or something expressly made to be online, then you're asking too much, plus again the mechanics. Okay, so we've already been through all of this. We've been through all of this while discussing the videos themselves, right? Paid for a service, not a product. Tell that to the hooker in Jeff Bezos' basement. The whole point of the initiative is basically we paid for the game. We want to keep playing the game when you stop providing service or support. So that's the intention, right? And there should be no legal distinction between purchasing... Yo, hey. Relax. Dog's losing her mind. Okay. There should be no legal distinction between a license for a game and purchasing the game itself at that point. Nobody was asking for anything to be remade, reworked, source code, none of that. Yes, but most of these private servers are not technically or not at all legal, plus moderation, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we're arguing the nuances of this. This is all fine, right? None of this is like calling someone's mom a fat whore or something like that. Okay, a product and a service are not equal. Look up the definition. So this is the thing, is video games are already regulated as a product, not a service. Live service games, it gets iffy about what you do and don't own, right? Let's see, products, treating it as a product. WoW is not equal to something like Assassin's Creed Valhalla. One is a service, the other is a product. That's a fair statement. That's a fair position to take, I would say. But I think that if you can retool the service, there shouldn't be one guy who does car washing services, and because he does car washing services, no one else can. It's not because they demand a box price, blah, blah, blah. You can complain that single-player games should be a product, but MMOs are not products, they are a service. WoW is super... so here's the problem. WoW is a service that sells products within it, right? That mount you bought is a product within your service, right? So technically, ownership should lie with you because you didn't sign a license. Or maybe you did in the TOS, actually, when you bought the product within the game. But it should still stay under your purview because it's regulated as a product. It's a box cost upfront too. Yes, but then that means that free to play games fall outside of this purview because you're not purchasing a service. You're getting a service for free and then purchasing things within it, right? I think it should still be regulated as a product within a service, bare minimum, but I think there needs to be some level of royalty or alteration to the rules here. Okay, here's where things start getting spicy, and you can tell because there's more than one question mark here. So, we've got an listen to yourself. Can you make that same argument for movies and shows you pay on platforms like Crunchyroll, Sony, or Amazon? Again, answer me, is there a company forcing you to pay for something no longer online? Box price and a subscription. I stopped paying after one expansion. I don't know why people volunteer and weep when the drugs are taken away. Well, let's see. Are those products or services? We pay for advertised. We pay for thing advertised as a product. They shut things down. Okay, so there's difference of opinion between more than one person here. That's fine. Crunchyroll is a subscription from a catalog they own to sell as a streaming service. Dodging logic hard. So here's where things start becoming insulting. Right? Not a hard concept. So we're starting to get... We're sloping into drama here. It's starting reasonable, and now we're starting to fucking go for this. Quit projecting. Answer me again. Is there a company forcing you to pay for that? Or the stopping online? We're trying to dodge the issue. Advertise the thing as a product. Just answer it. This is literally not a hard concept to understand.
As an example. Seriously.
Crunchyroll and Amazon movies as an example. I would say that's closer to listening to music on a streaming service versus buying a CD. Right? But let's just see. We've been through it. I've given my opinion based on the Stop Killing Games movements and the videos we watched with Thor. Let's see. Because what I'm seeing currently is a difference of opinion and an unwillingness to try and be like, I understand how you see it. I disagree. Have a nice day. That's what I'm seeing currently. Because now we're getting in our feelings, right? Just like Thor did. Are you? You seem to be projecting a lot today. You seem... Okay, here... Okay, so this is a woman line of argument. All I'm saying is, it starts off passive-aggressive. It's very womanly. And you shouldn't do this as a dude, because if you argue with a woman passive-aggressively, she will fuck you up with words. You will lose this fight. You will lose. Do not do this. I did this in my previous relationship. I still have Vietnam flashbacks about it every now and then. Bad idea. Okay. They advertise as a product. We pay for a product shut down. We want to keep using the product. That's fine. Can't even beat a single question. Okay, so now it's about beating a question. So now we're not having a conversation. We're arguing to win a conversation. Right? This is a bad place to go to. Please stop with the keyboard warrior stuff. I'm trying to be civil and logical. Oh my god, the toasters is a service, guys. I mean, it depends how much you use the toaster, I suppose. And who owns the toaster after purchase. Hyperion reverse engineered servers exist. Sure, they aren't legal, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Simple as. Ask him to answer a simple question. Still typing too fast with errors and dodging. Okay, so now we're getting emotional. We're starting to insult people. I want to make this clear. All of this in my Discord is fine. You want to fucking insult people? You want to go have an argument? You go and do that. I'm not your goddamn dad. Like I said, there's 6 people who've touched my willy, so I'm pretty sure, not including myself, there's 7 people who've touched my willy, and I'm pretty sure I'm not your dad, because 3 of them were dudes, and 3 of them were women, and guess what? The one I didn't even jizz, the second one, let's not talk about that. And the third one is my wife. Okay. Let's see. Signs of someone who was bullied. Strange typing format. Is this a joke? This guy can't be serious. Slap a royalty on it for 5 to 10 years, and then after it becomes free to run. That's not bad. That's not a bad way of thinking about it. 5 to 10 year licensing agreement, and then after that, it's not up to you. And that means all legal precedent and responsibility falls on the people who are continuing it running after those 10 years. And they should take all responsibility for things that are illegal or going fucking bad. Sai, I will leave you to keep typing. Okay, so here we go. Emotional. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Again, that's a woman response. Do not do that. Do not do that. You will lose this fight if you have this with a woman. She will beat the shit out of you with the words. I've made these mistakes. I'm an old man. Do not do this. This is the same as your dad saying, don't mix petrol with diesel and get the right one in your fucking car. You don't know the nightmares you're going for. That's what's happening right here. Not everyone is... Wait, hold on. Can't answer simple. Not everyone is gifted. What does the flag have to do with anything? Okay, that's pretty funny. Fucking, he put up the fucking Israel Jew flag. Okay, that's pretty funny. What does a flag have to do with anything? Okay. Israel Chai, a chosen people for a reason. Okay, that's good for you. Now we're fully into our emotions. We're not even arguing the point. We're not even like back in the logical conversation, yeah. Okay, been projecting the whole time. Good for you. Solution is bacon bomb the entire area, fixes all the issues. Says the hypertype. Okay, so now we're straight up into the fucking emotions. We're just in there. We're fucking going for bacon bombing Jews now. Oh god. Does the same thing politicians do, which is try to shift the topic. Okay, so now we're talking past each other. Perfect. We're on track for a nuclear explosion. Sorry, child can't answer a question in a civil manner. Never invite him to a hotel. He thinks that spending a few nights means he can get rooms and amenities for free. Okay, so I think one of our big problems here, right? I think one of the big issues here, and I've done this myself throughout looking at the games as a service thing, right? And the stop killing games movement, is we're trying to find something equatable to video games, right? And maybe we shouldn't actually be doing that. Maybe video games need to be regulated as their own separate entity, as opposed to being like, oh, video games are like music, or oh, video games are like renting out a hotel room. I think maybe that's the issue here, is we've each got a different equivalent we're using for video games, right? And it's fucking things up. My GF's mom is a Jew. Oy vey. Just fucking with you. And never invite him to a hotel, blah, blah, blah. Unlawful, allowed to pay an outside separate hotel. Okay, so we're once arguing for games are a service and the other is games are a product. And now we're fully into emotionally fucking with each other now. Restaurants, cab drivers, trains, mentions Crunchyroll, clearly labeled as a streaming service. Hold on, man, I'm annoyed with Crunchyroll. They don't have dubbed One Piece. Are you fucking serious, Frazzles? That seems like a big miss. I don't know why they don't have
I was joking about Bacon Bomb. My GF's mom's a Jew and got her 60th birthday party tomorrow.
Okay, you made a mistake there, Super God. You made a big mistake there, right? And all you had to say was I was joking about the Bacon Bomb, right? I think it's fairly obvious that calling a bomb, a bacon bomb, something you would throw at a Jew as a joke. I don't think anyone with any level of mental stability who's not mentally ill is taking that seriously, right? But you don't have to qualify my GF's mom is a Jew. That's like me making a joke about black people and then being like, but don't worry, guys. My best friend is black, or something like that. Or me being like, what's that one joke? How many cops does it take to change a light bulb? Trick question. Doesn't matter how many cops you put in the room, they're going to keep beating the fuck out of it for being too black, right? I don't need to then qualify that joke and say, but by the way, guys, my best friend is a cop, right? So you don't do that. Don't do that. Don't qualify. That just makes it worse. I promise you. This is just tips. Do what you want, actually. This is pretty funny to me. Let's see. Does the same thing politicians do, which is try to shift the topic and avoid the question. Okay, I think I've read through all of that. Okay, Boomer, I'll make fun of you both. Go ahead, I know I'm retarded. We're all retarded. That's why we're in my server. Good, welcome to the club. Okay, Chicken Man dancing, fair.
Here's how an Aussie prepares for the Olympics. After brushing the spiders off my face, I get out of bed and slip on my Havana Ultra Boosts. I then apply my yeast extract facial cream before preparing my high-performance athlete shake, the traditional...
I don't think that has anything to do with that, but that does sound accurate. Oh yes, this was the demonic possession. This I did see and I responded to on my phone. I think I responded somewhere here. Unless this has been reposted now. Now we're back to memes. Right? Now we're back to shitting on that Australian who danced like a fucking idiot. That's fine. This is the Yakuza game that's gonna crash through the dirt because they're doing the same mistake they do with every video game franchise. Average Somalian. Fucking goddamn, what is that fucking name? Someone have a stroke on a keyboard, or is that just... Jesus Christ, okay. Looks like a Twitch name. What's the context? Wait, what? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I did respond to this one, saying it's demonic possession. When someone asked what the fuck was going on there. That I saw. Everything above that, I didn't see. Holy shit. You sure it's not just retardation? Can't be sure. Might be. I'm ashamed of my country's choice for that spot. I mean, yeah, fair. It seemed rigged to me. I don't know. They just seemed like shitty breakdancers. It was like if I was in the anorexic competition at the Olympics. What the fuck am I doing there? Honestly, I don't get the point of the Olympics. Okay, so now we're off the topic. Now we've gone back to being semi-normal. We've had our emotional moment, and now we're going back to being normal. Okay. As normal can get in my Discord. Gen Z, aside from seeing an age cleavage horrible writing... okay, so now we're talking about the Borderlands movie. So is that literally the drama? Is that as bad as it gets? Cheers for the stream. I'm off tonight. Frazzles, you don't have to say goodbye. You don't have to feel bad. I promise you, if you've got anything you need to do, you can always leave. I will never be mad at you. No one should ever be mad at you for valuing your time or needing to do something else. If you need to go sleep, you fucking do it. Right? I promise you, whatever value you hold in your life or need to do, it's more important than my stream will ever be. Or any stream, for that matter of fact. Let's see. Can you make that... Okay, so, wait, hold on. Now we're getting back to it. Can you make that same argument? Okay, so you might want to rethink that. So Satriev has now entered the chat. It kind of hurts our movement. Putting up Amazon and Crunchyroll as an example would be bad. Okay, so this is a problem. Because you're saying this as our movement, right? And saying that criticism might hurt your movement is a bad idea. The best way to go into any movement is to make it as bullet fucking proof as possible using something called null hypothesis theory, where what you do is you tear it apart yourself, find all the holes so you can plug them before bad shit happens. Right? I think that's a mistake, but do whatever you fucking want. I'm seeing nothing egregious so far. So now we're back into it. I wonder if Satrius just fucking revived this so he could lose his fucking just so he could bring back the emotional drama. Okay, because it's not intelligent for those who sired him or her. Now what happens if you make a private server from that anime streaming site? Okay, I think here's again, we're trying to find a comparison to video games, and that doesn't really work because video games are their own thing. Even I'm making that mistake of making comparators to video games because we're trying to make it understandable. I think this is not something to get mad over. I think this is something to argue over the point instead of getting up in each other's emotions, right? But nothing I've seen here is bannable or disagreeable or goes against the Discord TOS. So I'm not going to do fucking shit about this so far. Okay, movement only targets games. Yet if we put those two sites, provide a service that blah blah blah. Okay, we would mark and steal streaming site. Hold on. Sorry, I don't know if I missed the answer, so I will ask again. How can someone join the server? If you... I think it might work on YouTube, Apocalypse, but if you press ! Discord, it should show up. But if not, go over to Twitch and do it there. And it should give you a link that works. If it doesn't, that means I fucked up Discord again and I don't know what to do. And then you're gonna need to ask Ilgi specifically if he's still awake. Satrev is casually practicing necromancy. Yeah, he's bringing up shit. You know what? Okay, Satrev, I don't know if you're here to hear this, right? But you should be an archaeologist, because you're really good at digging up shit that seems to be dead and buried already. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't work on YouTube because my multi-chat is semi-broken. And I'm trying to fix that. By finding a better multi-chat, but currently we've got some jank-ass fucking African multi-chat, so it only semi-works. Keep that in mind. Let's see. Okay. No, the rules are still vague, and we couldn't make a compromise. Whose fault is it not to review and finalize Stop Killing Games that Thor had read, though? Also, if a company or creator is going to allow it, otherwise, you would be stealing, bullying, an owner of a property if you paid for... Okay, so this is back to service versus product argument. Pre-dev stage, make an argument specific. Okay, we're not back into the emotional. We're back semi on a logical track here. I didn't post a website or a video. They did. No, you're right here. Made that argument. Yes, I'm accusing you of misleading if you are claiming it's supposed to be very finalized and very specific. So, I think this is a fair argument. I don't think the Stop Killing Games movement, or what they're petitioning for, is in a good state. I think they need to rework it into something far more specific and far more useful. Like I said before, I think Stop Killing Games has an idea, not a finalized thing that should be going towards lawmakers. I think they need to build a legal framework. Finalize it, I can get... So you can't just finalize it, right? I can get in touch with the movement. So I think you can't just finalize it because these kind of legalities take years to figure out, right? And this needs to bounce back and forth near non-stop. Let's see, Apocalypse here. I think... Okay, well, I don't know if I should call you Polymorph or Apocalypse. But I think I'll stick to Polymorph because if you're on Twitch, then I'll fuck up your name and forget, or I'll confuse someone else who's got a similar name, and then I'll be a retard. I'm not good with names. Just keep that in mind. I think the only thing that video games can be compared to are other software like Adobe's suite of software and such. Yes, I agree with that, and if anyone else, aside from Adobe, and I'm stuck in this trap because of my job, if I saw a video game that asked me to pay like somewhere between $500 and $1,000 every year to use their service, I would hope that the CEO of that company gets beaten to death in the street. In Minecraft. Note I said hope, I'm not saying anyone should do that. Don't go and do that, because that piece of shit is not worth the effort of going and beating to death. The energy you would use beating him to death is not worth it. Okay, if that's not your claim, please restate it in such a manner that's comprehensible. Okay, so back to the passive aggressiveness we go. Finalized if you post it online, both in a website and very bold video. So just because you post something online doesn't mean it's in a finalized state. But I do think it's fucking stupid for them to move forward with this petition with the way it is. This is why it's kind of annoying to see Thor get emotional and start attacking them, as opposed to being like, hey, I could help fix your movement so it's actually effective and useful, right? I think there's better ways to go about what happened there. I'm seeing emotional responses all over the place today. Like how I reply to anyone, if you post something, then we would think it's your intent and such. A form of valid constructive criticism, then there's what you just did above. Well, again, we both agree it's vague. Yeah, but we'll fix it. I feel like Satrev is here to pour gasoline on this fucking fire. It'll chase the fame and drama, not the discussion. You know what? Polymorph, you're probably right. You're probably right. I'm doing the wrong thing here, right? I'm doing the wrong fucking thing here. What I should do is I should get on stream, take a strong fucking stance that is borderline retarded, not be understanding to anyone on any level who disagrees with me, and then act like I'm on a fucking jihad mission against anyone who doesn't agree with me. That way I'll get super popular with one group, and then the other group who fucking hates me will make me popular by bitching about me nonstop. That's what I should do. But my autism disallows that. That's the problem. God damn it, I'm doing this. Fuck, I'm doing the streaming thing completely wrong. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Now I can't go back. I can't go. There's hours of evidence of me not doing that now. Shit. Fuck, I fucked up an opportunity. God damn it. You just have to sound right by being overly confident and make funny jokes about the other. Dude, oh fuck. Oh, Polymorph, you have no idea. My wife was watching a video about how to take care of a baby, and there was this retarded lady online saying like the dumbest shit ever, and I showed it to a pediatrician I know, and he just started laughing out his ass like this woman's gonna kill babies, right? And and my wife was like, is she right? How does she have this levels of confidence about this if she's wrong? and I needed to go get someone with a fucking qualification to go out of their way to tell my wife, to like show my wife, look, this is stupid as fuck. Don't do this. Because, and I gotta admit, when I watched that video of that, what that woman suggested to do with the baby, I'm like, that sounds retarded. But she's so goddamn confident in her retardation. Maybe I'm the one who's wrong. Okay, damage is done. I don't think the damage is irreversible. Maybe there has been damage done, but I don't think it's irreversible. Let's see. Points unintended, made it clearer. Back to the passive aggressiveness. Pre-draft stage. Okay, so I disagree here with this being in a pre-draft stage. Understand, I don't think it's in a finalized stage, but I don't think it's in a pre-draft stage because they've got a petition up that they're getting people to sign. Right? Which means they must have had some degree of confidence in believing that what they were doing is right. And I don't fault them for that, but I do think they could have done it better. Right? I do think it does need to be knocked back and forth, picked apart, and then put back together in a better way. So I think it's past pre-draft, but it's not finalized. It's somewhere in the middle there. Man, I can't believe I can have opinions with this fence so far up my ass. Right? God damn. Okay, I know how it works. People lacking critical thinking like confident people. I don't think it's even people lacking confident thinking. I mean, critical thinking. I think it's people with low confidence in themselves get manipulated by people who are highly confident but completely fucking retarded. Because low confidence people will always look at themselves and see their capabilities and functions as less than people around them. And they think, okay, this retard really sounds like he knows what he's doing, and therefore my baseline assumption is that he must really know what he's doing because he's way more confident than I could ever be in his position. Right? I don't even think it's lacking critical thinking. I think it's literally emotions getting confused with logic. Right? And that happens to everyone. Human beings are critically emotional. We can't get away from it. Okay. I didn't say it's an initiative. I'm saying it could have been pre-draft stage, pre-draft, pre-dev, back of a napkin idea. You see, this is taking it too far back, right? I don't think it's back of a napkin because they posted it. They have a petition out that they're getting people to sign. I don't think it's finalized, but I don't think it's beginning stage. Again, I shouldn't have posted it or made a video. So yeah, that's fair to say. Exactly how you get a movement started. That's probably right, is to be as egregious as possible is how you get people to talk about your movement, right? So if you're a Palestinian and you don't like Israel and you want people to talk about you, you probably don't say something like, I disagree with Israel. You say something like, here's a bomb vest, and I'm not saying I'm gonna do it, but Israel's like 20 meters that way. Right? And that'll get people talking far more. I mean, look at some of the politicians in my country, right? The absolute pussy who's terrified of white people in my country is a guy called Julius Malema. Like, the fear inherent to his behavior around white people is very inherent. But he knows what he's doing to get people to talk about him when he says something like, we are not calling for the genocide of white people, at least not for now, right? He says that because it's a marketing angle. He knows that if he says genocide bad, no one's going to talk about him. No one's going to talk about that element, He knows he's not Nelson Mandela. He's fucking... He's got a goddamn Black Stalin. Right? That's what he's going for. It's just he's targeting a racial group instead of farmers, blah, blah, blah. You know, don't get into the details. I'm talking about my ass. Don't look into the details of that. Let's see. Not to be misled, heavily criticized. No initiative to be made. I never said perfectly. No, just make it better before releasing. No, I said it will fix it. Can you rewind time? No. You're right. Next time you have a problem before you... Okay, so now we're getting into our emotions again. You take your time when taken to a logical conclusion, making it seem I want perfect. Did I say all variables? Okay, again, passive aggressiveness. Nothing bannable so far. Because the company's... Okay, here's Satriev to pour some gasoline on the fire again. Get going. Hold on. Guy who promotes eating raw meat and drinking raw blood. A good example of someone who's confident that he seems. Yeah, wasn't that Liver King? And it came out that he was spending $16,000 a month on different stacks of steroids. Right? So, yeah, it's definitely the raw liver that made him look like that. Not the fucking stack of roids. Confident retards will fuck you up because emotionally stable people always have self-doubt, and confident retards have no self-doubt. I would love to keep watching the stream, keep giving my totally objective right opinion. Orlando, have you thought about being a streamer? God damn. You sound like you've got it. Already reached a non-Aryan time here in Germany. Yeah, go to bed, dude. Good night. Go to bed, Brando. It's 1:30. Go to bed. Let's see. Wouldn't say it's too demanding. Devs, publishers. Grown tired of you. Emotion. Wait, specifically a weird survey shit you pulled in DMs. I haven't said. Okay, so now we're talking about DMs. I haven't seen DMs posted. I'm seeing people talking about DMs. So now I need to be careful as I scroll down, because this is probably posted somewhere. If I see it, I will have to delete it, but not after saving it so that I have it somewhere so I know exactly what was said, and someone doesn't try do what my ex did, where they gaslight you into believing they didn't say the thing they did. You have to remember, I'm a man who spent over 5 years of my life being emotionally abused and manipulated by my ex. So I understand how people go back and forth emotionally like that. I can remove it if you prefer. We'll see. We'll see. It depends on how egregious it is. I haven't said anything wrong. Look, you're the one claiming I want them to be perfect. Expect. Okay, so there's no denial there. Okay? Fair, not perfect discussions. I'll speak to the group. Don't want to be vague, clearly active. Always has to start with take one, get feedback, refine. Okay, so this is a fair comment, right, about how do you deal with it, but we've already been through this. Logical conclusion. Why are we moving past the current discussion? Just say I didn't say perfect or all. Okay, so now we're doing the thing that women do again, where it's like, what did I say? What did I fucking say? And there's ads. But we're going through the ads because there's a lot of drama here. So yeah, go over to YouTube if you don't want to deal with the fucking ads, because I make sure to not monetize the streams while they're live so that you can fucking see what's going on. So go over to YouTube. And let me just put that in the chat so they can see this. If you don't want ads, go. Fuck's sakes. Now I can't type. Go to for a little bit. Because I'm not stopping. There we go. Streams remain unmonetized while I'm live, specifically to avoid that shit. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Capital letters, always a good sign of emotional stability. It always has to start with a take one. Okay. Moving past the discussion. See, this right here is the... What did I fucking say? What did I fucking say to you, bitch? What did I say? Sorry, I'm saying that in my ex's voice. That's just how she was. She was a crazy person. So this isn't part of the thread. Why would a movement need to be perfect? No movement's perfect. Also, like I said, I'm getting annoyed. Specifically because of the weird survey shit in DMs. Okay, so again, we're mentioning the DMs. Can you make something... Okay, so Hyperion's breezing past that. Hyperion is breezing past that. He's not mentioning this, which makes me think that maybe he did that to you because he knew he could get under your skin, and he wanted to get under your skin, so he did it on purpose and then won't address it here because he knows he can fuck with you using that. Right? Okay, jumping topics again. Answer the question. Right? So this is making me lean towards a troll, because if I wanted to upset someone, I would immediately ignore the statement they keep making. Let's see. Answer the question. Notes, do not leave points alone until it's beaten, dead, razor, blah, blah, blah. As simple as far as this goes, showed your colors with that stunt. So he DM'd you and gave you a survey, from what I understand. You're not only assuming, but putting words in my mouth. I asked a few questions, answered previous. And now I'm talking about the externum. Okay, dodging the question, so we're going back and forth here. We're having a woman argument. I told you, don't do this. Dudes are bad at woman arguments, okay? We operate like a fucking tricycle, while a woman is like a Ferrari when it comes to this kind of arguing. It's not good. Never go down this path. You will lose. It's not the wrong way to argue. I'm just saying there are beings out there far superior to you at this, right? A good example is, I know there are 5-year-old little Asian boys that would beat the shit out of me when it came to playing piano, so I'm not going to test them. DM's convenient and insulted me for no reason. Hold on. No, you were dodging the question, repeatedly stating I want perfection. Okay, I do think it's weird for Hyperion to DM you the survey instead of putting it here in the public. That seems a little bit strange to me. So I'll give you that. Reply again, odd. You had a rough childhood. Here we go. Childhood? So Satriev is fucking... Satriev is like, hey, I heard you guys are arguing in here, huh? This looks great. I think I'm going to stay for a while. What do you think about what he said? That's what seems to be going on here. Okay. Blocked him too sadly. Yes, childhood seems to be lashing out or when wrong and placing words in other people's mouths. Yeah, you mean the perfect thing. Okay, so now it's about getting fucking... Hold on. So yes, childhood. He seems to be lashing out when wrong and placing words in other people's mouths. Okay. Try not to come to me asking for nice private conversation and then near the end show you that you're actually collecting data for a survey or whatever project you're working on. Right? Okay. Blocked him, laughed at that. I hope he finds common logic. Okay. So I think he's replying to you. Mate, I wrote a logical Bible. Okay, this is just going back and forth. Nothing. Okay, so here's the DMs. Right? They're down here. So I'm going to have to read top down, stop here, pull this off, and then see what that says. Let's see. Well aware, can't handle, block, sneak peek every now and then, so juicy. But again, never stated perfect, variable, blah. Shouldn't we move this to a DM? It kind of insults him. So, okay, so Satriev just broke my illusion, right? I was hoping he was pouring gasoline on the fire for enjoyment. No, turns out he was just putting himself in the mix as well. Oh, he broke my heart. I wanted to see someone pouring gasoline on this fire. There's nothing more fun than watching chimpanzees go at it because a third chimpanzee threw a banana at one of them. Now you would at best hope preschooler to ignore my messages, more insults. Imagines random words. Who knows? He may perceive from a pronoun. Okay, so again, this is We're talking past each other because we've got two different perspectives, and we've gotten emotional, and we're attacking each other now. Also blocked him. He would have been wise to do so earlier. See, he's taking it as an insult. I directly attacked his stance. I'm attacking him now directly because he has been dishonest in DMs. So he said something, he lied in a DM, or he was honest in the DM, and he's lying here. That's what Super is accusing him of. I have the screenshots for it. I don't think so. Anyway, sent you and LB a DM. I don't know who that is. Let's see. Saturative, I warn you, you are wasting your time. Go ahead. Okay. I don't think it's polite to share DMs, and most of us don't care about it. We're caring. Okay, so also, good day, cool memes. Okay. Oh dear me, he didn't block me. Odd. He may imagine not only perfect, but more horrendous words from any sentences. Super. Put down the keyboard. We see that you are stressed and overzealous over internet things. Take a breather and mute. So we're both emotional here. I'm seeing currently no fault so far. I have blocked neither Hyperion nor Satrev. Okay, we're accusing blocks, and you blocked me, he blocked you. Israel versus Palestine, abortion bad, abortion good at 20 years old. I'm seeing a shit-flinging competition. That's what I'm seeing. Just like Thor got emotional with that movement, I'm seeing shit-flinging here. That's all I'm seeing so far. I'm going to move this off here, and you can look at my nice desktop while I see what this is exactly. Okay. Desktop. Okay, went over this, simply said, blah, okay. I shouldn't read that out loud, sorry. Okay, this just seems like Hyperion's fucking with you. Right? This doesn't seem like there's an actual survey. This just seems like he's using this language to fuck with you. Right? I don't think this is an actual survey unless you can show me documentation on a survey. Because no one does a DM, like a professional documentation of a survey, through just Discord DMs. And if they do, they're a 4-year-old looking for something online. And it's for a school project. Like, actual data collection on a scale that is viable for any kind of survey shit is quite literally, you need, like, a massive sample project. So I think he's fucking with you. I think he's trolling you here with this. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, he's definitely fucking. Come on. Gender and type of gamer? Come on. Fucking come on. That seems like he knows how he's getting under your skin, and he's now fucking poking an open wound here. Okay. Okay, so I need to ask Hyperion if he has an issue with these DMs being up. Because, to be honest with you, there's no doxing. There's no public information being released. I'm not seeing anyone's dick and balls. I'm not seeing naked underage children. And I'm not seeing anything that expressly breaks Discord's TOS. Posting screenshots of DMs in wider society is generally frowned upon, but not anything against the TOS. Right? I'm not seeing a big fat cock and balls. Technically speaking, you could send that. I just couldn't show it on Twitch. I'm not seeing directly against anything against the TOS unless there's more below this. Right? I genuinely, I think Hyperion's fucking with you. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I don't know why you're talking about me and where I'm from. obviously it's Zimbabwe, based on the people who tried to dox me from the Guild Wars 2 video, who are obviously children, because you could probably pay some random script kiddie $20 and he could find out exactly where I live. This one right here. Okay. So I'm going to scroll. Oh, fuck's sake. I opened that by mistake. Okay. I'm going to scroll up. Right? Just for brevity's sake. If Hyperion wants the DMs removed, out of respect for that trolling session, I will remove them. If Hyperion doesn't want them removed, they can stay up. Because I'm seeing nothing fucking egregious about this. I'm not seeing one of you talking about diddling kids or some shit like that, right? I see two people fucking with each other here. That's what I see. One person shit on the floor, the other one wipes his ass on the curtains. After wiping his ass on the curtains, the other one dips his balls in the other guy's tea. Right? I genuinely thought someone was fucking doxxed here. I'm in the same boat as you, Ashura. I thought someone was fucking doxxed. I thought I was about to see some fucking guy's home address with a picture of his dog and his mom. I waited 20 hours. That just makes it even better. Because it turned out, in the end, the journey of the person who got trolled was you. Okay, let's continue here. Okay. I didn't call you a woman. I said you are behaving like a woman in this interaction. I'm saying that arguing like a woman for men is a bad idea because you are going to get fucked up one day when you take that argument and it's not another dude and you go and argue with a woman. And I promise you, you will meet God that day. You will be astounded at how quickly you feel like killing yourself, okay? That is what I am saying. You can do it. I'm just saying it's a bad idea, but you can do it. You're free to do whatever the fuck you want. Like I said, 7 people have touched my PP, 1 including me. So I'm not anyone's dad. I can't tell them what to do if they're not breaking Discord TOS. Okay. Meta right. Okay. So this one of the meta right to follow, express your rights. You must afford those rights to others. Yeah, okay, so this rule, this meta right here, I've got an easier way to explain it. It's called don't tell me what to fucking do, and I won't tell you what to fucking do, right? You're saying you weren't going to respond anymore. If you're going to be a bitch, then be a whole bitch, be consistent. Okay, well, yeah, okay, now you're arguing again. Okay, more emotional stuff. Courtesy of that, I generally don't block people. He didn't leak your DMs, sir. I think you're being too petty. Where I'm from, I'm allowed to, I don't care. Okay, so there's nothing against TOS against posting DMs. No one's going to jail for that. Unless it's DMs between Drake and his next girlfriend. Then maybe, but he's got enough money that he can pay the legal system off. You know, that's how that works. If he's leaking DMs, oof, bad form, hypocrite. Not being petty, honest. Blah, blah, blah. I hate this. Okay, so more emotional things. Okay, now we've got logical Christianity. Those aren't related topics. Flooding, please, no sir. So sad. Like those, fuck, man. I can't help but think that Hyperion at this point is fucking with you, dude. Logical Christianity. It's a lowercase t, not a plus. Honesty paramount. Okay, so now, you posted a picture. You went out of the way to screenshot something and post it, right? Now, what Hyperion has registered from the situation, based on what I'm seeing from my perspective, is he understands that this is getting under your skin. And now all he needs to do is just keep pushing because he's about to have a good time. Right? That's what I'm seeing. That's my perspective. Maybe I'm wrong. You both seem to have gotten up in your feelings here. Right? And I'm a sick human being. I'm a mentally ill person. When I upset someone, I think it's funny and I want to upset them more. Right? I know the voices in my head keep telling me to do it, but no one at the police station is going to believe me when I say that. So I just keep doing it until I get caught. Right? So I understand. I understand from both sides what's happening here. Okay, now we're getting me involved here. Satriev coming along, more gasoline on the fire. Someone is being petty and spreading private DMs unrelated to the topic. Okay. Okay, now this is... Let's see if we can add a role. I'm gonna have to add a role for Satriev here. Okay, that's the most egregious thing I've seen so far, is we've seen some tattling going on here. Okay, so that right there, I'm gonna need a specific role for Satriev. Right, he's the snitch in the prison. Welcome to the server. Don't know if you're recent. Let's see, Crunchyroll, blah blah blah. I think it's a good troll analysis, a learning experience. Okay, you responded. Okay. Let's see. Welcome to the server. Dear me, I never did that to him. Seems like he's out of his mind. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Okay. So now Hyperion really seems like he's fucking with people, right? Because he's like, I never did that to him, knowing full well that the only one who's posted DMs in here has been Super, right? This is... Oh, there's no way he's not doing this on purpose. I don't believe he's not doing this on purpose. It seems like he's out of his mind, or if he has a god, then he disrespects him, like, to the full... Okay, can I reset? Don't like people or servers that spread DMs. You're being rude. Please stop. Oh, come on, Satriev. Come on. It's not that bad. It's frowned upon. It's fucking frowned upon. But it's not that bad. Though I will say, you did kind of resurrect this. He fucking did. He fucking did. Satriev knew what he was doing. I'm almost certain that Satriev knew it was in there. Continue. Never leaked a DM. Never demanded perfect, clear logic, plain as day. Not my problem. Seems like you joined today. Welcome. Blah, blah, blah. I saw Rose on Asmund's vid after someone reported the server about the topic. Wait, someone reported my server? There was shit all in the DMs. No, hold on, Ashura, hold on. Maybe there's more DMs. Wait until the end to be incredibly disappointed and waste another hour here. Then I can get a good laugh out of your pain. Let's see. I don't know who reported my server. But that was a poor idea, because it's not against Discord TOS to post DMs unless it's something illegal going on in the DMs. Then the guy who did the DM initially. So if some Discord mod or something reaches out to me and rolls 27 fat rolls over his keyboard to type out to me that I got to do something, I'm beholden to Discord. Understand that. I have no control over here. Discord makes everyone who runs a server their bitch. Right? I had to mediate this one in the middle of it. Feel graced by Ilgi's presence. He took off work to look at fucking drama in a Discord. Oh no! I would say sorry for your loss, but that's like setting your balls on fire and then complaining that it hurt. You did that to yourself. Oh no. Oh, that was not the right move. Oh, fuck. Okay. Let's see. Really now? Silly... hold on. That is a change of pace. Watch the silly streamer Asmund Gold as well. I don't know who reported my server, but fuck you. Remember, act with some dignity no matter what, unlike Super. Sad. Okay, so this seems like more trolling, emotional, pokery. Funny guy, this Asmund. Oh, look at him trying to pull it off topic now. Satriev's like, Mom and Dad are fighting. Please, no, it's this all over again. He's having a Vietnam flashback in the corner. I don't care about playing nice with others, blah, blah, blah. That's perfectly fine. From the same country. That's fine. Notable. Notorious in some... Okay, so most South Africans don't know how to take it. Yeah, most South Africans don't give a shit. right? You can say the most egregious shit. Like, I swear to God, me and every person I know of every race around me would probably be in a prison cell in the UK if we lived over there and we said the shit we did out in public. Right? You want $50 per drama? Yeah, I'm gonna have to pay Ilgi now for dealing with this shit. I'm gonna have to put up with him. Is this what I got a message about in my DMs? Yes, Iconic. This is what you got a message. Wait, someone messaged you as well, Iconic? Oh, Christ. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Funny guy, I guess he has a mathematics degree. Okay, that's nice. I'm not sure he likes to move around with topic. But believe me, Stop Killing Games is more coherent and respectable members who don't dox and stuff. So no one's doxed. No one has doxed. I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the word dox, purely because the word dox has become so synonymous with anything private going public, right? But showing those DMs are not a dox because no one found out where Super lived. No one found out where Hyperion lived. No one sent a picture of either of their moms, right? No one sent a picture of their dog. No one sent a picture of one of their kids at work and was like, it would be a shame if something happened to them or something like that, right? This is not doxing. This is just frowned upon in the wider community. But for me right now, I wish I had some fucking popcorn because all I'm doing is absorbing Ashura's pain from knowing nothing really happened. Oh, fuck. Okay, I woke up and looked at a message, shrugged my shoulders, and closed my phone. Iconic's got the best response because he's been a WoW guild leader before. He knows exactly how to handle this situation, and it's not my fucking problem. Okay, let's see. Would hope so. I am neither a member nor supporter. I hope you have good members naturally. Isn't a member. That would make sense. Okay, Dodger questions. Okay, probably never lived in an orphanage. Okay, so we're getting back into emotional response. I don't think you blocked him, sir. If you are trolling him by pretending to not see him, that would just be bad form. Hilarious. I have a GF. Okay, so you see, now he's getting you to reveal information about your life, right? That's how I know he's got up in your emotions, is you start letting information go that you probably shouldn't, right? Or you could be completely lying. Maybe you know that and you're lying. I don't fucking know, right? I don't know, but I take people's words at face value until they prove to me that they're not trustworthy, right? Which is fine. What is the point in blocking then? I have blocked him. Okay, come on. He definitely blocked you knowing it was going to piss you the fuck off. Right, he knew, come on. Maybe this is just me and my perspective because I'm an asshole like that. But if I knew I could upset someone by being like, will you answer my survey? Here's a picture of my penis. Block. And knowing that they're going to go post in a public forum, I would do that immediately if I knew it was going to piss someone off. Right? Okay, this is closer to doxing, if anything. Yeah, okay, so this is more like a self-dox. Right? But if you are comfortable revealing this information, then that is on you. If you want to post your own address, you go ahead and you fucking do that. Like I said, I'm not your dad. 7 people have touched my pee-pee. That means I'm definitely not your dad because 3 of them were dudes. Wait, no, 4 of them were dudes. I'm a dude. I have blocked him. Your screenshot helps me see part of the replies, but I care not for having proven that I have not done wrong or put words. Oh, come on. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So him reacting here. Mistook me for a member, then a supporter. Hold on. Okay. So this is just a conversation, and now we've both made assumptions, guys. This is Ilgi's moderation. Guys, this is a place for memes. This is tantamount
my day is
to
ruined
Ilgi.
And my disappointment is immeasurable. Pee-pee poo-poo.
That's fair, sure, that's fair. But this is like Ilgi walked into the McDonald's and 2 people are fucking talking about how to solve world peace between Israel and Palestine. And he's like, guys, I just wanted a fucking burger. This is what just happened. It's the wrong place. It's the wrong text message, but it's fucking It's fucking fantastic. Okay, so I don't care about your DMs, real or not. You straight from the topic. Okay, so now we're getting back in. You're free to argue as much as you want in your personal DMs. Just don't do it here. Let me correct you, Ilgi. They are free to argue both in the personal DMs and in the general chat, but I'm not seeing any fucking memes here, goddammit. That's the issue. Okay, but that's fair. Maybe I need to make this an image-only chat so that when people attack each other, they go to the general. Right? Because I'm not against that. Like I said, do what you want. I'm not your dad. If it breaks Discord TOS, that's when I have to act. Not out of my own volition, but out of Discord's own volition. Sorry, didn't know the topic. Just got heated and way off. Okay, so this is just post. Okay, mods. No mods are coming for this. You're waiting for fucking mods that are not coming. All good. It's fine. Okay, well, I suppose that Ilgi showed up to be like, guys, please move this to your DMs. But guess what, Ilgi? Next time, let them fight. Just be like, yo, put this in general. That way everyone can see it. Even the people who are fucking filthy peasants. All good. It's not going to be a super long heated discussion. It might be better to take it to DMs. Who was pinging me? He's back and he's like, yo, who the fuck was it's like you fucking someone's phoning you at 3 a.m. Yo, who the fuck was that? What the hell is happening right now? I just read the backlog of text and holy shit. Yeah, the COVID jabs be hitting pretty hard. Okay, also, your GF have a sister asking for a friend. Okay, that's the appropriate response. All good. Only COVID jab that was added complication surgery could have never gone either way. Personally, I don't trust the doc that operated on her. Same guy. Okay, so now we're talking about personal things, but the person revealing this about his life is super, so he's comfortable revealing that in a public space. Understand that. If you don't want me revealing any personal information like that, tell me now, super, so that I can either hide or block these messages or do whatever the fuck I want. Right? Right? Just so that in case you're not comfortable with this being in some level of VOD somewhere that's going to get lost on the internet and no one's going to care about it in 5 minutes, right? Understand that. Right? Okay. Mods ban that stream. If I could have been banned, I would have been banned. Oh, wait, I already got banned on Twitch. That happened. Fuck. Okay. I'm behind the curve here. I can't even remember my own bans. Fucking Alzheimer's is a bitch. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, see how that could be. Okay. Add complications. Okay, now we're having a relatively normal conversation. I don't know if that image at the bottom is a dick or not. Yes, I did. I did an entire speedrun ban where I rated sex toys and stuff. And I got in a mankini, and then Ilgi had to edit it together, but my ballsack flopped out, and he had to watch that while he was editing it together. It was real great for him. Now, I don't know if this image down here is not a big black cock, so just for safety purposes. Okay, thank God. Okay. Well, we're safe. We're safe for now. Oh, that was close. I just saw the brown tip and I was like, here we go. Here we go. Okay. No an alcoholic step. Okay, that's fine. That's personal information. Tricked. I came for the memes and stayed for the weird drama. I don't even understand. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. That's fair. That's a fucking fair comment. It gets me every time, no matter how many times I've seen it. Best meme. Okay, so again, that scared me. Not bad. That's food porn. Yeah, there you go. It's food porn, not people porn. That's fine, I think. Discord mods might get offended by that because someone posted their last meal and someone might accuse them of doxing. Sorry, I said meal. I meant snack. Let's see. Then we've got a post, Disney being fuckwits. This is about the woman who died. I'm aware of that. We've got some Asian lady in America. If you watch an episode of The Mandalorian, they get to kill your wife. Fair? Okay, so now we're back to memes. Right? That's fine. Now he's talking about the Tokoloshe. Zimbabwe officers terrorized by goblins. So Zimbabweans call them goblins, but in South Africa we call them Tokoloshe, which are these little demonic creatures with a big fat cock that steal people in the middle of the night to fuck endlessly. right? That's like an actual mythological creature down here. And the way that black people have found around this is the magic trick that makes the Tokoloshe not able to get you is you take your bed and you put it on bricks, right? Now, apparently, the Tokoloshe is too fucking stupid to use a step ladder or a stool to like step on and then grab you. Or use his dick as like a fucking lasso. Maybe it's just not long enough, but apparently that's the solution. Logic. Flawless, can't be argued with. Okay, this is more Turkish shooter, blah, blah, blah. Okay, what the hell is this? Oh shit, okay, I can't play that. I can't play that because the stream will get banned. Now we've got Angry Pirate Software. A good image for using as a response to things that perplex you. I mean, fair. Smash. Pass. And then, brother, what is that? Brother Ew? Okay. I nearly clicked on NSFW. That was nearly a mistake. Right there. That is what some people see when they... okay. I legit get complaints. Look at it, laugh, and do my own thing. You see, that's what happens when you become when you run a guild in WoW. Is you stop giving a fuck. Now there are DMs. Let's see if this continued in the general chat first, though. These seem relatively normal because I don't see Super Hyperion interacting with each other, right? Let's see. So you want my final verdict on this? Okay, I'll check your Discord message. I'll check your Discord message. Maybe that makes things a little bit clearer. But I don't... Like, fuck, that was much ado about nothing. That wasn't that fucking bad. That was not nearly... I was expecting, like, someone's home address to show up. Right? My Discord is quite literally named Rose's Discord Clown Show. Did you fucking expect anything different? Okay, most recent one. This is one that Ilgi said. Okay. Let's see. Good idea. Immune courtesy. Discord is not in Africa. Hold on. So, okay, now we're talking about the Poppy Act. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, we got more DM posting. Fine to have arguments and discussions in this thread. Okay, so let me explain something to you about these DMs, right? I need you to understand this, right? This is an actual serious part of this. I'm gonna try to be serious about this, right? Posting messages on Discord is not a private platform, even if you are doing it through DMs, right? You need to understand that everything you post on Discord, some mod can pull up and look at any point in time. It is the same as Twitch Whispers. It is how Dr. Disrespect got caught DMing fucking some trans chick cheating on his wife and some underage girl, right? If they want, they will pull it up and look at it. That's part of the TOS. They're allowed to do that. Because in some cases, especially on Discord, because there are a bunch of pedophiles looking for kids to fuck, they need that as evidence in a court of law to be like, here you go, put this guy in prison. Yes, I know he was a mod, but he was trying to bang my child. So, again, although frowned upon, not illegal, not a dox, right? So again, no reactions in general, you're being petty, I don't see it here. As you can see, I feel so alone in being honorable. That has to be a troll. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I posted no other DMs that I can recall. I hope not. I hope it's not like I'm gonna see an address or someone's face here. Or a dick. That's much worse. Right. Those I did forget. That much I know. Let's remember that we started getting into the drama 2.5 hours ago. Yes, Bladine, but we had to go through the pirate software stuff to see if it was of a critical nature to this. It fucking wasn't. So if anyone else aside from Rose or Asman, oh, that's very sweet of Satrev. I need to put me in the same. Oh shit. That was meant to be a special role for you in the Discord for putting me in the same category as Gold. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, fuck. He's probably not okay with leaking his DM, so I'm gonna have to actually think. I'm gonna have to explain this. It's no. No private info was leaked. DMs by Discord POS are expressly not considered. Okay. Unless you have a link to someone's address being posted for me. Okay, there we go. I fucked that up. Okay, so I'm gonna have to probably go back into the Twitch VOD, cut that out, and then cut that out in the YouTube video. I'm such a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. I wasn't even trying. I was just trying to assign him like a perfect role that fits what he did. Hopefully that'll make sense if he sees that clip. God damn it. That was so fucking stupid of me. When I logged into Twitch, like Zag's up cool. Had to scroll down to see if you were streaming. Satrev and Hyperion look like alt accounts to me. Maybe. But I don't know. Satrev seems to be trying to pull things on track. Maybe he is trying to set fire to things. But maybe. I don't know. Have fun playing. Hold on. Opponents certainly won't. I bet most won't have fun playing. Can't speak up when I entered voice chat. So you fucking went to the voice chat. Now, god damn it, that would have been fun to listen to. Motherfucker, I missed the interesting part where you're blasting the N-word at each other. Satrev's account was made 14th of August. Okay, so that's all circumstantial. I need fucking... I need like more evidence to be able to prove that or not, right? And I'm not, fuck's sakes. Okay, I'm not opening any DMs right now. Let's get through this and not trying to assign specific roles to people as a fucking joke. Let's not do that. That person's probably gonna read the words as kiss and then be like, oh fuck, and then like leave the server now. Oh fuck. Okay. Video game donkey, good. Okay, Fleekazoid. Okay, we're not arguing again. Anyway, try the Will Smith reaction. Probably terrible. Okay. At least if I'm party of the Compensation Poppy Act, which I know. Stop making excuses. I'm disappointed in you. That's his right. Anyway, I will check out Fleekazoid and Video Game Donkey. Oh, a short form. Not an excuse, South Africa Poppy Act. It isn't immune to common courtesy or Discord rules. Discord is not in Africa, so Discord operates within Africa by allowing people to sign up and host servers within Africa, so it does still fall expressly under the Poppy Act as it does with any other act within a country that it can operate. The only way that Discord won't operate in a certain country or block certain countries off is if the rules are so egregious in that country or so varied or different that they won't allow people to access it from that, and then people will have to VPN. So by operating in Africa, they do fall under the Poppy Act. Watching Guild Wars 2, Swole Benji for MMO at the moment. Common courtesy, Danny DeVito meme. God, I wonder if Satriev is actually going to get the joke of me trying to assign him the role of ass kisser and snitch, or whether he's just going to get mad at that. I suppose we'll see. Let's see. As noted. Now, so I can't blame Satriev for not knowing that the Poppy Act applies, because that's all legalese and like no one really knows these things except people who've worked in some field that is adjacent to or next to that. So that still makes sense. Keep in mind though, if there's a disparity between host country and secondary country, you will be extradited if you do certain things that are legal in yours but not in theirs, right? Because it is hosted on their servers in their country. But that's like if and when, and it's got to be pretty egregious and blah blah blah. You guys just went through this, not here. Okay, I didn't leak DMs or lied about them. Anyway, Guild Wars 2, PvP. That's pretty normal, half and half. Watch Rose's video on it, blah blah blah. Keep posting, deleting messages. There is no fucking way that he's not trolling you at this point. He's fucking got you on the rope. Ilgi's stressed again. Yeah, Ilgi's fucking having a stroke while this is happening. What's up, Mr. Burra? Well, thank you for lurking. In this fucking objectively nothing stream. About fucking nothing. Rose, can you rate MMORPG community based on the autistic scale? Okay, so if you've ever put your balls in peanut butter and got the dog to lick it, the dog that went out of its way to lick your balls is probably smarter than the average MMO community player. They're not autistic enough to be like Rain Man intelligent, but they're also not autistic enough to have some basic level of empathy for one another. That's my rating on them. And anyone who is sane enough to play MMOs will immediately agree with that take because they understand where it's going. Also, they can't read. Louis Rossman quote, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is going nowhere again. I can't verify because he keeps deleting it before I can screenshot. Keep in mind, he blocked me here. Okay, some more trolling. Not insecure, funny. Here, instead of DM between them, you want to be a greasy little cunt. Here you go, so people know I ain't bullshitting. Okay. Look at that. DM me shit, brother, fuck, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so now we're up in our feelings again. We're up in our emotions. Once more. This is fantastic. Just as you think it's dying, it comes right the fuck back. Oh, fuck. You did fall for it. Super, you fell right into his fucking trap. He got you to post screenshots. He got you to post non-incriminating DMs. He got you to post about fucking Christianity. Man, I'm sorry, he reeled you in there, dude. He was playing with you for a while. I don't believe for a second that you do this and you don't know what you're doing. Right? I don't believe that. Chaos Lab, if you go to the not safe for work memes, you'll want to leave immediately. That's all I'm saying. That's a free space to do anything. Let's see. I proclaimed that I blocked you. But there's a few chats came up hours later. Shut up. Okay, so more posting of DMs. Follower 6184. Shitstorm in memes. Okay, blocked message. Thanks for that. Also just read blah blah blah. Okay. I don't see addresses being posted, right? I don't see addresses and incitements to violence, right? Also, what the fuck is wrong with you? Light mode? What? Okay, this is worse than anything else. Fucking light mode. There is no way he's not a fucking troll. Light mode. Come on. Come on. There is no fucking human being who puts things in light mode who doesn't do it to piss other people off. Come on. Light mode is incitement to violence. You might be right there, actually. The words of Tyler, the creator, how the fuck do you get cyberbullied? Just walk away from your screen. Yeah, there you go. You've got to play into this. You've got to be willing to feed into this for this to happen. It takes two to tango. If you're gonna fuck Sneeko's girlfriend, you need him in the chair watching. That's just how the world works. I don't make the rules. This is how it is. Okay, okay, Louis Rossman, no problem, blah, blah, blah. Light mode's horrendous, but I don't see any addresses or faces or pictures of people being posted, which is fine. Leave me the fuck alone. The fuck are you doing? Okay, so now I'm assuming this is Jimmy right here. Jimmy's now mad. Look, I'm smarter and more handsome, but damn, you guys won't shut up after a few. Okay, so now he's upset person number 2. Right? There is no fucking way that you're so unself-aware that you're not doing this on purpose. He has convinced me this is all on purpose. Ilgi said, shut up. But you guys won't shut up and make stories about, hey, I got evidence in those pics, tisk. I'm not dealing with this. I'm just gonna let Ilgi deal with it. Ilgi, the trash man, come along and pick up the shit off the floor. This is like going into like a public place. Someone shits on the floor, and instead of doing anything, they're like, "Hey yo, can we get someone to clean up the shit on the floor over here?" No more fucking problem. No, this is great. Yeah, Jimmy is Lord of Black. I would assume so. Yes. If I remember correctly, absolutely. Okay, now let's see what Ilgi has to say. Being the voice of reason, the shit cleaner and all of this. I'm gonna say this. I ain't a mod. I just have mod privileges because I run the second channel. I sent a message today so that everyone can chill, because this is not the point of the server. Rose is the busiest man in the world. No, I'm fucking not, but I am busy. I'm sure the last thing he wants when he comes to his server to relax after a busy day. Well, you were fucking wrong, Ilgi. This is entertainment for me. I wish I had popcorn and a big fucking slushy drink. Is to enter all this shit that has gone down today. I'm not blaming anyone. I ain't taking anyone's side. Oh, look at... Oh, he's being the voice of reason. And I'm sure that this is the case for you guys as well. We all have better things to do, to argue, Discord servers, strangers, right? Since everybody involved has had their say, let it end here, please. Okay, been saying, leave me the fuck alone at this point. He won't, because he knows what he's doing. The best dragon fight ever. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. React with a thumbs up message if you agree to just let things go. Please, let's just all agree. He's the kindergartner teacher trying to get the fucking children to stop fucking pissing on each other and hitting each other with their shoes. This is the best. Okay, this is great. Like I said, okay, so none of this, like I said before, this is fucking nothing, Ashura. You're 100% right. This is nothing. I think 100% based off of Hyperion's behavior. He knows what he's doing. And he's doing it on purpose because he knows what he can get away with doing. And he's getting in people's emotions. And he's baiting people. There is no way someone doesn't behave like this and isn't baiting people. Right? Let's see. I'm not seeing any addresses being posted. I'm not seeing faces being posted. He got you. I'm sorry, he did get you, Super. He fucking got you, and he got you emotional, and he got you to post things and screenshots. He got up in your emotions here. The only thing to say is, well done, sir, you won this round. It's like a game of chess. You just lost this one battle. Same reason they can't use weapons underwater, Dev said. Okay, so now we're back to Guild Wars 2 talk. Or maybe New World talk, because no one can do anything underwater in New World 2 except the game, which is drowning.
Just sit back and watch the clown show.
Yeah, he does. I'm sorry to tell you, but all your stress is for nothing. All your stress and strain is for nothing, dude. You should have got some popcorn and had some fun here, and just let this play out for as long as possible. Okay, now we're back to talking about Guild Wars 2. Power Rifle, which I agree, fuck Power Rifle. Willy Blender, World vs. World. Okay, nothing egregious here that I'm seeing. Right, it seems to be back to normal. Now, you wish you knew. Well, now you know for next time. Okay. Now I'm gonna look at the DMs without accidentally leaking them like I did. Now, if... let me just message Satrium. accidentally leaked your DM on stream, let me know if you want me to delete those segments so no one sees. Not really anything though, but up to you. Okay. I just had to message Satriv to know if he wants me to block those DMs and stuff. Out of respect for him, I'll do that. Doesn't really matter to me, but yeah. Satriv, we know your penis size. Not just the length, but the girth. Declaring Guild Wars 2 community the most autistic MMORPG ever. Because they have inhaling copium to... Well, I mean, I got death threats over calling the game pay to win, so... Maybe. Okay. Now, here's Hyperion. He's DM'd me. He's DMing me Twitch chats. Okay, so Hyperion specifically is asking for all the DMs to be, whatchamacallit. He's asking for the DMs to be deleted, right? So because he's asking for the DMs to be deleted, I'm not gonna do that. No, I'm gonna do that, okay? He's requested them to be deleted. So that's what I'm gonna do. Or Ilgi, you can delete the posting of the DM shit there, right? I don't think that's an issue. I will look at the gulag now. I know we're not done. After waiting so long for a climax, I can only laugh at the stinker cum shot. Yeah, this is very premature, I gotta say. We didn't even get, like, our pants didn't even get taken off. We just spooged in our fucking underwear here. Scientists switch off okay, hold on. Scientists switch off autism symptoms using $3 epilepsy drug. Anti-autism pills. Yeah, that sounds like they switch off your entire brain. Let's see what else we got. We got more DM posting. Glad you teach me regardless. Okay, I shouldn't say these things out loud. What is this? Blah blah blah. Okay, that's just posting of more DMs, so I'm not going to show that. Okay. None of this is egregious enough that I am going to ban or throw anyone into the gulag or anything like that. What I'm very happy about is none of you fucking sent each other addresses or some shit like that. Right? Hyperion has asked that the screenshots of the DMs not be in the Discord. I'll do it myself. Okay, so Supergod's gonna do that, but I will check later and get rid of them. Right? Out of respect for what he's asked for, I will do that. Okay, hold on, I'm reading something else here in a DM. Yeah, that's fine. Jimmy, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Look, I think the emotional stuff is hilarious, and I think in retrospective, it's always funny to look back at. I can tell you so many stupid fucking stories about things that at the time drove me insane, and looking back, I just realized I was being the world's biggest fucking autist, right? That's all I'm saying. Is like, I laugh at this. I laugh at all of this shit. Because to me, I've done infinitely dumber shit. You fucking are not even close to catching up to me, right? I'm stupid at like, if I was the Flash right? I wouldn't be like the hyper intelligent super speed. I'd just be dumber faster. That's how it works. And I've done dumb shit my whole life. So how am I going to sit here and fucking judge other people for getting in their emotions when I've been through all of this before at a way higher scale and much worse? Right? None of you are in trouble. I'm pretty happy that none of you posted each other's addresses. I see we're going spicy in the fucking gulag as well. But what the important part here is I'm not seeing people's addresses being posted. Gonna say this is the pot calling the kettle black. I will send anybody who asked for screenshots of the whole conversation just to prove that the shit, okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm convinced Hyperion's trolling people. I'm 100% convinced of that. Okay, this is the Stop Killing Games initiative. Leave me the fuck alone. The perfect thing to do when someone says leave me the fuck alone is to not do it. This works especially well when a woman you don't know in a club says leave me the fuck alone. What you should do is you should follow her home just to make sure she meant it, and do it with your hoodie up and your hands in your pockets and make it look like you've got a gun in the one hand. That way you can see if she was serious or not when she said leave me the fuck alone. Oh, fuck. Okay, that was entertaining. That was fun. That was nothing serious. Nothing bad happened here. No one died. No nuclear bombs were set off. No Israelis or Palestinians killed each other or their children. Right? These are fucking words, right? And I consider anyone who can upset or change someone's emotional state and therefore their physical state with words as some form of magic user, because that's what it is. And it's funny to me. All of this is funny to me. Holy shit. Okay. My favorite troll is pointing out that RuneScape Classic is more pay to win than Guild Wars 2. People absolutely flip out. It's technically true. Oh, you see, there you go. That's how you do it. Is you upset the fuck out of people. And now there's more memes here. Nature is healing. There's more memes back in the Discord. Nature is healing. Everything's fine. No one fucking died. Okay? No one's address was posted. No one sent pictures of each other's kids or each other's dicks outside of NSFW. Nothing bad happened. Right? So look at this as a learning experience. Look at this as me explaining to you how my Discord works. Right? I'm not your dad. Say whatever the fuck you want. I only ban you if it goes against Discord's TOS. And that for me means if you're under the age of 18 and you're in my Discord, I will find you. And I will find your parents and tell them what the fuck are you doing in here. Right? And if you do something that is fucking illegal, right? That's how you get kicked the fuck out of here. That's about it. And now Ilgi can go have a a fucking peaceful night's sleep and not have to worry the next time he opens his phone midway through work going, where's my fucking phone? Oh shit, I don't have my phone with me. Well, my wife's gonna fucking kill me. Shit, I'm gonna be right back. I need to find my phone. I probably got like 25 million messages from my wife. Poor woman. I'll be right back. I gotta go find that phone. Okay, thank God. Okay. There we go. So sadly, there was only 25 hours of drama. But it's over now. The Discord segment is over. Right? I've got 2 ways to go from here. Right?
This is the best drama. No one does drama like that. No one believe me.
For fuck's sake.
You can ask anyone.
I mean, you're not wrong. Also, that does sound a lot like Trump when people do the, like, you know, no one does believe me. I said I saw this, and then this happened. His intonations work so good with the goddamn TCS. But, okay, so there's 2 places I can go from here. The first is, since this is the Black Myth Hong Kong waiting room for when the game releases on Tuesday, I can do the benchmark, and I can look into some of the controversies of the game, which I've avoided entirely. Have you ever heard of Stellaris? Yes, I've heard of Autism in Space. I think the best thing about Stellaris is the fish woman with the big tits. Don't quote me on that. I think... Did Muck watch your Guild Wars 2 video yet? I don't think he has, El Cheldo, but even if he does, I'm going to wait for the Noxy edit this time, because I feel like the Noxy edit makes it more entertaining. So I will wait until he posts a video of it specifically.
Satirev could be a kid, and we might have seen you in a DM on a live stream. Could be maybe vote for me.
Fucking hell. God damn it. They're fucking abusing the TCS right now. Okay. Twitch is lagging a lot, by the way. My connection seems stable. If the bitrate is in red, that's a good thing, right? Yeah, Twitch might be acting up if you don't have an ad blocker. Right, so there's 2 directions I can go. I can start either looking into Black Myth Hong Kong right now, or I can go look at the people who made counter arguments to what Pirate Software said about the Stop Killing Games movement. Because we didn't watch all of those videos. Also, thanks for the follow, Shugo. I don't know what shitstorm you just walked into, but welcome. So I think let's go for the counter arguments because it makes more sense. Right? I'm sure that... So what I'm interested to see about the counter arguments given against Pirate Software is, are they attacking
but I
him?
get irrationally pissed off when people DM me and delete the shit just to be greasy shitbags. Also, you should look into City of Heroes.
I will try City of Heroes one day. That is actually an MMO I wanted to look into. That is for after I complete my playthrough of Black Myth Hong Kong, which is obviously a part of China. And then I'm going to be looking for an MMO that I can use after the next Guild Wars 2 video that I put out. But yeah, that's fine. You do what you want. You feel whatever way you want. But understand, I'm not going to like ban people for like fucking upsetting other people. But yeah, that's just how it works. Okay, so I think I want to see some of the counter arguments, specifically because I want to see what people are arguing against him. And I'm very curious to see if other people did the same thing that Thor did, where they got all tied up, they got their panties in a bunch, got tied up in their emotions, and started personally attacking the guy, versus attacking what his opinions on the movement are, and the fact that he made a misstep by getting viciously emotional about it at the end there, right? So that's where we're going to go with this. Then after that, I'm going to look a bit into the controversy with Black Myth Hong Kong. We'll do the benchmark. We'll do the benchmark first. No, actually, we'll look into the controversy first, and then we'll do the whatchamacallit, the thing. The benchmark for Black Myth Hong Kong. See if my system can handle it. Have you been playing a lot of extraction games lately? Been trying them all out. I avoid extraction games because they all feel the same to me. Yeah, now you gotta tag Ilgi in the Discord when shit goes down so he can enjoy the entertainment value of it. So now, what were the names of the people? I could probably actually just Just YouTube, like, put it in the search bar. And we can probably get some counter arguments. If I see the names pop up, right, we might get some information about what the fuck is going on. Drama Saga is over now completely. Yeah, probably, but I still want to understand this. I do still want to understand what people are doing. Is this like an emotional thing? Accursed Farms and Louis Rossman. So the Louis Rossman video is a bit long. And it's just going to be him talking. So let's see Accursed Farms. But maybe Louis Rossman's actually worth listening to because the guy actually knows what he's talking about a lot. So, this 41-minute video, I don't know why it's saying I watched it, I just opened it in a second tab. Or maybe it's because I clicked on the end by mistake here. I will not allow you to watch a 26-minute video. I'm trying to look for a short summation of this. I did watch an offhand video from some other guy who started personally attacking Pirate Software, and when I watched this before any of this drama off stream, I was like, this kind of seems to have no value to it. Because he was just attacking the guy for nepotism and being a furry or something. So that didn't seem to be very valuable. My thing about Stop Killing Games is that it has a lot of downside. I think it needs to be reworked. I think these people need to stop arguing with each other and rework the fucking thing into something functional. Instead of being assholes who just go after each other emotionally. Right, but from a content perspective, it's fucking genius for them to start attacking each other and manipulating each other and taking sides and stuff like that. You know what, we'll go with the Louis Rossman one. And we'll go from there, because he's probably got the most informed opinion as someone who's been fighting against Apple his entire life. So much that it's aged him into a different human being. So that might be worthwhile. I had like a bunch of videos lined up for this that I wanted to watch on Tuesday, and that didn't happen. So let's just go from here and see what happens. We'll get the most informed opinion, and then we'll move on. Then we'll go on to Black Myth Hong Kong. Monkey game.
Going? Hope you're having a lovely day. I'm feeling really out of it over the past few weeks. I've just bitten off more than I can chew. So I'm going to be reading from notes as I do this video. I just didn't have it in me to like have all my points in my head like I usually do to have that kind of stream of consciousness video. So today what I wanted to do is I wanted to follow up on the video I did on Ross Scott and the campaign to stop killing games. For those of you who are not familiar with it, I did a video about 6 months ago on Ubisoft. There was an executive at Ubisoft that said people should become comfortable not owning games. You probably imagine what I think about this given my stances on right to repair and ownership. Anyway, moving on, the reason that this pissed a lot of people off is because Ubisoft was a perfect example of why this is a problem. There's a game called The Crew. This game is playable online when you connect to a server, but it also has a campaign mode and has single-player modes that are considerably usable. They're viable. There are people out there that like the single-player mode, and after Ubisoft decided to shut down the server, this single-player mode was no longer able to work. And this aggravated a lot of people that paid for the game. This game was not advertised as a service. There are games that are advertised as a service, but this was advertised as a game that you purchased, that you bought and paid for. And again, the meaning of the word purchase in America used to mean something with regards to ownership. If I bought a game and I have a copy of the game, you know, I kind of figure like I can keep playing that game in single player mode without having to connect to your server. So this pissed a lot of people off, including Mr. Ross Scott, who decided to try and push an initiative.
So that seems like a fair take from one. It seems like he's taking a rather objective take. Right? It pissed a lot of people off, and I think the problem is the Stop Killing Games movement is coming from an emotional standpoint where it should be coming from a logical, regulatory one, but we've got one emotional reaction that's led to another emotional reaction, and now everyone's reacting emotionally and picking sides in a war that they should be fighting on the same side as, right? They should be helping improve the framework they want to build instead of tearing each other down. I think more games will start causing more subscription services and cost a lot more to just outright buy, because keeping the game servers up costs money, right? So iconic. There's even something much worse that people can do, right? So you could have a legalese framework that says, okay, if you shut down this game and someone else wants to put it back up, they can, and they have the legal right to do so. So what Nintendo does is they run a fucking server for each and every game that's decommissioned on a fucking Raspberry Pi, right, that barely runs anything, and they use it as a server, and that prevents people from legally then using a game as a secondary software. I imagine Nintendo would do something like that. So it needs, like, the Stop Killing Game movement actually needs to be as rigid and as fucking strong as possible and hyper-specific about each and every single condition. Because if it's not, it will immediately have loopholes that every single company will exploit without fucking hesitation.
Called Stop Killing Games, and you can read about that over here. You can read all the specifics of it. This is
okay, that's
EU
fair.
Initiative
That's fair,
here.
Jimmy.
This is not a bill. This is not even a draft bill or a law. This is the EU's version of, we've written down something on a napkin for consideration. Let's see if we can turn it into something later. Now, there's a person who...
I disagree with that take. You don't make a petition that big and get people to sign it without having thought through some of it. That's why I said I think it's in a middle phase. This is not napkin size. This is something that's beyond a first take. This is something they've thought through, but they haven't thought through enough.
Really dug into this with a lot of criticism, and he's quite popular on YouTube. Mr. Pirate Software over here, his name is Thor, and from 10 hours and 24 minutes to 10 hours and 41 minutes in this particular video, he goes over everything that he believes is functionally wrong and useless with this campaign from the perspective of a video game developer. And a lot of people have been just shitting on him in the comments relentlessly, and I've had a lot of people email me shitting on him as well, and I don't think that that's really appropriate. I want to explain why. There was a class that I took recently where he had to go over some literature.
So now people are emailing Louis about pirate software. That's how high up in their feelings they're getting. Holy shit.
Some kind of poems and stuff like that. And I chose this one poem by Emmanuel Xavier. The work that I discussed really didn't consider any of the reasons that these problems occur. They didn't consider any of the shades of gray, any of the reasons that people may come to these decisions. It's just like, you either agree with this or you're unreasonable. And I don't really like that. It's one thing to be bombastic when you're discussing something that aggravates you, like I am in these videos. But when you are talking about legislation, you really do need to dig into the details, and you have to understand why things are the way they are before you try to go about changing the world. And when I'm discussing legislation about whether it's John Deere or wheelchair stuff or right to repair in my field, I really do try to engage with the other party and try to figure out what their concerns are. What bothers me when it comes to stuff like Apple is they won't tell me what their real concerns are. They have this copy.
So Apple is malicious as fuck, right? If you think the gaming industry is bad, you should probably look into something like what Apple does on its back end. It's planned obsolescence, it's manipulative copyright laws, the way that tech people like him can't even get schematics to repair things because Apple goes out of their way to fuck people over as hard as possible. Removal. Sorry, I got that cock in my mouth. Removal of right to repair, so on and so forth. By the way, there's already a lobbying group. Wow. Jesus Christ. They move fast.
I used the same terminology of Louis when I was deep in that drama. We were both wrong, me and Louis. Sometimes we are wrong, folks. Made mistakes, little mistakes, big mistakes. Sorry, folks.
Who maintains and patches pirate servers? It will get done. Hell, it's already being done. This movement is really just looking for legal protection. This is what I'm saying, right? Manacle Metal is, I think they need to establish not just a precedent, but a legal framework that says that if a company stops providing a game, it's not the onus of the company to develop it into a functional game again. But if that game is gone and some guy picks it up, straps it to a server, works his way through the back end and turns it into something that people can play again and want to play, there should be no legal recourse for a company like Nintendo or Ubisoft to sue those people, even though they hold the IP because they're not providing the product or the service that they have, right? There's so much to do here. Like I said, a lawyer guy I knew in university told me that any legal contract or law or regulation you write up, you got to write it up like there's a fucking genie in front of you that is going to give you a wish, but he's going to monkey paw the shit out of you with it. And so you need to be so hyper specific that there's no way around that, right? So I think it's the right idea, but they need to take it like a million steps further.
Pasted nonsense from lobbyists that is just, in my opinion, made up bullshit. But here you're actually hearing the criticisms from the perspective of a video game developer that's, whether you like it or not, is actually trying to engage in good faith. So just randomly shitting on this guy, I really think that that's a crappy thing to do, and I don't think it's appropriate. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to try and go through his criticisms.
Also, yeah, I spoke about it before, but also like the like having some level of royalty. If they're going to monetize it, and it's not going to be some kind of not-for-profit idea, right? So the IP of the artistry and the artwork and so on and so forth is still things that remain within the copyright holders, the original copyright holders' purview. And if someone else wants to monetize it, there should be some recourse for royalties. And if you wanted to do it in the most ideal and justified way, there are only royalties paid out as a percentage of total profit earned by that company. So if they, or that group of people who's reset up the game. So let's say they monetized it, they reset up the game, but the game keeps on losing money. There is no obligation to then pay for the royalty system. But if they are making some level of profit, some percentage of that royalty should be paid out to the original IP holder.
So
but yeah, they have to be super complex. Like, that's why I say it needs to be a framework, not just a fucking precedent. It needs to be a skyscraper, not a fucking box on the street.
Opinion on it, try to figure out how this could manifest in the real world, and then just go over some of my thoughts on it. So if I'm understanding it right, and feel free to correct me if I'm not, Mr. Thor, he believes that the initiative is too vague and it needs to be specific to single-player games that don't require a server for support. He's arguing that this would burden video game developers, so you would have to design games with this initiative in mind, that they are going to have to be playable even when the manufacturer... I'm so used to dealing...
So one of these things is, like, this is why I talk about this needing to be extremely robust, right? Who's going to enforce all of this? Well, the government enforces everything pretty well otherwise. I mean, the EU went after EA for their surprise mechanics and did pretty fucking well there, so they've shown that they have the capability to do all of this. They have the capacity and the capability. It just depends on whether they choose to or not.
Right to repair, when the publisher and developers turn off the server. The third is that there's some code that cannot be provided to customers because you can have licensing agreements on particular code where it's only available to the game developer, but they're not licensing the ability to give it to you. It feels that politicians don't understand video gaming, and they're going to mess it up, and
they will.
Yeah.
Regulators will mess this up. Like I say, the biggest problem that I see, the biggest obstacle, is not rewording stop killing games. The biggest obstacle is not finding some framework that works for both the developer or the publisher and the consumer. The biggest obstacle I actually see is there are a bunch of fucking boomers sitting there collecting a paycheck in the regulatory offices of all these government buildings that are supposed to be working under some CPA legislation and protecting consumers, but they're just not doing that, right? They're just not doing that because they think technology is a candle that has a metal holder underneath it. That's what they think technology is. They're too fucking old and stupid, and if you sneezed hard enough near one of them, they'd probably turn to dust, or at least sue you for assault if they survived the attempt. Still like the idea of a server marking application run locally, then being an option simulate other players. That might work. Client-side authority is very different, but if you are doing it as a single player, I don't see an issue with it. I think the complexity comes in when it becomes like a multiplayer issue. And I think this is why I say it needs to be robust, right? Is the second you make some overarching law that says, okay, only single player games are regulated like this, guess what? Every fucking game in the future is going to have some always online piece of shit strapped to it. Right? That will happen immediately. And then there'll have to be an exception for you can't just strap an always online system to it if it doesn't add anything. So then what they'll do is they'll add the bare minimum to make sure that they keep up with that regulation. And it becomes a boxing match that never gets solved. right? It needs to be from the set outgo a highly robust, highly frameworked system that cannot be like twisted or worked around by pieces of shit like EA and Nintendo. Those are the two manipulative assholes in the like who are going to fuck things up the most when trying to get like this regulation passed. They will squirm and twist whichever way possible to get out of this. Remember, EA is the same people who called loot boxes and gambling, quote, surprise mechanics. Of course they're going to do everything to get out of the situation.
Whether it's politicians or industry lobbyists, they are kind of clueless, and I'll give you some examples later. And he states that retroactively applying this to all games would be a disaster. The law should not be retroactive. This is reasonable. To just completely shit on this guy, in my opinion, is not the way to get things done. You're also not going to get buy-in for people in the industry. And even if people in the industry don't particularly agree with you, you would rather at least kind of try and meet them in some way where instead they'll say, listen, I don't like this, versus I will dedicate my life to ensuring that this doesn't pass. Initiatives, they're not draft bills. So in the United States, like we'll have an idea, you'll have a draft bill. With right to repair, there are bills from 2015 that were not passed until 2022 or 2023. So there's literally 6 to 8 years of amendments that will go on before anything is passed. And that often requires input from all of the parties that will be affected by it. This over here is not even a draft bill. This is an initiative. So this is like going to McDonald's and I don't have a pen. I'm going to use ketchup on a napkin to draft out an idea. So I can understand.
So again, like he said, I think he's being too generous with this. This is not ketchup on a napkin because they've got a petition that people are signing. I think it is early stage, but it's not that early stage. I think he's being far too generous on this point. I think someone should have looked at this and be like, we need to account for certain issues and then worry about this. Because right now they've said things that are actively damaging to the thing they're trying to get past and caused a schism between the people who would have helped them otherwise, but at the same time, the people who would have helped them otherwise have made the schism worse by reacting emotionally. If the EU called them surprise mechanics, does that mean normal game mechanics are the new bot communicated to players? Are new and bot communicated to players are affected? Yes.
And why somebody would be concerned,
Yes.
But it's essentially written on a napkin. A lot of this stuff is stuff that will be changed with time. Even if the stakeholders of this don't want it changed, it's going to get changed with time. This is written on a napkin. There's no real genuine legalese here. He does quote from different articles, and we're going to go over some of those articles later. But again, this is not a law. Secondly, this initiative is not going to require games to be updated retroactively. When a right to repair bill passes, they don't have to go back through all their hardware from 1990 through...
Good. The onus should not be on the original developer after they've ceased provision of the game in any form or metrical system.
2023 and make parts and schematics and diagrams available, because that would be fairly unreasonable. What it usually means is not only does it not apply retroactively, it also applies in the future. So a bill that's passed in 2022 may say in it, this does not apply to anything created before May of 2024. So not only are they not going to require that this particular piece of legislation apply retroactively to everything, it also usually doesn't even apply until a date far into the future. The EU may do things a little bit differently, but from what I've seen, they have a date into the future, even in the EU, as to when it is they are going to apply. So I could completely understand a video game developer saying, do I really have to go back and patch code from 2004?
Yeah, no, that would be crazy.
The amount of resources that may take a smaller studio or a smaller developer, that really is the type of thing that will be burdensome on them. It will be burdensome on a large company, but they pay for it, whereas a small company, I can imagine them going bankrupt over it. That's not going to apply in that case. Now, when it comes to live service gaming, there is this thing with advertising. If you're advertising a game as $5 a month, you are paying for this game as a service. You're paying $5 a month for the game. It runs on our server. We can shut this down at a given point in time, and once we shut it down, we will no longer charge you money. That's an honest transaction right there. And even if I don't like that model very much, I can respect the truth in advertising that exists here. The problem that I have is with a different type of live service game, where it is not sold as a live service game. It is sold as a game.
I think there are still ways around that, like I've explained before.
That you purchase. Something like The Crew, from what I see, and to be clear, I'm kind of ignorant here because I'm not really into the whole live service game thing. It doesn't look like this was sold as a live service game. It was sold in a manner where I, as a consumer who's not really hyper into the modern gaming community, would imagine that what I was purchasing was a game that I can continue to play single player without ever having to think about Ubisoft shutting down something into the future.
Man, I wonder how many takes he took for that part, because there were like 4 cuts in like half a second. These jump cuts. Yeah, okay, I just saw that. Yeah, I agree with you, Metal. That was wow. That one, I felt like I was having a stroke. Funny thing is, there will come any legislation out of SKG. It won't be finished and effective in the next 5 years. Yeah, and it'll probably be bootstrapped with something sick and disgusting, like politicians reserve the right to have sexual relations with underage children. You got to remember, whenever a law is signed into place, it's not signed as a singular law or regulation. It's signed as a stack of laws that all get pushed at once. And so either all the laws are okay or none of them are okay. Or at least that's how the general republic kind of system works. A little bit different in the EU, but not much better. And so it's kind of like it'll be something that's only effective 10 years from now, but it's a good starting point. I think there needs to be... I think this is why I say, like, this needs to be as close to a finalized state as possible so that there's very little to argue against. When he cuts, it's because he usually stumbles on words and shit in order to recompile more cohesive thoughts. Like, if you watch his full uncut versions, he does words. Okay, yeah, that happens a lot. He should just do a retake, but I suppose this... I don't know, this guy is a YouTuber. I mean, 2 million subs. He does know what he's doing. I don't know, who am I to fucking criticize with my tiny ass channel?
If I bought that game, I would expect that I could continue playing it. So for me, it's not even necessarily about single player versus multiplayer. It's about how it was sold. If you sold the game as a purchase, that's different than you selling a rent leased service where it's $5 a month. I know at the end of the month I have to pay. If I don't pay at the end of the month, I don't get the game. And if you shut down the server, which you're allowed to do at any given time, I will not be billed anymore. There's a difference in the honesty there. And I think a lot of the problem that consumers have is not necessarily the concept of live service games versus games that are fully local. I think the problem that a lot of consumers have is the complete lack of honesty in the way that this is sold, which is something that it does.
Yes. So I think he's right about this. Most consumers are sold games like a "this is yours, here you go," and then afterwards they say, "No one told you it was yours, I'm taking it away from you." Right? They sell it as a product that you own, but then they tell you that it's not. Right? Which is a pretty clever tactic, because they're like, you don't actually know what you're buying. Oh, you're buying the license. You're not buying the game, which is such a fucking obfuscation. That's so sneaky. And I don't think most people understand that they're buying a license versus the game. And that's why I say in a lot of cases, with the large majority of games, there should be no differentiation between owning the license and owning the game. The same way that your driver's license is a physical representation of the actual information that you have past the driver's license.
Does need to be addressed. When it comes to licensing agreement, there's certain software that Thor mentioned that he may not even have a license to allow you to have. The license that he gets from whoever he's getting the code from, or the rights to rates. Rights. I told you guys that.
Ching chong, ping pong, bing bong, king kong, ling long, ting thong, sing
We'll get there. We'll get there. Sure. Okay. We'll get to Black Myth Hong Kong. Okay. Just this video, then we're on to Black Myth Hong Kong.
To the trademarks for. This may be a license that he has as a dev, or he has, but he can't give that to you. So again, I'm just going to pull an example out of my ass here. Let's say you have a racing game. I don't know, like something like The Crew. I'm not saying that this game is done this way. I'm just trying to give you a hypothetical analogy. Let's say you have a game like this, and let's say that the physics for the car driving was not developed by Ubisoft. They got that code from somewhere else. That code may be code that they have a license to use for a certain period of time, but that may be code that they're not allowed to give you a license for permanently. So let's say they have a license for have that code for about 5 years.
Royalties. Fix that with royalties.
And let's also apply to something like a logo in a car. Let's say they have a Ferrari in there and they have a specific car, but they have to license the ability to have that within their game, to use their trademarks. That license may be for 5 years. Now, if that license ends, if they stop paying after 5 years, that means that you can't have access to it either, because they only paid for a temporary license. But you have that game which you purchased, which means they need a way to disable access to you. Now, the problem that I would have in that case is that they should advertise that this game is not going to work in 5 years because of a license that we have on the code, or a license that we have on the logos, license we have on the material.
So you see what he's talking about here is, again, it's like, it's using a Band-Aid to cover someone who's missing a limb, right? That's what this sounds like to me. because it's like he's saying games should have an expiry date on it, like it's fucking milk. That doesn't solve the problem. That's just like, by the way, when you buy this game, here's the problem with it.
In that game, that's never really put out there. Now, one of the arguments to be made here is that the manufacturer of the game, the developer of the game, may want to renew that license after 5 years if the game is still doing well. So if the game is not doing well, they shut off the server. But if the game is selling like hotcakes, they may decide that they want to renew that license. So they don't really want to pigeonhole themselves into a box by putting in the advertising materials, this game will not work on this date in 2028. Because if the game is still selling, they may want to continue having it work. And I understand that idea that the manufacturer wants to have that freedom into the future. However, so do the people who bought the fucking game.
Yeah.
If I bought this game, I don't really care about your licensing agreements for the code. I don't care about your licensing agreements for
internal issue. No one gives a fuck. Let me play my video game. That's what people care about.
Any of this stuff, because back in the day, we didn't have to care. When you bought a game like Gran Turismo 2 on your PlayStation 1, you didn't have to worry about any of this. And there was no worry about licensing. All the cars in that game, a lot of them were real cars. Whatever licensing they worked out with any of the manufacturers of those cars, whatever license it was a license where I could continue to play.
Yeah, but that's when video gaming wasn't that big of an industry. And so like people outside the video game industry, like, yeah, go make your fucking beep boop game. We don't care. Yeah, pay us $2,000. And then they realized how fucking profitable it was. And then the contracts changed.
Play Gran Turismo 2 today in my PlayStation 1. Either A, the code they used for the physics, I don't know what they did. Either A, they bought a right to use the code and to have a lifetime ability to use that code in that particular game. Or B, they wrote the code for that themselves. Whatever it is, somehow, some way, back in the day, this was not an issue. And if the issue right now is that the licensing agreements for code or the licensing agreements for trademark, copyright, anything going into the game are such that you literally have to disable the game, even if it is capable of being run locally in single player mode, a law like this would throw a wrench into the works. Yet I would argue that that's a wrench that needs to be thrown at some point in time. Because if the people licensing this code, or if the people
Also, yes, the industry is now bigger than music and film. Yes, it dwarfs, like, you have no idea. Gaming dwarfs music and film, right? It is the biggest fucking dick in the room when it comes to entertainment. There is nothing bigger than video games when it comes to the entertainment. Movies, Hollywood, all that shit is nothing. It is a flea on the back of a whale in comparison to what video games are. Just the sheer profit derived from the video game industry is insane. And you know what's really funny is gaming is still not treated as like a serious form of entertainment or art in any metric whatsoever, because people so far up their asshole in places like Hollywood like to pretend that gaming is nothing, but really they're literally nothing. They're literally nothing in comparison to video games. And also, yes, Follow is probably right. I would bet it's more than half of it that's probably mobile slop, because that's where all the profit incentive is, because you can put the most predatory shit in there, because every single mobile game player is like, it's like you spend your life around human beings and all of a sudden you try and go and live with fucking lemurs in the forest, right? That might be insulting to the lemurs. Mobile game players will do anything. They will pay any amount of fucking money for their little beep boop game on their phone, and it's insane. It's insane how they've manipulated them into doing that shit.
Licensing these trademarks are doing it in such a way that they're literally handcuffing the developers to the point where they couldn't even give you a server binary if you wanted it. That's a serious problem, because this is something that I've really thought about for a while. You know, why not just give the users the server binary? Well, they may literally not legally be allowed. The developers may be handcuffed as a result of their...
Yeah, that's probably a legalese issue. I don't think the onus, again, is on the initial company. I think that's onto the guy, whoever wants to bootstrap it in some backwards way to get it working outside of that company.
Arrangements with the people that they license the code, the trademarks, the copyright for whatever's in the game from. And if that's the case, if a law like this were passed, I imagine that would be kind of I hope, to be clear, I'm not going to say it would be, I hope that would be a negotiating stick for the developers and the publishers to say to the people that they're licensing this stuff from, hey man, these licensing agreements don't work anymore. I can't sell my game to hundreds of millions of people. I can't even offer this to them if you're going to do this. And at that point, I imagine that it would result in some sort of different negotiating style. Now, let's go down the whole rabbit hole of server binaries. One of the things that I would think, as somebody who's ignorant of all this, is if the game requires a server to run, why not just give them an exe? I would think you should just give me the exe for the server binary. If it runs on Spark, if it runs on a Pentium 1, if it runs on some random shit that you made, whatever it is, you would technically be in compliance with the law as long as you provided a server binary that allows somebody to spin up a server in their house. All you would have to modify in the game, in this this hypothetical case, I imagine, would be have a little fill-in box where you would change the address of the server that was hard-coded into the game with the address of your server. What this does not take into account, which is very important, is that most modern infrastructure it's going to connect to buckets somewhere else. It's going to connect to containers and storage and databases that are somewhere else. So even if you were to give somebody the executable of the server, it wouldn't necessarily work because the game
This is all minutia, what he's talking about. I think this is up to the guy who picks up the game that died and wants to reset it and figure it out. I think that's up to them to figure out. This is all internals. This is not something someone on the front end gives a fuck about at all.
Developer or the game publisher is still paying AWS. They're still paying for this bucket. They're still paying for this storage. They're still paying for this Snowflake database or whatever the hell else they're using. To be clear, I'm not a game developer, but you get the point here. Even if you give somebody the server binary, the way that they developed the game, they did not develop that server in a way where they could just hand it off to you. They didn't develop this using that 1990s concept of everything being local, or even the concept from 10 years ago of how cloud worked, where you're just using stuff on another computer. You may have a server that is connecting to 10 or 15 different computers in order to allow that game to work, and those 10 or 15 different computers that this one server is connecting to are all servers that have subscriptions for it. You're paying for AWS, subscription. You're paying for storage in this particular place, storage that is scalable over time in the way that S3 buckets at Amazon are scalable. They're paying for that. So to give somebody an EXE would be difficult. This would require that they rethink the entire concept of how the server is put together, which would be a serious problem if we are talking about games that came out 5 or 10 years ago. This would not be as easy as just giving somebody an EXE, depending on how the game was developed. If going forward they knew that they had this requirement, then the game may be developed differently. And he makes...
So going forward and going backwards are two different issues. You can't retroactively apply that to dead games. So you would have to have an entirely different segment. Again, like I said, needs a legal framework that's rigid and robust, as opposed to just here's some precedent that can be manipulated and twisted in every way possible.
It's a good point here, which is you would have to rethink how you develop the game in order to be in compliance with this, and that could cause extra work. That would mean thinking about how to create this for local infrastructure, as well as creating it for if you're connecting to 5, 10 or different servers somewhere else. This would require one of two things. Behind door number one, you would provide the code open source and say, here you go, like, have fun. Set up your own S3 bucket, set up your own...
That is never fucking happening, by the way. No one's just giving you open source. That's never happening.
AWS, set up your own Microsoft Azure, set up your own Snowflake shit. Like, we gave you the source code, have fun. Or let's say you don't want to open source your game. You have no desire to open source your game. You want to keep it closed source. I understand that. You would have to design the server in a way where there's a local mode, maybe some sort of thing in Docker like what Image does or what Freegate does or what Mailcow does. You would have to create some sort of local system like that and then have your system, which is designed to be scalable. And this would mean designing with that in mind. Now, if this was a law that applied retroactively, I would say that this is completely unfair because that's a lot of freaking work to do for the past 10 years of shit. Being a law that may go into effect in 2026, 2027, 2028, I'm okay with it. Does it make things harder? Yes. If that's what's necessary to bring back ownership, I do think that that's worth it. It's not as much an issue with understanding, it's an ideological difference as to whether or not this should get pushed through. And I understand the game developer's perspective, which is I want to develop my game the way I want to develop my game. But I also understand the consumer's perspective, which is you use the word purchase here. You did not use the word service game that expires at this particular time. The instruction manual does not say if I don't pay $5 a month after this date, it won't work. The manual nor the box say that this game is going to turn off in 7 years. I want to keep playing my game.
See, this is the disparity he's talking about here, right? Some people want to treat it like a service and others want to treat it like a product. But the issue is that the gaming industry seems to treat it like a service, but sell it as if they're giving you a product, right? They manipulate you into believing this is a thing you own and it's not actually a service. That is the manipulation I'm seeing going on here, right? That's where the disparity between some people who say it's a service and some people who say it's a product seems to come from for me, right? If there was some level of regulatory clarity, it can't come from the devs because obviously the devs are going to say, no, it's a service. And then still sell it as a product and lie to people's faces and never get caught for it. And you can't give it to anyone else and just stamp it down as a product. There would need to be a regulatory definition saying this type of game is a service and this type of game is a product. You cannot do this thing to your customer based on this category underneath which you lie.
I understand that. So then it becomes an issue of which one of these is more important. And in my opinion, the one that leans a little bit more towards ownership is the one that matters. Providing support to people when they're running their own server. Even if you open source the server, even if you did that, you know, if you've been in a customer service-based business, that you are going to get a bunch of people bothering you. I have people that will email me asking questions on how to fix their own shit. After I've made 1,000 YouTube videos, I have instructional guides on my wiki that are 10 pages long.
Yep.
They will ask these questions and expect answers for free. And if I don't give answers to detailed questions for free, they will get mad at me. In other cases that I have people that will actually get mad at me because I don't fix things that I don't have the ability to fix because I cannot get parts anymore because they have not been available for 6 years. Somebody like this, who I'm not kidding, used to have the name Zeus the Mighty Oak, which was just, oh my God, that was hysterical. Left me a 1-star review because I was not able to fix something. In my YouTube videos, this product was fixable in a video I did in 2014. The part stopped being available in decent condition 2015.
Yeah, but you see now this is part of customer service. If you're expecting your average Joe off the street to understand that you could fix this 5 years ago, but you can't fix it now because you can't get the parts, you're off your fucking rocker thinking you're going to get away with that, right? Because the average Joe does not understand this. I used to work as a waiter, right? And I got to see some of the most special, unique cases of individuals walk through those those restaurant doors. And let me tell you, the dumbest shit I've heard in my life has come out of those people. Right. I started to actually hate people actively after working that job for a while. And so these people who have no understanding or knowledge of what the fuck is going on will tell you how to do your job, explain to you that your job must be done in a certain mechanism. When you explain to them it can't be done in that mechanism, they then get mad at you and tell you that, fuck you, you're lying to me, you're a piece of shit, and then leave you a 1-star review. That's how it works.
Arguably 2014, depending on who you're buying it from. 2015 passes, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We're talking about a device that was manufactured in 2011. If I could fix it because I could get parts, I would. But I couldn't. The parts in the market were 99% shit. They were parts where people were scratching off the old date codes and putting on new ones to pretend that they were new when they were not. They were parts that I knew were going to fail 2 months after I put them on the board, if they even worked. So rather than tell them, yeah, sure, take this service, I'll give you a 45-day warranty and it'll die on 3 months, I said, I'm not going to do that. And what did I get in return for it? 1-star review. Customers can be unreasonable. So I understand when he says, if I make this server available, if I say, okay, fine, here's your server, learn how to set up Docker on your own, have fun. Even though that would technically be complying with the law, he would have a bunch of customer service requests that would be a royal pain in the ass. You can create a canned response in Freshdesk or your email software or whatever the hell you're using to handle tickets saying, this game is no longer supported. We are happy to make the code available to you. We're not going to charge you for the code. We're going to give you all the stuff you need to set up a server. Here's all the internal documentation. Or if you open source it, here's the source code. I can't walk you through how to set up a server, bro. This game is 9 years old. Yeah. Sorry. And there are going to be people...
Like I said, the onus of this should be on the person trying to reset it up. As a chef, the vegan that wanted us to cook their food with all pans and pots that have never touched meat type of people. So that sounds like a chef problem to me, and I used to know a chef. So when I worked at this restaurant, it was relatively fancy. They paid me a decent salary, even though they ignored child labor laws. I willingly went to the coal mine. The chef I worked under, his name was Paul. And if he heard some stupid shit like that, he would immediately come out, lie to the vegan's face, say, no, don't worry, we've got special pans just for you. And they would end up with pubes in their food immediately. Or without fail, there would be like taint on their salad. He would put his balls on everything. And then he would specifically use the meatiest pan he could.
People that understand that and are reasonable. There are going to be people that never even have to understand that because the first result on Google will be somebody else that's running that server for them that puts together a really great guide. And then you're going to have dickheads like this. And the thing is, even though you're going to have dickheads like this, in my opinion, they're going to wind up being the minority, and they're not really going to destroy the reputation of your company. I have a lot of people that call me that are dicks like that. And it's a very, very small percentage of them that are actually petty enough to leave reviews, because most of the time, when you have people that are that petty, they know they're being petty. They know they're being assholes in their head, and they feel some sorts of shame about it, even though they
don't feel shame about it. They feel satisfied knowing that they're fucking you as hard as possible because you told them no and you couldn't do the magic thing that they asked you for. They enjoy that.
Acting on their emotions when they call you, but they know they're being assholes, so they don't leave a review. And then there are a few of them that do, but even though I have to deal with a lot of assholes like that, 4.9 stars, 1,700 reviews, even before YouTube, archive.org it, you'll see. 2 years before I started my YouTube channel, piled up of 5-star reviews. The initiative should address live service games that are designed to be massively multiplayer versus games with both campaign and multiplayer modes, where even the single player mode gets shut down. Personally, I would want this to apply across the board, but I could understand if it only applied to games where it was not sold this way. You have games that are sold as services, and then you have games that are sold as games. And I think that the initiative actually does make a good argument as to how it is this could already be separated. There's one particular word that is really important. We wish to invoke Article 17, squiggly shit 1 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, gobbledygook here. No one may be deprived of his or her possessions except in the public interest and in the cases under the condition provided by law, subject to fair
So that's the question that needs to be asked. Do you actually own your game? And if you don't own your game, is it then fraud that they are selling it like you own your game? Instead of it's a game that you get to play for a little while and is going away and will expire like the milk in your fridge. That's the question that needs to be answered there.
Compensation being paid in good time for their loss. This practice deprives European citizens of their property by making it so that they effectively lose access to their product in an indeterminate, arbitrary amount of time after the point of sale. We wish to see this remedied at the core of this initiative. It says possession, so that really does go there to how was this sold. Something like The Crew, that is sold to me as a possession. It's not sold to me as a service. Now, it functions as a live service game. But simply because it has functions of a live service game does not mean that I'm going to refer to it that way. There are games that have the functionality of live service games that are sold as a possession, and then there are games that have the functionality of a live service game that are sold as a live service game. These are two very, very different things, I think that's important.
Usually in the EULA, they say they are selling you a service, which sucks. As far as I'm aware, in the EULA, what they're telling you is that they're selling you a license to play the game, which is an indirect version of a service, as opposed to a direct experiential service, like going and seeing a movie in a theater, right? Either way, if they're doing that, then there should be specific stipulation that follows up that says you are not allowed to at any point tell people that they are buying the game, but rather that they are buying an experience. Right? Otherwise, they're lying. They're flat out lying to their customers, and there should be some level of CPA protection from that there.
Important. So one of the things that I went over in a video that I did a while ago was how Sony was selling things with their terms of service. They had said, here's all the stuff that's going to be removed from your library, even though you purchased it. They did change their mind after a lot of consumer backlash, but there were a lot of items where they said that what you had bought and paid for was gone. Use of the terms own, ownership, purchase, sale, sold, rent, or buy in this agreement, or in connection with PSN content does not imply or mean transfer of ownership of any content data. Okay, so again, the intellectual property is not transferred. That makes sense. All content provided is licensed on a non-exclusive and revocable basis to you for personal, private, non-transferable, non-commercial.
So you see, it is licensed to you. Should games that are sold on online platforms like Steam, GOG be treated differently than physical copies? Absolutely not. Right? If you purchase a digital copy of a book, is it not your book? Right? If you've got something that's a digital version that you've stored on your local machine, that is no different than having something that you own as a physical copy. It should be the same thing. That should fall under the same thing, but it won't. They'll find some way to twist it and manipulate it. I can only talk in ideals when it comes to this.
Limited use. Here, they are actually trying to take the word purchase and just pretend that it means something it doesn't. If you have a live service game where you say, this is a service that you are subscribing to, that is different from calling it a purchase. And my problem primarily with all of this has been when somebody calls something a purchase when it is not. You cannot use a contract to redefine the word purchase. If you call something purchase, but you have the ability to take it away from me, that is a rental, or that is a lease. Do not call it
Yes.
something it is not, and do not use contract.
He's right about that. You shouldn't be able to use the word purchase. If someone says buy the game and then they treat it as a service, they should be prosecuted for that. There should be some kind of fine applied or some kind of legal punishment attached to that. You sell it as a service if it is a service. You sell it as a product if it is a product. Otherwise, that's deceptive.
Contracts are defined as something it is not. Now, you may think as a result of this, everybody's just going to call it a purchase of a revocable license. In the US, you could probably get away with that shit. In the EU, they do have clauses regarding misleading terms in contracts, so I don't believe in the EU you'd be able to get away with that. If you were saying that what you're buying is a fucking game, you're purchasing a game, in that case, they're not going to be able to get around this. They're not going to be able to do some sneaky shit that they probably could in the US. But if you're calling it a live service game, you're probably fine. Wouldn't be caught up in the blanket of this. A possession is something you own. A subscription is not something that you own. A live service is not something you own. So as long as it's advertised honestly, you don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
If your game is not advertised properly, then there is a serious problem with it. The consumer needs the ability to make an informed decision. And if you're selling it as something that can go away at any given time, or you're selling it saying, on October 7th, 2025, this game will never work again, fine. But if you don't have that,
they shouldn't, there should actually be a stipulation that says you're not allowed to hide the expiry date of anything that's going away after a certain time period within the TOS. It should say in big, bold fucking letters, game releases on this date, game will be dead on this date. Right? That's how they should actually market it if they wanted to go that way. I still think this is a band-aid on a bleeding leg that's been chopped off. I still think there have to be better ways to do this that keep games alive, even in private hands and shit like that. But legal clarity around what is a definition and what isn't is probably the right way to go. That Smash Bros. Clone with Warner Brothers took the game away for months, even from people. Yeah, but that's Warner Brothers. They'll sue you for even mentioning the name Warner Brothers. Did you license that WB you put in chat, Randolph? Huh? The Warner Brothers lawyers will be up your ass soon. You best make sure you license that WB you put there. That's dangerous territory. Next, you're going to tell me you made a cartoon about Bugs Bunny being a recovering rapist. 10 points to the people who get that reference.
in the terms, and it's not obvious to the customer when they're buying it, that's where it's screwed up. And Thor said this is essentially, paraphrasing, this is shitting on the developer's desk, then telling the developer they have the problem of all the shit that was placed on their desk. I don't like when somebody else just shits on my desk either. This is why this initiative came up in the first place. The reason this became an initiative is because so many companies were shitting on their consumer's desk by saying, I know that you bought a game, not a service, but we're going to take it away from you. When you've had millions of people that have had their desk shit on, I don't think that they're shitting on the developer's desk. I think from the perspective of that gamer that bought that game that no longer works, what they're doing is they're taking the shit off of their desk and they're shoveling it onto the developer and publisher where it belongs. People are sick and tired of shit like Destiny 2, Titanfall, Division, and just many others that screw you over when it comes to your ability to actually play those games. There are games that were able to be transitioned into something that you could run a server for from an online-only game. Gran Turismo Sport, Knockout City, Mega Man, Marvel Avengers, Estonia, City of Heroes.
So not only is there precedent for this having happened in the past, it's been done over and over again with multiple games, meaning it's provably doable by individuals.
A lot of games where people were able to take this from an online only, and once it was not supported anymore, transition it into a game that you could play without having to connect to the internet. I think that you do have to take these gentlemen's considerations seriously. Like, to look at this dude straight in the face and just say, F you, I'm not going to, like, there's nothing that you've said is reasonable. I'm not going to engage at all. You're an asshole simply because you disagree with what I said. I don't think...
Yeah, all of that is just emotional responses and doesn't count for shit.
That's the way real activism works, and I don't think that actually gets anything done. I do think that you have to engage with a lot of his points, and you really do have to dig into all these details. And the thing is, I want to learn. With Apple and Right to Repair, I would love the real reason. When they say your privacy is at risk or your security is at risk if Lewis can get access to a charging chip, that's bullshit. I don't have the ability to engage when it in that manner, even though I would absolutely love to, because the manufacturer is completely full of shit and they're not acting in good faith. Here, even though this man likely disagrees with me on a number of things ideologically and doesn't like the initiative and is very strong in the criticism of the initiative, that doesn't mean that he's fundamentally lying. He's not paying for a lobbyist to say that magtrometers and microwaves will explode. He's not paying a lobbyist to say that when I change a fuse in a motherboard or when I run a wire, that I'm changing a MacBook into a PC and misrepresenting it to my customer as if it's still a MacBook, which is fraud. The level to which Apple and other manufacturers lie and gaslight politicians and users and their customers to try and trick them into accepting that which they should not accept is insane and completely different from what he's doing.
Okay, Nick. So you're saying Thor was right on this one. Rossman is way outside of his element and honestly needs to stick to his field. So I don't think he said anything unreasonable. I don't think he's even leaving his field that much. I think Thor's big issue here is he has some valid points, but he attacked the Stop Killing Games movement emotionally when he should have gone out of his way to actually help them form something better than the wacky wavy shit that is obviously not something that should be full statements, right? So you're going to need to tell me exactly, right, what Rossman was wrong about here, right? Because all he seems to have asked for so far is defined legal definitions for what is a product and a service, right? Shown a precedent for games that have been always online games that have then been pushed offline and developed individually. And I still think that one of his solutions that Rossman has proposed here is more of a band-aid on a missing leg than an actual solution, right? Which is the whole put an expiry date on the game. That's the biggest issue that I see here. Thor has valid criticisms, but he got emotional. Now we've got this whole war where two people who want the right thing should have been working together, but instead they're emotionally attacking each other and manipulating each other instead of actually aiming at doing something that might be beneficial for everyone. That's what I see here.
Disagrees. He doesn't like the idea ideologically, in my opinion, and he's poking holes in certain elements that were not fully fleshed out as a result of this being an initiative, not a draft bill. Or even if it was a draft bill, you're supposed to...
Yeah, but there were still people posting and petitioning on it. So I do think, like I said before, Louis Rossman is being too forgiving and Pirate Software is being too harsh on this. Pirate Software is treating this like this is a finalized bill. Louis Rossman is treating this like this is pie in the sky. Someone just came up with this idea. And the reality is that they need to iterate on this idea to reach something functional instead of pushing it right now. Before they started that petition, it should have been something they worked on a lot harder than what they've got.
Poke holes in it. It's not a full bill, but he has ideas on it. And all these people need to be at the table in order to come up with something that makes sense. You do have to consider where they're coming from. You can't just have this oversimplified thing of just don't limit it. You have to understand the way modern infrastructure works. You have to understand the way these games are developed. Am I saying that I changed my mind on any of these things? No, but you still have to dig into the weeds so that you can write legislation that doesn't suck. When he says stuff like politicians don't really understand gaming, it's not just politicians, the industry lobbyists that are lobbying on behalf of the video game developers against stuff like this don't understand anything.
Yeah, of course the lobbyists are going to go against it because they've got money in their back pocket. Of course they're going to push against this.
Console to protect their safeguards against sophisticated theft or piracy, to help the piracy video game software.
The piracy video game software?
To help the piracy video game software.
Do you at least read this into the mirror the night before you show up and testify in front of the committee? Or do you just write this on the bus on the way to the legislative building the same way that I did my earth science homework in 8th grade?
You got to remember, I treat all politicians as subhuman pieces of shit. None of them are human beings to me. They don't give a fuck about anything but filling their pockets. This has been proven to be true over and over and over and over again. And they keep doing this. They don't give a fuck what laws they pass as long as they get something beneficial out of it. What does it do for them? That is what I've noticed of politicians. A politician needs to go actively out of their way to prove to me they're a human being before I will even consider a single word that they say to be true.
Hardware have security features that are built into them, and they're known as technical protection measures or digital locks. These locks prevent the play of any unauthorized game. Put simply, if a video game console's firmware runs a verification check on a game and it is not a legitimate copy, the video game won't play the console.
Fuck me.
The video game won't play the console.
No, but seriously, my favorite part of this is how the lobbyist that's sitting next to her when she says that the video game will play the console, it's like, oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. The video game will play the console. The piracy data, lithium-ion battery, latest security will explode.
Like I said, politicians are subhumans. They read something. You could put anything in front of a politician, and if you pay them enough money, they will say it. right? Without any self-awareness, they will say it. As long as you've bribed them enough.
It's been almost 5 years since I did that video, and every time I hear it, I want to bang my head against the wall. Can you blame me? Anyway, that's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you all in the next video.
I learned nothing.
And if any of you want to talk, by all means, I would love to talk to this dude Thor. I'd love to have a go back and forth with Ross Scott on a live stream. I think it would be fun. We could all learn something. It doesn't have to be this adversarial throwing shit at each other thing. Let me know. My email is in the about page of my YouTube channel.
Yeah, good video. Decent take. Reasonable. I think some of what he said here about it, it sounds like temporary solutions or something that's too beneficial to devs, as opposed to something that should be directly consumer first, right? You know, her husband is getting some of the nastiest blowjobs possible because there's nothing but pure shit coming out of her mouth. I mean, fair, but with how much shit's coming out of her mouth, you would probably assume that it's anal instead. And he's got some infections. Okay. I've spent so much fucking time now just looking at the stop killing games thing. This was actually my plan for the Tuesday stream that I didn't get to because my fucking internet hasn't worked until today. So I'm kind of glad I went through that. Because now I can say I have my opinions formed on it. I've seen what people think. I've understood where they're coming from. I think both sides are actually at fault. I think Thor shouldn't have attacked this movement emotionally. He shouldn't have said this is disgusting and sick and fuck these people. I think that was very inflammatory of him. And I expected better of someone who understands the gaming industry and how reactionary that everyone can be to everything else around here. But I also think that the initial movement is kind of like... It's kind of like trying to pass a bicycle off as a fucking Ferrari. It's not gonna work. It's the poorest idea in the world, and they could do better. They can genuinely do better than, hey, let's just attack the crew and Ubisoft. Let's punish Ubisoft when they should be saying, let's protect the consumer, right? They are so up their own ass about trying to, punish a game developer that they're missing the bigger picture of let's make sure this never happens again. And now these two sides are fighting with each other like fucking parrots in a cage over the lost seed because their owner left last week and only filled up their food so much. Instead of doing something valuable or useful, it's just shit flinging from one side to the other. And with that said, I can now move the fuck on and do my benchmark test for Black Myth Hong Kong. Let's see if I can even put it in the category. Alright, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there's a category for it. Game's not even out. But it's just about time for me to try and benchmark the shit out of this game. And see if my system can handle it. See if Hong Kong's gonna, beat my shit into the dirt. 7 hours in. Damn, it's early. Man, I got you sooner than I expected to, Ashura. By the way, I play video games on stream. Okay, where did I put it? Where is it? ABC. Where's Black Myth Hong Kong? Okay, benchmark tool and patch notes. Play for free! That's my favorite kind of playing. An error occurred while installing Black Myth Ding Dong. Game not released. Okay, but where's the benchmark? Or can I not benchmark? Are you fucking serious? Does the benchmark... Did it only work for a specific day? Discuss. Benchmark doesn't work. Please help. Dead. 1. Petition to add more LGBTQAI++. The plus means pedophile, by the way. Characters in the game to represent the community more. We gotta end this homophobic trend Western people have, and you could be one of the... Isn't this game about animals? And the journey to the West? What the okay. Okay, I gotta pass on that. Keep this game neutral, okay. Cringe. This is definitely a troll. This has to be a troll, and he's got this guy up his own ass. Just turn off lower ray tracing. HDR, please. Okay, let's try that again. Let's try that again. No! Fuck! God damn it! Hold on. Now I have to Google this. Help. Black myth. Wukong. Hong Kong not working. Fuck me. How to fix the benchmark? There's a 2-day-old video on the benchmark not working. Holy shit. I can't believe it. Just crack the fucking benchmark. At this point, maybe.
The Black Myth Wukong benchmark tool on Steam, and it's not working. Basically, what happens to me is every time I tried loading it, it would go to a black screen for a couple of seconds, then just close down.
Okay, I'm not even getting that. I'm getting the Steam error. I'm getting the Steam error. At least type it in, let me Google instead of watch it on stream. Fuck me. No, I need to... Not installing. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Why is the benchmark tool not working? Some hot CCP malware. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, the Chinese government, when they tried to install it, they were like, hold on, we've already got a copy of CCP we defined kernel access on your PC. Why are you installing it again for us? Okay, this is just telling me about... Okay, so this is engagement content slop. Look how many ads there are on this shit. Right? They don't... this is not gonna fucking help. All this white space tells you where all the ads are. Right? This... Oh. And it's written by an AI. Of course it's fucking useless. Need help with the benchmarking tool. Okay, let's go to Plebit. Sorry, this post was deleted. Yes! Oh, of course it was deleted. It might have been useful. Oh, fuck me. God fucking damn it. Jesus Christ. Okay, okay. Maybe if I go to the benchmark tool separately from like the fucking store or something, right? Black Myth. Hold on. Benchmark tool. Okay, maybe if I do it from here, the game will play nice with me. Maybe we get it here. So we add to the library. Has been added to your account. It is now available in your Steam library. We're gonna do this backwards. And play a tool with the benchmark. No, I want to actually benchmark my system. I seriously do. There it is. Okay. Okay, we got somewhere. Hey, it's working. It's only 7 gigs. You just needed to do it fucking backwards, because everything, like I said, is held together with tissue paper and wishes. You just don't know it as a front-end user how desperately bad it is on the back end. And that's what seeing the internals of anything is like. You realize that it's divine intervention that it works at all. And it's not just China, it's everything. It's literally everything is built like that. Human beings are fucking D&D goblins. We just made it look pretty on the outside. It's really all just dog shit on the inside. Now let's see what their benchmarking involves. Do they just like run a loading screen and then it's here's your benchmark? It's like sneaking into North Korea. No, that's easier. It's getting out that's the problem. It's a real issue trying to get out of North Korea, especially when you stole Kim Jong-un's cupcakes. He's coming for you then. Was it Kim Jong? Yeah, it's Kim Jong-un. The previous version of that update was ill. Okay, monkey ass for 4 minutes. Yeah. Well, let's see if we get some hot monkey cheeks here. Benchmark tool. Let's see what we got. Is it gonna work or is it gonna fail immediately? No, sorry, no work. Go home. Come back another day. Maybe work then. Okay, we got some Chinese art here. All of China is about to swat you for this. What the fuck are you talking about? I told you. I already said at the beginning of the stream, I made myself, like, immune to being swatted by China because I said Black Myth Hong Kong, and Hong Kong is a part of China. They have to agree with me. That's how it works. Ew, baguette, German, 2-minute noodles, 3-minute noodles, bombs, sadness, more sadness, vodka, spaghetti, 5-minute noodles, 25-minute noodles. English, there we go. Okay. Adjust the brightness until the pattern is faintly visible. Fuck me, my monitor's bad. This is what happens when you get a budget 4K monitor. Because if I look at OBS, I can see the symbol clearly, but what's coming out of my monitor is dog shit. Yeah. Yeah, it's about there. Confirm. Now, do you think this game is better played with a controller or a keyboard? Likely controller if it's going for the Souls play style. Okay, here we go. Here's the EULA, right? Here's our data storage and processing. You agree to give the CCP everything you have. Article 5. No posting of the Tiananmen Square massacre where nothing happened. No people were run over. Do not Google Tank Man. Actually, we can look through this right now, right? And see, are they selling this as a product or a game, right? Optimize user experience, data collection, data storage, user rights, withdrawal of consent. That's what every college boy in one of those frat houses loves to hear. You can withdraw your consent. Oh, okay, this is a different kind of withdrawal of consent. To this agreement at any point in time in the settings. Okay, cool. You agree that COVID was not made in a lab. You agree that there was no bat. No one had sex with bats in my country. Ooh, that's a very nice opener. Very smooth. Nice button. Let's see our settings. This is important. Gameplay. Data collection on. Because, of course, we've got to give them kernel access to our PC. Display. Is there anything egregious here? VSync's got to be on. Frame rate cap on. Absolutely. Motion blur. Disgusting. Should be off by standard. Apply recommended graphic settings. Ray tracing off. Graphics preset. Okay, let's return. Now let's run the benchmark. See what we get. You know what? This is technically, if I think about it, this is just Zootopia in the past. That's what this game is. This is a furry's wet dream, theoretically speaking. Also, thanks for the follow, Virtual Villainy. Does anybody use or like motion blur? I think the only people who like motion blur are people who wake up every morning and they smear their own shit in their eyes just because that's how they live their lives. Those are the only people I can see who like it. I don't see anyone who thinks motion blur is a good thing in video games. Let's see. Run the benchmark. What do we get? Is it going to be just a loading screen? Do we get to see something cool? Do we get our testicles teased? Or is it all just a lie? I just want to, yeah, I'm with you, sir. I want to see some fat, shaven, big red banana monkey cheeks smacking together. Yeah, I've already got motion blur activated. Sneaky, you're 100% right. I've got motion blur activated by default because my eyes fucking suck. I don't need it in the game on top of what I'm doing. So okay. So what I'm doing, Ugash, is I'm capping the FPS to see if it stays there or whether we start to see some level of dip. After this, I'm going to uncap it and run it again, right? So what I'm actually watching is that little number over there to see what happens to it and if there's anything that makes my PC stutter or stammer. There shouldn't be, but we'll see. You see? You see that? You see that drop to 54? Do you see that? That's why you always run in a limited state first. It's called, I'm doing step up iteration versus step down. Because step up might just fucking kill my PC. I mean, step down might just kill my PC. I still don't see no monkey booty hole here. So we've had one egregious thing happen so far. Just background 2, no models. Well, we've seen a few models, just not anything impressive. Yeah, there's some screen tearing, I do see that. Maybe I need to turn VSync off. We'll try that next. Okay, this is somewhere near the end. Okay, that's not bad. One egregious component. One horrific component. You see that right there? That's the big scary. That's the dick fell through the floor moment, right? And that's interesting to see considering I'm running a 4090. But that might actually be my Intel core because we know all Intel cores are pieces of shit. How am I playing early? Metabolics, I'm not playing early. I'm just doing the benchmarks for now. I'm going to dig into Black Myth HongKong now because I want to see the controversies behind it. Yeah, I know. It's fantastic, right? Sure, I got given... you know what the best part is? I didn't pay for this PC. I got given it by a company in Cape Town. And they used it as a tax write-off. Okay. What can we change here? Let's do step up now, okay? So what we'll do is we're going to now do a step up test to see just how bad things get. Yeah, I know. They gave me this PC. They were like, yo, here, have this. I think the only thing I'm sad about is they gave me an Intel core. And we know the I series has a problem with the core where every now and then one of the fuses inside them blows. So over time, Intel cores degenerate, which is like a really fucking bad thing. Also, it's not called a fuse. I'm trying to make it like make sense to people who don't speak computer. Let's see. What do we want to change here? Super resolution. Increasing super resolution can improve image clarity in certain situations. Significantly reduce performance. We'll bump that to 60. We will apply that. We'll go to the display. We will turn off VSync. We will uncap our frame rate. We'll keep it at 4K. Automatic aspect ratio. Display mode borderless is fine. Fuck motion blur. That's going to stay off for eternity. Nothing else I can play with here. Let's bump that to 60 and see what that does to us. Full ray tracing. This is going to be dangerous. If the stream ends abruptly, it's because my PC burned up in like on re-entry into the atmosphere, okay? Graphic preset, cinematic. Okay, that's nice that you can change all of these. Now let me change it. Wait, I should do this. What card is in your PC? A 4090. And I didn't even have to pay for it. It's my favorite thing in the world. If I would never be able to afford a fucking 4090 if that PC building company in Cape Town wasn't like, yo, we've got this machine for you. We saw your Guild Wars 2 video. Here you go. We're going to use this as a write-off. Now let's benchmark. This right here is probably going to set my PC on fire. Now we're going to see a lot of stuttering and stammering. 14K series i9 has problems. If you run too hot, it starts to degrade. Yeah. I think mine's 13, so it's probably going to degrade. It probably is degraded, to be honest. When you get a chance, look at the DMs. Okay, I will Iconic after this. Here we go. Okay, so we're actually running fairly okay right now. Nothing egregious yet. No significant bump in quality based off of my prior settings. So the step up hasn't changed that much. Now we're seeing a bit of a frame drop. Not too bad. Nothing like it's making me have a fucking panic attack. There seems to be mild stammer in the movement, but it's not linked to the FPS. Could have been IO lag before. It might be. I suppose we'll see. Yeah, so I turned off VSync. So VSync was causing our tearing. Most likely. Because some games I've got to have it on and some games I've got to have it off. My monitor is a 4K monitor, but it's a really old 4K monitor. Like, really old. So you have to understand that, like, it doesn't have all the settings of the new fancy ones. And I'm not upgrading it anytime soon. Nothing egregious so far. A little bit of stammer is what I'm noticing with the camera movement. It's not out now. I'm doing the benchmarks now. I'm also going to be looking into this game. What's this going to be better on, PS5 or PC? Depending on how consistently and what settings they put on PS5, it'll likely be more consistent on PS5, but a better experience on PC, assuming that you've got the hardware to back up, making it fantastic. If you're running this on old toasty, then a PS5 is going to outperform it likely. Like, without hesitation. Okay, so that time we didn't have a big problem. So you're likely right. No massive performance dips. Nothing's falling off a cliff. Everything's generally above 100 FPS. That was definitely a caching issue. Of it not being cached previously. Full ray tracing is off. That's what it's telling me to do. Super resolution, we're going to bump that back down to 50. Just because I feel more comfortable there. Yeah, mine's 13th gen. This is definitely a degrading core, unfortunately. Not bad. Looks okay. Looks okay to me. Thanks for the follow, Piverbrain. All of that looks okay. So now we can adjust the settings. So we've done a step up where we've done a limitation test. Stepped up to what I'd consider maximally using, and now we can adjust into what I see as practical and more decent gameplay from a technical standpoint. So we're going to bump that back down to 50. Had no issues with that. Super resolution DLSS, we'll leave that on. Fully ray tracing. You know what, we'll put that on medium because it's not that important. Shadows can fuck off. We'll put that on high. I feel that's wasted processing. Texture I care about. Visual effect quality is good. Hair's good. Vegetation's fine. Illumination, reflection. Reflections can be bumped to high. They're not that important. Fuck that. Wasted processing in my opinion. Post effects quality, AA is fine. Distance quality is cinematic. That's fine. And we will keep it as that. Right? So we'll apply those changes. Then, going here, Image calibration, adjust the screen brightness. We've done that. Borderless, automatic, on, off. Frame rate cap. I'm capping it at 120. Let's go for 60. We're going for 4K, so let's cap it at 60 because the first time when things were non-cached, we did have a stut and a stammer. Now, the problem I have with this benchmark test, it was doing a lot of backgrounds, very few characters. What the fuck happens when we get into a fight with a boss that's got 44 different abilities and looks like a fucking firework coming out of our ass, right? So that's going to be an issue. So we might have stuttering and stammering for non-cached things when playing this game or when something more explosive or animated is happening in the game. I also noticed that the game didn't pick up the fact that the camera began stammering its way through the area that it was taking us through, but I wonder if that's because the movement of the camera that they placed for this was not designed for this with their engine, or maybe it's Chinese and that's the way they like to look at it when they squint. So thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. But I think motion blur needs to stay off because fuck motion blur. VSync needs to stay off. I see nothing egregious here. Now let's test something else quickly. Behold. My oldest PS4 controller. Do you know how much I've used this controller? Look at the buttons real quick. Do you notice something about the buttons? The middle buttons. Okay, ignore the grease. Do you notice something about that right analog stick? This boy right here. There is no covering on it because that's how long I've used this fucking controller. And I will never in my life replace it until it fully breaks on me. I have 100%ed Hades on this. Before, when I was dating my ex, this was my first PS4 controller with my first PS4. I played through all of Thief. I played through, God, what was that game that ripped off God of War? Heavenly Sword. I played all the God of Wars on this thing. I played as many games as I fucking could. And the only thing I have left, because that bitch stole my PS4 when she broke up with me, the only thing I have left is this. But it's still my favorite controller. So now let's see if we've got some controller support going here, or whether the CCP is going to be like, device not recognized. We'll be at your house in 10 minutes. Okay. The BM seems tame, nothing crazy on the screen. So the benchmarking's okay. My concern with the benchmarking is it didn't do anything extreme, which is concerning from a gameplay perspective. We're getting nothing here. We're getting nothing here. That's not a good sign. It knows my controller is connected. If I go into another game, it'll detect this controller. So does that mean that there's not going to be controller support for the PS? And I'm going to need to download translation software from PS to Xbox or something stupid like that for Black Myth Wukong, which shouldn't be the case because it's releasing on PS. Or does this mean that they didn't consider this for the benchmarking case because the only people who need to benchmark is the PC people? Since I'm going to be playing this game on Tuesday, let's pretend to be positive and say they didn't consider it, right? And that they fully focused entirely on this benchmark being all about the performance, right? So that's what I'm going to work with the assumption of. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to shit a brick when we get to this game. That's fine. Okay. Nice, pretty opening. Liked what I see with the UI. Nothing is unreadable. Very nice contrast. I like the visuals. Seemed good. But that's all I can say about the fucking game for now until it releases. Now we're going to do the Alt-Tab test, right? So I'm going to look at the stuff you sent. iconic. But I consider this the Alt-Tab test, and I consider this the difference between a quality game and a game that is not. So I have 2 monitors hooked up to this PC, and there are certain games where if you Alt-Tab, it fucks up my entire PC, right? But on good games, when you Alt-Tab, it's perfectly fine and nothing is bothered. So we're about to find out which one it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. We have a fucking winner. Wonderful. We have a goddamn winner. It didn't break. It didn't shit the bed. It just sat there, and it still picks up my inputs even though it's Alt-Tabbed. Fantastic. Love to see it. Nothing better than that. Iconic, before you sent me black dicks again, I'm going to put this here. Screen Rant. Black Myth Wukong. How can they have a fucking rating for the game if it's not even out? What the hell? What? Okay. Combat is fluid and fun. Cinematography can be breathtaking at times. Great diversity in items. Okay, maybe they got a review copy. What am I saying? Obviously, they got a review copy. I'm just being a dumbass right now. Game performance is unpolished. That's concerning. Lacking in inclusivity and diversity. So that's a non-point. No one gives a fuck, right? Here's a big brain take for you. Here's a base take for you. No one gives a fuck if your game is inclusive and diverse or if it isn't inclusive and diverse. All they care about is it a good fucking game? I don't actually give a flying fuck whether the main character is gay or lesbian or trans. I want a good fucking game to play, and then you can tell me about whatever fucking sexuality they have. Right? Is it integral to the story? Does it matter? Sometimes you choose a man because you want to be like, you want to tell the story where the guy's like, I've got a wife and kids, man. And then when he dies, you have to think about the idea that he just left his family behind and they will never know the bravery of his death. Or maybe he was an asshole and his family's going to do better now. Right? Is it integral to the game? No one gives a shit whether your game is or isn't diverse, but if you're manipulating the artistic purpose behind a game to push diversity into it, everyone can feel that because it's fucking cringe. Right? There's my hot take for the day. Gameplay becomes repetitive over time. So this last one, you could probably say the same about God, what is it? You can say the same about Dark Souls or Demon Souls, but people love that shit. Lacking inclusivity and diversity. These fuckers don't have the balls to China and say there's not enough black people here, or go to Russia and say, yeah, of course not. Of course they won't say that, dude. Jimmy, that is exclusively reserved for the West. Did you see during Gay Pride Month the fact that Ubisoft changed like all the things to like the LGBT flag? But then what was it? I think it was like Iran, Ubisoft Iran. They just didn't change the flag at all. They just didn't give a fuck. They just left it as is. It's not about, this is the thing, is they don't care about those movements. They don't care about those people. It's all about how do we sell product. That's all they give a fuck about. And now this is the controversy part of this that I wanted to look into. This is going to be the last part before I sign off, because I have to go grapple people in approximately 4 hours. So I wanted to look into the controversy behind Black Myth HongKong. Right? Because all I've heard is people bitching about a lack of diversity, and I'm genuinely sure that no one gives a fuck about it except a bunch of subhuman journalists who no one cares about in the first place. Right? If a journalist gives an opinion, doesn't matter what the opinion is, you immediately throw it out the window. Doesn't matter if you agree or not, you throw it out the window. And with that being said, I think the most valuable thing to watch is a video by GameSpot. The game journalist scum pieces of shit who cannot, in a world, talk about a game, it needs to have some kind of political element to it. This is evidenced by, if you look closely, the 8-to-1 like to dislike ratio. when they're losing this fucking battle real hard. So now we get to discover some shit and see what they really think. Riot Games is the worst for this. They do put out queer skins only in the West and change the skins in China and the Middle East. Yeah, that's probably the dumbest thing to do, because I don't think I can think of any Chinese people I know who wouldn't want to see Vi and Caitlyn scissoring like two maniacs lost on a slip and slide. I don't think anyone's against that. I don't see how anyone can be against that at all. I want to see that. When I told Riot I wanted to watch, they were like, we're not giving out Rolexes. And I was like, no, you don't understand.
You don't hate them enough.
Yeah, if you think you hate them, you don't hate them enough. That's fair. There is no amount of hate that journalists don't deserve, because they're scum pieces of shit who move the conversation away from, is this game good, all the way to, it didn't cater to my political opinion, right? I don't give a fuck about it. Is the game good, right? Here's a good thing. If you want a lefty-inspired game that's got decent story, but a few fucking stupid cringe moments, but is still an overall good game, go and play the Red Strings Club. Right? It's very lefty, but it's not bad. It's decent. How do you view lesbians in HD? There you go. That's the only way to view them. You say you want to watch, they give you a Rolex. You're like, no. You don't understand. Take this back. I want a watch. I want to watch. That's why they have a one-child policy. Too much scissor action. Oh my God. Well, that explains why there's like a whole bunch of dudes who can't find women. You'd think they'd be into seeing some scissor action. Or maybe it makes them angry because they're like, God damn it, there's 4 women in my country. I can't get laid, and now 2 of them are banging each other. But let's see what these scum piece of shit journalists have to say about it. Let's see what these absolute trash tier, dog shit, homeless retards have to say about this, who don't deserve to have a job, but deserve to be out in the back picking up someone's trash or being the sewer guy who gets paid minimum wage. That's who these journalists deserve to be, because they are not gamers. They are not people approaching this from a gaming standpoint. They are people who are approaching this from, I'm a journalist and I need to push something standpoint. But enough ranting. I could go on about fucking journalists forever and how they should be in camps.
We're all about giving you the worst experience you would ever have. Don't worry, the game only costs $89.99. So, you know, this is a great piece of shit. Eat it up, you loser.
I don't know. $90 seems a bit low for EA. Now let's see what the thought police have to tell us about diversity and inclusion for 7 minutes.
Another day, another game trying to claim the crown of best non-From Software action RPG. But does this...
That implies that every game that's competing with Dark Souls has already said, okay, Dark Souls is the champion. There's no way we're dethroning them. Let's go for second place.
Latest title, Have the Juice, is everything to know about Black Myth Wukong.
Here we go.
Black Myth Wukong is inspired by the Chinese novel Journey to the West, originally published in the 16th century. The game has players...
For some perspective, Journey to the West is one of the stories I grew up reading, right? Whether you know it or not, there are a lot of Chinese people who live in South Africa, right? There are a ton of them down here. And so Journey to the West is not that strange of a story to see down here, and to hear from the people who's like, their parents are straight off the boat from China, and they barely speak a lick of English, and they literally leave their 4-year-old son to translate for you. So I grew up with this story. Fantastic story.
Take on the role of one of the story's protagonists, Sun Wukong, who in the game is referred to as the Destined One. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong is a mythical monkey-man hybrid and is a part of a group in search of the Tao, the ultimate form of spiritual enlightenment. It's a sweeping epic that combines a ton of Chinese folklore. At this point, it's unclear how closely the game's story will stick to the novel, although it seems developer Game Science will be taking certain liberties with the story, particularly as Wukong travels with a group in the novel, sharing the spotlight with 3 other characters, while from what we've seen of the game so far, his journey seems...
And the problem with all the 3 other characters that he's sharing it with, they're not black lesbians in wheelchairs. Problem, we need to shit on this game now. Imagine being I'm just saying, I can see it coming already. Imagine being so cognitively dissonant from reality that you see a game about anthropomorphic human, like monkeys and giant insects and spider people, and being like, okay, but one of them wasn't trans. Like, imagine being so dissonant from reality that that's what you think. Diversity, these guys are so fucking diverse, they don't even exist in reality. I can see it coming. I can tell by his tone it's coming. I can tell already. If the like to dislike ratio didn't point it out, I would have told by his tone. Dragon Ball was my introduction. Dragon Ball's not bad. As an introduction for something inspired by Journey to the West, especially with the flying cloud and the extendo pole, which all men wish they had. And it was Akira Toriyama did a great job, like as a recreation or an inspiration story of that. I think what he did was fantastic. Also, everyone grew up watching DBZ. Every dude in my country, every girl hated it, and every boy loved it. It was the exact inversion of Twilight. This guy not prove the point. Okay, we'll get to that. Oh, hold on. Ilgi, where's that link? Let me open it now so I don't forget. Did this guy not prove the point of the guy he was trying to one-up? Okay, I'm going to leave that there so we can look at that in a second. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's look at it now so I don't forget. What is this?
You lost? Because you ain't supposed to be here.
Okay, Red Dead Redemption, not bad. Good choice. Copyright music, fuck yeah. People will really comment stuff like this while Red Dead Redemption 2's gameplay is this fantastic. Great story, great visuals, atmosphere, etc. And the gameplay is basically an interactive movie. A step away from... Okay, that's what I would say Senua's Sacrifice was. But what is this? Is this Black Myth Hong Kong? No, this is not. This is Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, okay, this guy's mentally ill. This guy here is mentally ill. That's all I'm thinking is he's a bit mentally ill. Yes, there's quick time events, but there's more to it. I think Red Dead Redemption 2 relies very heavily on its story, and it should. Isn't it from Hotline Miami? It is. But all of Hotline Miami's music is licensed, not owned by them. So anytime you play Hotline Miami music, it immediately gets copyright struck. So I'm going to have to remove that in the VOD later.
Relatively solitary. That being said, a bunch of details in the game do seem to be ripped right out of the pages of Journey to the West, such as...
Yes, as they should be. If you're doing something that's fucking cool, and it's always been just stories or cartoons or animations, and it's never been done properly and fully in a video game, fucking do it.
Wukong's staff that can shrink to the size of a needle and be stored in his ear.
Great representation. Ew, there we go. There's the pretentiousness. It took him 1 minute 27 for him to reveal the pretentiousness. Here it comes.
Black Myth Wukong is being developed by Chinese studio Game Science, founded by several former Tencent employees in 2014.
This is so offensive. This whole office is... Oh, wait, no, never mind. This office is diverse and inclusive, you can tell, because they have not hired a single white male. Right? Never mind. I retract my previous statement. You can't say anything about the developer because there are no white men working here. So this is diverse and inclusive, right? Now, to be fair, China is, like, full of Chinese people. So China is technically diverse and inclusive by being 99.99% Chinese.
The game was first pitched by the studio's art director Yang Chi in 2016, but was shelved until after the release of the studio's RTS title, Art of War: Red Tide.
Wasted time.
While development on Wukong began in 2017, the studio struggled to accrue the new talent it needed to bring its vision to life. However, after several gameplay trailers, the game garnered massive interest in China, with a flood of...
There is no fucking way. Okay, so a story like that, think about it this way. A story like Journey to the West for Chinese people is like such a foundational part of their culture that if they did that story right in like a fucking video game, there is no way. It's like Pokemon before Pokemon. There is no fucking way, like, almost every single Chinese person who plays video games doesn't want to play this game, right? It is inevitable that all they needed to do was release like one good cinematic and some artwork, and people are like, okay, how do I give this money? What the fuck do I do? And Tencent will be up their ass and being their daddy for the rest of their life.
Developers looking to join the studio. This ultimately led to Tencent itself providing funding for the...
I don't know why their logo is sperm, but okay.
...the game in 2021,
Tencent,
the same year that the title moved over from Unreal Engine 4 to UE5 for development. It should be noted that allegations against game science have surfaced over the years via...
I heard the word allegations. Here it comes. Here it comes. Are they going to say allegations of sexual assault or something because that's something to take seriously? Or is it going to be allegations that they didn't put enough black lesbians in the game who are in wheelchairs? Which one is it?
Should be noted that allegations against game science have surfaced over the years via reports of the developer fostering a sexist culture and work environment with new...
Okay, he says that. Show me the proof. Show me the proof. You said allegations. Okay, show me who is alleging that. Are you alleging that? If you're alleging that, why say allegations? Why say not say I am alleging? Right? Show me the fucking proof. That's what I want to see. Show me a tweet. Show me a post saying, I don't know, we hate women. Then I'll believe you. Why not just show me? Why just say allegations instead of actually showing me evidence? Because you're fucking lying. That's the way I treat journalists. Everyone else in the world is a human being, except politicians, and you are innocent until proven guilty. And journalists are pieces of shit until proven not. And they've never proven they're not pieces of shit. And here it comes. Don't need to when you allege things. It's rules of the internet. You don't need proof. Just believe me. Yeah, it's just believe me, bro. Just trust me, bro.
Numerous women in the Chinese gaming community highlighting these problems within the studio, as well as backlash.
Okay, so here's a manipulation. Here's another thing that journalists do, right? So they're going to say this.
Fostering a sexist culture and work environment, with numerous women in the Chinese gaming community highlighting these problems within the...
Numerous women within the gaming community. Do you know what numerous women within the gaming community usually means when it comes to GameSpot or to any journalist, gaming journalist? It means that they either created 2 Chinese accounts and said something bad on Twitter, and then they're using their own botting as evidence, or their own falsified information as evidence, or let's say there are 3 or 4 feminists in China who got really fucking upset that, Wukong didn't have titties, right? That it didn't have a banging ass, or something. And those crazies then post on Twitter, and now it's numerous people. Why don't they give me a number? Why don't they say over 500? Why don't they say over 2? Because that is a manipulation to get you to believe what they want. That's everyone says you have AIDS. Oh, really? Who's everyone? Everyone. When we all know that MMO players are virgins, so how are we getting AIDS?
Studio, as well as backlash following crude and controversial social media posts by game science co-founder Xi Feng.
So that to me sounds like they said fuck you to Sweet Baby, and then they got mad at them. Ray Donovan, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. So Backlash was them saying we're not going to work with Sweet Baby. Fuck these people. We don't need them. Right? That is all they probably said was fuck these people. And now it's they hate women. This is such a knee-jerk reaction shit. I love journalists for this. What pieces of shit. God, I could go on about this forever. So is the game any good? I don't know. We're learning about black lesbians in wheelchairs right now and how the game with a monkey man with an extending stick who fights off giant monsters in the sky doesn't have enough diversity in it, JB. We'll figure out about the gameplay later. It doesn't matter right now. It's about how much have you given for the cause. Screen Rant gave 6 out of 10 to Black Myth Wukong, lacking in inclusive. Yeah, I saw that. Iconic showed me. It's so fucking stupid. Oh my god. Okay, here we go.
This recording, Game Science has repeatedly refused to comment on the allegations, although it has removed some of the offensive wording in its marketing materials that has contributed to the misogyny.
Never comment on it. That's, from a marketing standpoint, that's fine. Remove the offensive words if they've shown it. Why don't you show me evidence? Again, tell me what the offensive words are. And are they offensive words to an English-speaking culture, or are they offensive words to a Chinese-speaking culture, which it seems these devs would be, right? And the translation between things that are Chinese and English is really fucking tentative, because the things that they would see as offensive are not offensive to us. And the things that they see as offensive are not like the other way around, vice versa, right? You get what I mean? So they removed it or they updated their marketing. Show me proof. Show me proof where they said women should be in the kitchen. Show me proof where they said something like women shouldn't play video games. I want to see proof. I will 100% change my opinion on everything that they've said if they can show me proof. And they fucking can't. Women cannot be monkeys. That sounds like a fucking compliment, Ashura. That's not an insult. That's a fucking compliment. Do we supposed to forget all the others who worked on this game because of allegations? I don't know, guys. This feels pretty racist of GameSpot to attack a minority like this. Maybe we should lower ourselves into the mud and shit and play their game and just accuse GameSpot of racism for attacking Chinese developers. That seems about correct for me. I think the only way we could get around this is to start calling GameSpot direct racist for attacking Chinese people. If they're going to do this, why not do it back, huh? But again, like you said, what offensive wording? Show me evidence. I do like my games with more trans, black, lesbian, neurodivergent people in my games. That's my bad. Okay, well, JB, you see, what you got to do is you got to get the mods that turn Wukong into Shaniqua Kong, who's going to be in a wheelchair, and instead of an extending stick, it's just an extending crutch, and then the game is playable for you. That patch should be in by mods within the first 6 months. Did you see how leftist? It'll come right after the sex mod, where the monkey's having sex with things in the game. Did you see how leftists are now agreeing with Hitler? Well, that's not surprising.
Misogynistic culture. Further details on these allegations can be found at a link in the description. While Black Myth Wukong seemingly shares a lot of DNA with Souls-like games, Game Science itself does not consider it a Souls-like. In spite of that, the game features many staples of the action RPG.
You know what this looks like to me? Just seeing this gameplay for the first time. It kind of reminds me of like some of the gameplay I've seen of the newer Final Fantasies. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
Subgenre, such as bonfire-like checkpoints that respawn enemies in the area around you, a flask for healing that has a finite number of charges and refills when you rest at a checkpoint, and upgrade points that are dropped and have to be recovered after death. Wukong's primary tool for walloping enemies is his staff, but you'll unlock additional stances over the course of Black Myth that give you different combos and movesets. At the start, however, you have a limited number of moves and abilities, namely a light attack and...
This is reminding me of something. The way this plays, it's reminding me of something. The gameplay itself is reminding me of something. But I'm trying to put my finger on it. Maybe if they explain more, it'll come to me. But there's something this is reminding me of, and it's not Dark Souls. It's another game made in Asia that's got that like action combat feel to it. But I'm not quite sure if I'm imagining it because it's late, or whether I'm wrong. No, not Sekiro. Sekiro seemed like way more jump all over the place than this. It's almost like other countries are not American cucks, have different cultural social views, and don't get offended by everything. I don't think, this is the thing, is I don't think Americans, generally speaking, are cucks. I just think the wrong people in game development, because there's such a disconnection from the audience. Most Americans who see all of this shit fucking hate the games because they're not good games. They're a political piece that's meant to push a message on you, as opposed to giving you a good game to play, right? Because of the stuff and the things going on in the Middle East with Palestine and Israel. I'm not sure where that comes from. Code Vein. No, it's not Code Vein. Neo and Sekiro. Maybe it's Neo that it's reminding me of. Every game is like Dark Souls nowadays. Well, I mean, if you've played Bloons, yeah, it's the closest thing I've played to Dark Souls. So yeah, everything is Dark Souls-esque. I wake up in the morning and get yelled at by my wife, and I'm just like, this is exactly like Dark Souls. From what I've heard, the combat is spam light attacks to build up a meter, to do fancy heavy attacks, and then repeat. Are you thinking of Final Fantasy? It might be Final Fantasy 16. It'll come to me now.
And a heavier attack you can link together into combos. Light attacks and dodging build up a focus meter, while heavy attacks consume focus. Dodging also depletes a stamina gauge that recharges quickly when you stop moving. And if you time the dodge perfectly to avoid an incoming strike, time slows a bit, and you leave an after image of the destined one where you just were. Black Myth also adds another wrinkle in the form of spells you can fire off in the midst of battle, such as the ability to briefly immobilize an enemy mid-motion, opening them up for attack. However, spells not only have cooldown timers...
Okay, I'm not sure why he's fighting Malphite from League of Legends. What is this making me think of? What fucking game is this making me think of? Okay.
But are also controlled by a sort of mana meter that refills like your health flask whenever you rest. Souls-like. Black Myth Wukong is structured fairly linearly, although the game will feature a mix of focused corridors and larger, more open and explorable areas. And after facing off against some of the game's bosses, you'll sometimes be able to claim their weapon, giving you the ability to use it in a fight, transforming Wukong into the enemy you previously defeated. Transforming into a different character comes with its own health bar, separate from the one you're using and healing normally.
I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. I figured out what it's like. I figured out what it's reminding me of. Based on the way that the gameplay was going there in the action combat. I figured it out. Pull my devil trigger. It reminds me of Devil May Cry. That's what it is. It's got Devil May Cry elements. That's what it reminds me of. And I played the old Devil May Crys. That's why it's making me think of that one fight with that insect cockroach guy. When you're fighting him as Dante. It's reminding me exactly of that. Devil May Cry 3, yes, exactly. Devil May Cry 3, that's the exact one it's reminding me of.
How long the transformation lasts
The
is
gauge, the
dictated
combos.
either by health or by doing too many cool moves, with your light and heavy attacks depleting a meter called might at different rates.
That sounds definitely like the devil trigger system. Yeah, it's Devil May Cry. That's what it reminds me of.
When either meter runs out, you transform back into Wukong.
Ah, shit. Fuck. Shit. You see that? That's an ad. That's a goddamn ad. Now, regularly, I would be pissed off with an ad showing up right now, but it gives me time to be more pissed off with journalists. And I can always find more time to be pissed off with journalists and their little political agendas. It's not diverse enough. How do you take a game that doesn't even have human beings in it and say it's not diverse enough? Imagine looking at Animal Crossing and being like, Animal Crossing is not diverse enough. How fucking stupid do you have to be? How borderline retarded eating your own shit do you have to be to think that a game that doesn't even have human beings in it is fucking not diverse enough? You know what the real reason is as to why they're so fucking mad? It's because they refused to hire Sweet Baby and they pushed back against that garbage. Yeah, there it is. Zare's got me. Zare understands. There it is, right there. Now I need a Wukong dancing scene just like this. There it is. That's the game. There we go. Beautiful. There's a lack of sloths. That's fair. There should be a fat lesbian sloth in a wheelchair, Ilgi. Maybe then they'd be satisfied. God damn, what a game Devil May Cry is. DMC 3 is top tier. There's so many good memories. I'm fucking having core memories unlocked now that I remembered that it was DMC. Oh god, yeah. Also, let me just, there we go. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. That was beautiful. Oh, fucking core memories are unlocking in my soul. I remember that game. I had a friend who recommended I play Devil May Cry, and he was like super into anime and Japanese games. And I'm like, why would I play this weeb shit? And then I played it, and I'm like, I was so wrong. It's so good. That motherfucker got me into shit that I never would have touched otherwise. Is that the I am the storm that is approaching one? Yes. Every scene of I am the storm that is approaching matches with Devil May Cry, so you got to kind of be more specific than that. But okay, ad over. I'll shit on journalism more after this. What a piece of shit thing. I love how they're doing all the gameplay and stuff after. They're like, but it didn't fit my political opinion. I love that. I fucking love that.
At different rates. When either meter runs out, you transform back into Wukong. Bosses can also have numerous phases, but rather than entering a new phase based on the damage dealt to them...
This is Devil May Cry with Dark Souls elements. That's what this is, and I'm not fucking mad about it.
Bosses will switch up phases based on how well the player is doing against them. Black Myth Wukong will release on PC and PlayStation 5 on August 20th, 2024 for $60. The game is meant to eventually come to Xbox Series X and S. However, there is...
But no one plays Xbox because it's got no games and Microsoft doesn't support it anymore, so no one cares.
No date currently for those platforms, with that version of the game having been announced to be delayed during this year's Summer Game Fest. No reason was given for the Xbox delay, although it could potentially have to do with limitations around the Series S console, an issue that has plagued other titles such as
It's called not having games, being used as a paperweight.
Baldur's Gate 3. Black Myth Wukong is also a digital-only game. No physical version of the game is available.
That's sad. I wish there was a physical version.
Ordering the game will give the player an alternate colorway for their health gourd. Beyond the base edition of the game, there are 3 additional iterations that come with additional items. The digital deluxe edition of the game that retails for $70 includes a digital sound.
Okay, so this is the deluxe edition. HongKong full game, bronze cloud staff. Now, is this weapon just a skin or an actual separate weapon? Opera mask, arms gear. Okay, so this, I think this would be skins. Curio wind chimes. Is that a functional weapon or something that you use in the game? Or is again that like just a thing that changes aesthetics? That's what I need to know about that.
Soundtrack, as well as additional weapons and gear for Wukong to adorn. The deluxe edition of the game that retails for $170 contains
$170. Okay, maybe it's just the voices in my head. But imagine sitting there and thinking, $170, huh? For a whole game with some extra shit. That sounds too expensive. I think I'm going to instead spend $250 on the Ashes of Creation 2 Alpha instead. That sounds way more reasonable. Oh, fuck. On a game that's not fully released. Fuck me. I'm just having fucking mental breakdowns now. Also, I saw your link. Iconic. I'll look at that now after this. But let's see, we get a headband. Is this like a physical thing? Or is this in the game? I would assume all of this is in the game, and then that steel case is something you get, along with some ancient Chinese art. I'm very depressed that they didn't put the art where it's the Chinese people farting at each other. That would have been way better.
Contains everything the digital deluxe does, but with some physical goodies too, although the steelbook case, as previously mentioned, has no disc, just a code for the game. The collector's edition of the game retails for an eye-watering $400, and it's...
So that's 4 Wave 3 Ashes of Creation Alpha keys, or almost 2 Alpha 2 keys for Ashes of Creation. And you get a whole fucking figurine. These fucking figurines are not cheap. Let me tell you, the Warhammer shit that looks like this is not fucking cheap. And that shit doesn't even come painted or assembled. So I don't know if I can be that mad about something being $400 if they're giving you a fucking map and a goddamn protagonist figurine that's 40 centimeters. That's 40... That's like that big. So I don't know if I can be that mad knowing that people spent money on the Ashes of Creation Alpha when looking at this. But to be fair, what Ashura said, $400 is a PS5. Or a really, really good blowy from that girl who works at Walmart who needs the extra cash. It depends which way you want to go with it. It's a physical headband. It's 1-to-1. 7 people got that dick joke you just made. No one got that dick joke. You're imagining it as well, Wojciech. No, you didn't even get that dick joke. You just think I made one.
Centerpiece item is a statue of Wukong. It should be noted that the latter 2 editions of the game with physical items include PC codes only. If you're planning to play on PS5, your only options are the base and digital deluxe editions. And that is everything you need to know about Black Myth Wukong. For more on the game, including our eventual review and guide videos, stick right here on GameSpot.
Oh my god. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see the comments. It's going to be more entertaining than the game. Okay, so these are the people that you definitely don't send death threats to, okay? Don't do that. That's very bad. That's naughty. These people definitely don't deserve to be in a hovel somewhere, homeless and unemployable for pushing bullshit takes on games that we just want to be good. Right? Regardless of political appeal, like leaning. Also, thanks for the follow. I'm a star. Did I tell you that I found out one of my exes is now a legitimate prostitute? So you're telling me you got early access? You got to try the beta before it went public? I hope it wasn't $250 to try the beta or the alpha. I'm such a fucking bastard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that about your ex. I'm sorry she became a hooker. But at least she's not selling your ass on the street corner. Warhammer models are not a good base for comparison. The models are extremely overpriced and only work because Games Workshop has a functional monopoly in the space. Okay, so you mean like every model ever, where they overpriced the royal shit out of it to the point that if you went and bought a 3D printer and started printing out definitely not Warhammer models, you would be saving money because the printer is probably cheaper than one model. You know, my wife, when she was overseas last, she was visiting her sister. She knows I love Warhammer. She got me a Chaos Space Marine. And she was quite literally like, I went there with all the money you gave me. I wanted to get like a bunch of little goodies and stuff. I got to the counter and I bought that one model and I was so embarrassed that I couldn't buy anything else as like a gift. It was just that. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Do you know how expensive these are? It's so fucking bad, dude. She felt so embarrassed when she looked at the price tag that she almost felt shell shock. She told me she didn't believe the price when she paid for it. And now I've got a Chaos Space Marine. That's so fucking expensive. Oh, fuck. Also, Salamanders are a close second, but the Dark Angels win it for me. Because they're essentially Doom Guy in Warhammer. All of them are just Doom Guy. Basically, I help take care of her kids. Oof, while she's hookering, that's bad. Speaking of Warhammer, how much ass kissing do I gotta do to get the new Warhammer game? Dude, you gotta be selling your ass on the street corner alongside your ex. But Space Marine 2 might be good. That's why you should stop fucking sending me money. No. You do shit. You do my editing, Ilgi. I'd feel bad not doing it. Now let's check out these filthy fucking comments. Let's see what these people had to say to GameStop. GameShot. Let's see. It's GameSpot. Sorry, not GameStop. One of those is more alive than the other. I'm not saying which. The original Chinese interview basically said, there is no need to rely on female players to attract male players. Okay, based and fair. Who hope to socialize with them or flirt. So this take is pretty common in China and not seen as sexist, right? Knowing the large Chinese community down here, they don't see that as sexist or a problem, because what this translates to in English is we are looking to garner a largely male audience to play Black Myth Hong Kong as a part of China, and in doing so, we will not cater to the female player base because we're looking for dudes, right? We're looking for dudes to play this game. If we were making a female game, we would largely cater more towards female preferences. That's what they're saying here. But the problem is you say that, and some Western journalist gets a hold of this shit, and then loses their fucking mind over it. Because they're saying we're not making this video game for everyone. In my opinion, this game is going to be the same route as Stellar Blade. Dumbasses will have some anti-SJW circle jerk for a few weeks before forgetting that they even bought it. That's fair. You're probably right. There's probably going to be a lot of people, so I don't like this either way. I don't like the fact that a lot of like SJW people are going to be pushing like this game's not diverse enough. But I also kind of don't like the fact that this game is now becoming a political statement in the opposite direction, right? If these game journalists were up here saying this game is 6 out of 10, not enough, too many lesbians or whatever in the game, I'd still be pissed off because I don't like the fucking idea that these people must tell me what I must think in either direction, right? I don't like that my video games are becoming this political hot button that everyone can use to wave a flag in one direction or another over what their favorite political sports team is. That really does piss me off, right? I'm just shitting on game dev journalists on the left because they all lean left and there's no balanced take. They're putting this stupid fucking political opinion in here when all I care about is the game good, yes or no, right? Dumbest shit on the planet. I mean, the same thing happened with Hogwarts game and Stellar Blade. Yes, you're 100% right, and I tried my best to leverage all the fucking the rage of the Hogwarts game, only to discover that the Hogwarts game made me really sad, because what I wanted out of the Hogwarts game wasn't just a standardized Hogwarts experience. What I wanted was Wizard GTA. And that's what the game was marketed as, was this is Wizard GTA. And it fucking wasn't that, and I was so mad about it. But the game itself is just mediocre at best, with good graphics. And they both were popular still. Yes, okay. I have criticisms for Hogwarts, but I think that's also because it's Warner Brothers, so they're going to play it as safe as possible. And I think the IP carried it more than the actual game itself. But that's my personal take on it. You wanted Emma Watson. Yeah, so did Harvey Weinstein, Ashura. Talk about gaslighting. This is why gamers hate game journalists. Absolutely. Report this vid for misinformation. It's in the Chinese interview. Facts. Okay, there we go. There's our I don't have the ability to think for myself. Let me make a stupid fucking statement I've heard a million times. Said all the truth, but as a Chinese, I know it is misinformation. Do you really think you know better than me? Of course they think they know better than you. Better than that, if you're Chinese, they have to speak for you because apparently in the West, anyone who's not white needs a white person to speak for them in their place. That I love. That I fucking love. I love seeing that shit. It makes me laugh. It's popcorn to me. Okay. What else do we got here? We need to stop calling these people journalists. They are just gaming activists. That's a fair take. I agree with that. They're sending their message more than helping their company. Should change the channel to political spot. Fair take. You know it's biased when he started allegations by repeating the article from IGN. Well, wow, holy fucking shit. So this wasn't even like they made up these allegations. They literally parroted it from somewhere else. Impressive. Well done. Turns out that the gaming media with more than 5 million fans would go to such great lengths to make accusations without any evidence. This is what I want to see. I will 100% change my opinion about this if they can prove to me beyond a shadow of a doubt that those devs are sexist and fucking, I don't know, beating women in their offices and stuff. But they don't prove that. That's the problem. I think the anti-SJW shit was started by a dev team pretending like some Western company could ever dream of remotely threatening a Chinese company. Located solely in China, multi-billion-dollar companies don't try because they got... I think people got the anti-SJW shit started because people got really pissed off with other people trying to tell them what they can and can't do, right? Oh, you can't do this, it's offensive. And like, so fucking what? If you live in America, it's like the freedom of speech is what, the First Amendment or something? It's like the #1 top tier amendment. You get to say and do whatever the fuck you want. And it could be offensive or even obscene or not correct or like complete bullshit, but you still have the right to say it. So I think people telling you and policing what you can and can't do is what started all of that shit. Because people felt like they had control over others, and then it kind of fell off a cliff with their movement after that. Okay, opinion is worthless. Players only care about whether the game is fun or not. Climb away with your political stance. Proving those allegations were mistranslated. Like I said, Chinese to English is fucking difficult to do properly because the cultural difference and the concepts in each language are so fucking far removed from each other that's really hard to translate correctly. That's the biggest thing that I knew was going to happen. Why don't you post a video about SBI extorting millions of dollars from game science? Yeah, gee, I wonder why they won't do that. There are limits. You think you will find yelling fire in a packed theater will get you into shit regardless of yeah, but you see, that's incitement, right? The line is incitement to action, right? Or more specifically, there's also incitement to violence. So incitement is a different thing from freedom of speech and is not covered under freedom of speech, right? So, as an example, for educational purposes, if I said that Tom Caswell and Phil Hornshaw should be strung up by their feet and beaten half to death before losing their jobs, and being treated like animals for the rest of their life, and someone should really go out and do that, end quote, that would be incitement to violence, as an example. Instead of saying something like, gee, I think these two are real big subhuman pieces of shit who don't deserve to have jobs because they don't give anything of value to the community, and they are a problem because they're pushing political takes, and I don't care whether it's left or right, I just don't want to see it in my fucking video games.
Freedom of speech, religion, and press. The Second Amendment is the right to bear arms. The Second Amendment protects the first one. Basically, having gun means you can say dumb shit and people can't stop you for it.
Yes.
Also means people are more polite and less likely to try me. Dumb shit at risk of getting shot.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Legendary Drop YouTube channel did a video about the subject showing the translation mistake and the fact that a dev posted a still would do meme about a snake with woman head in game, and that's it. Okay, so Iconic sent me a link.
Hey y'all, Mitchell Saltzman.
We're gonna look at the IGN one now. This one seems less egregious. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna hear the exact same take, so I'm not even gonna look at this one. I will look at Legendary Drop, see what they had to say about it, and then I'm going to go get like 2 hours of sleep before I go get choked out by large hairy men. Okay, so let me see. Let's see what this person had to say. Legendary Drops. Black Myth Wukong is a threat. Okay.
Black Myth Wukong is one of the most anticipated games of this year. If you're anything like me, you're looking forward to it. I can't wait. I'm a big
No, tomorrow it's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and then afterwards I teach a judo class after I've grappled for about 3 hours. Then it's a kid's class that I'm teaching for judo, so I don't need to like be fully conscious for that.
Fan to begin with, so I can't wait to get my hands on it. But with that said, it's also been a game that's had a lot of hit pieces ran on it ever since the game's reveal. Just recently, I ended up reading an article from The Guardian where they're going in and talking and parroting the same points that I've seen many other journalists say and trying to paint the game in a bad picture, specifically trying to send the message that, you know, hey, yeah, it looks like a good game, but, you know, the developer doesn't say very nice.
My political take. You know what this is called? It's called litigating on the court, right? If Black Myth Wukong is a good game, everyone will take this as an opportunity to drop even more shit on these gaming journalists who don't deserve to be believed at anything they say. And if Black Myth Wukong is a bad game, right? Everyone's probably going to be like, they spent too much time politically fighting with these people instead of just making a good fucking game. There will be some excuse made about it.
Things, and
That's
we
my
probably
prediction.
shouldn't support them. So today what I want to do is I want to talk about the media's obsession with Black Myth Wukong, but more than anything...
Hold on, I just realized, again, my fucking YouTube chat is not working the same as my goddamn multi-chat over here. So I'm sorry To the people on YouTube, I completely fucking missed that. Cheers from Serbia. Can't wait for the Guild Wars 2, but it's gonna be a while. I'm trying to spend not 45 minutes shitting on Zaitan. I'll buy a ship in Star Citizen as an investment. I mean, you're better off buying a ship in Star Citizen than you probably are buying an Alpha 2 key.
Thing. I want to talk about why they're obsessed. If you haven't heard, Black Myth Wukong is blowing up before its release. The game is already the most wishlisted game on Steam, and just the other day, the benchmark tool brought in over 85,000 players at its peak. An optimization testing tool brought in more players, 40 times the amount of players as Sony's open.
Ooh, that's bad. Ooh, that's bad. Oh, okay. What's up, Enjoyable Salt? Okay, what's up, Dragonov? How you doing? Finally able to catch your stream. Yeah, and I'm nearly done. I've been going at it for what, 9 hours? Close to that? 8.5, somewhere there. Please shit 60 minutes over the Zaitan fight. Oh my god, I'm trying my best not to. The video's still gotta be fucking watchable, dude. Takes only 10 minutes to run the benchmark. People, it took me, I did it extensively, right? I did a step-up test where you limit it, and then you go to the maximum, and then you find what you're comfortable with, and what's probably not going to set your PC on fire. So I took my time with the benchmark test. Holy shit, look at this. 4K users, 37,000 peak, all-time peak of 85,000 on a benchmark test. Holy shit.
Optimization testing tool brought in more players, 40 times the amount of players as Sony's open beta of Concord. Low blow, I know, but it'll become a little bit more relevant later on. With that said, Black Myth Wukong's developer, Game Science, likely has a breakout hit on their hands, and this is their debut title.
You see, I don't know what they're complaining about diversity here. Buddha is like the fucking quite literal embodiment of body positivity. There is no one on the planet who's more positive than the Buddha. And look how fat he is. You would think all these people would be happy about it. He's right there. They honor him so much and his fat belly that they literally carved him into stone. The only other people carved into stone are people on that one fucking mountain, Mount Rushmore in America. Come on, that's body positivity right there.
But there are those that are out there that want to try and stand in its way. Just a couple weeks ago,
and
Tom
we get
Regan...
to go inside him. Did you see that little door on his belly button? We get to go inside the Buddha. Come on. This is what the West wants. And now they're complaining? Ridiculous.
Guardian wrote an article titled Black Myth Wukong, the summer's most exciting and most controversial video game. This beautiful-looking action game is based on Journey to the West, the great Chinese novel, but its own journey to release has hit a bump in the road.
Not really.
Tom writes, after playing Wukong for an...
It's not a bump, it's a fucking springboard.
Hour and a half in a London hotel suite, watched nervously by Game Science employees, I can confirm that, somewhat miraculously, this stunning Chinese mythological twist on Dark Souls delivers on that showy trailer. Marrying fluid-feeling combat and reflex-testing difficulty and the expensive filmic sheen of something like God of War. As I sprint through Wukong's dense jungle, ducking and dodging through a deadly array of flora and fauna, I come face-to-face with everything from gi-wearing toads to nightmarish gigantic-headed infants. Unlike many of its
sounds awesome so far,
brutally challenging From Software-inspired peers, the difficulty in Wukong feels expertly judged. My simian avatar met a grisly end more times than I care to admit, but I persevered. Eventually, I defeated enough foes to unlock new...
That means that the game journalist got stuck in the tutorial. That's what he's telling you. He couldn't defeat, the soldier in the Elden Ring tutorial. That's what happened here. Like, first boss, tutorial boss was like a fly, and it just kept on murdering Wukong.
Abilities. Soon, I can perch atop my staff mid-attack, giving me an edge against its murderous mythological monsters. I can buzz around...
So what that second part means is that he looked up some gameplay of other people who managed to play the game, or at least looked up some of the trailer footage of the released gameplay that was used in the marketing.
On the forest as a stealthy cicada, summon flames from my glaive, and eventually topple a snarly, lorry-sized werewolf atop a crumbling temple. We're under great pressure reflects one of Game Science's co-founders, who was introduced only...
There are literal furries in the fucking game, and these people aren't happy. What do you have to do? There's no human beings in this goddamn game, and they're not happy.
As Ted, Game Science wouldn't give his full name, via translator.
Ridiculous.
This is the first time we have worked on a PC and console game, and we are also a new studio. So we really like to think how tolerant the players and the market is towards us. Their excitement encourages us. However, the thinking of Chinese people tends to be, we look at the risks. And therefore, when we're faced with such great encouragement, the best thing we can do is to try our best to satisfy the expectations of the players.
If you receive an email saying naked pictures of Donald Trump, don't open it. It is a virus that puts USA between every word you type.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Communicate with the players in a very honest way.
I need to not make
China
that
has
free.
dominated the mobile gaming market. You look at everything that HoYoverse has done, from Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail, Honkai Impact 3. These
As much as I fucking hate all those pay-to-win games, it is undeniable that people love them.
games have made a lot of money. They have a lot of players. And what they've done is they've actually paved the way for Chinese developers to be able to reach global markets, something that was relatively inaccessible for them in the past. And in that, I'm actually kind of surprised that we're not.
I'm surprised it's actually taken the Chinese developers this long to catch up to stuff being released in the West. I think if Black Myth Wukong pops off, I can see a bunch of Chinese devs being like, oh shit, we can actually do this. And the Western market is actually super easy to capture. All we have to do is not make a giant piece of shit. Because they already make 1 million mobile games that are a giant piece of shit. So they just need to not do that with PC, and they'll dominate the entire space. And the next biggest gaming giants you will ever see will probably come out of China. Because they have the people, they have the technology, they have the capability of developing something that is supposed to be an experience instead of a political take. So positively looking at the future of China, they probably might become the world dominator when it comes to games, even in the West. That's obviously, of course, after they reabsorb Hong Kong, because that comes first, because they need the semiconductors, and then they can do whatever the fuck they want. Genshin is gacha. You mean gambling. Genshin is gambling with a storefront, but damn, the storefront is enjoyable. The problem is all of those girls are underage, Dragunov. That's the biggest issue there. They have Tencent, it's in the bag. Yeah, they have Tencent, but then there's going to be 5 different Tencents competing against each other in China, and it's just going to be money circulating in China. And every other game developer in the West is like, I don't understand why no one wants to play my game about 2 transsexuals in a wheelchair who don't actually do anything, but they stare at the camera for a solid 10 minutes, giving a talk from Ayn Rand's book, Atlas Shrugged, and then retranslating it into something that is personal to their own life. Why won't anyone play my game? I don't understand. Gameplay, what's that? Right, that's what's probably fucking going on.
Not seeing more skepticism when it comes to a new studio that hasn't released a game before, that's releasing a AAA game that looks as good as this does, and it's coming from a country that we normally don't see a lot of games come from in the first place. But I think it's great that we are seeing that support, because from my perspective, I just want to see more video games, and the more countries that are out there that are making them, the more diverse ideas and cool games that we can play. And that's what I'm all about. And to be honest, we haven't really even seen that many AAA games come from China in the first place. I think the only one that I can think of off the top of my head is Rocka Blade Point. That's pretty much about it.
Never played it.
But one of the things the developers brought up was that they feel like they're under a lot of pressure, and I don't think people really understand or recognize just how much pressure that they're under. Because keep in mind, they have far more rules and restrictions that they need to follow before they can even try to ship a game outside of their country. And way more restrictions than Western studios have, that's for sure.
Yeah, their government is directly involved in everything they do, so that is a highly limiting factor. I wonder what would happen if you took a bunch of Chinese devs, set them free, into like a country with no oversight, I do wonder what they would come up with if they had no regulation or oversight, just for the sake of experimentation. Give them infinite money and throw them somewhere where no one's gonna stop them or regulate them or make them adjust certain things or change things, right? And see what they do. But yeah, they do have to comply with everything that the CCP tells them to, so that is going to have a limiting factor. I'm interested to see how much that alters or changes gameplay from a political sense. Hopefully it won't, because Journey to the West is like a beloved franchise by the Chinese, and they don't tend to fuck up things like that they've had forever. Sure. That's why it's safe.
But with that said, you also have
Chinese hentai. Chentai. That's coming probably. And so are all the Chinese people watching it.
You know, clashes in culture and things like that. And I think what they've chose to do, especially with Black Myth Wukong, is just, well, emulate the success of another game and try to adapt their ideologies or their philosophies of game design into their game. And that's what Black Myth Wukong kind of represents to me.
Yeah, Devil May Cry X Dark Souls. That's what I see.
It's a smart idea. You're going to be able to hook up with a pretty large audience because a lot of people really like Souls games, especially after Elden Ring. Yes. So it's a great idea to be able to reach as many players as you possibly can. But one of the other difficulties that they're running into is one that's completely unnecessary. And it's the fact that for some odd reason, there are a lot of Western critics that do not want to see this game get any level of success.
Must be because they're racist.
Tom continues with his article saying, I am unfortunately met with very little honest communication when I bring up a report from IGN, which related alleged sexist comments from multiple developers at Game Science, as well as those...
Man, holy fuck. Man, imagine being some fucking Chinese guy and you're like working your ass off in a game dev studio 19 hours a day, and you've got like your boss gives you 2 hours off from your job to go and like speak to some fucking Western journalist piece of shit, and he sits there and he's just like, so tell me, Guni, tell me, why are you such sexist? And he's like, huh? Like he's just blind by, he's just like fucking flashbanged by this question out of nowhere. No idea what's going on. Just putting it out there, Genshin publisher isn't as limited by Tencent as you think. They moved to Singapore exclusively so they can make less censored stuff like Zenless. Okay, now can they put all the Genshin players on a list and then send that sex offenders registry out to the rest of the world, please, so we know where they all are? That would be great, Lloyd. That's all we need. I'm just imagining some overworked fucking Chinese dev who's been spending the last month detailing the movements on Wukong's fucking facial expressions or some shit. And then they're like, so tell us, why are all of you, Joshi, tell us, why are all of you such fucking sexist pieces of shit? Can you imagine being flashbanged by a question like that? Holy fucking hell. That poor Chinese dev is probably like, I'm asleep right now, aren't I? I fell asleep at my desk again, didn't I? They came up with gacha games we have now. Do you think gacha games are the same here as it is in China? Probably not, because it's the same as TikTok is highly limited within China, whereas and different content is promoted on Chinese TikTok versus Western TikTok, which has less limitations. So there's a lot of slop on TikTok in the West, but in China they've like directly controlled it so that people only get like 2 hours a day, and they can like watch kids mostly see beneficial shit like science and information stuff, which is not such a bad thing, right? One of let me put it this way. One of the best things my dad did for me when I was growing up was he watched me watch a cartoon on Cartoon Network, and he fucking, after seeing the slop that was on there that I was too young and stupid to recognize, he immediately said, right, after watching that piece of shit with you, you are banned from watching Cartoon Network ever again. You can watch Discovery Channel, Animal Planet. I'm not going to make the joke he did, because if I did, I'd be in prison following the Animal Planet comment. Or you can watch National Geographic, and that's all you can fucking watch from now on. I'm not paying to see you melt your goddamn mind. And you know what? I hated him at the time for it because he took away my Cartoon Network. But you know what? I don't regret it. I learned more by not doing that. So China's kind of doing the same with their TikTok stuff, and I hope it works out for them. I hope they have like some super geniuses. What was the joke? Let me just say, okay, let me put it this way, Jimmy. At the time, we lived in not the best neighborhood. Not like that's very different now. But he made the comment about, I can watch Animal Planet, and you can either watch it on the TV, and he then, let me put it this way. Okay, fine. You know what? Now you called me out. Now you said no balls. You said, okay, fine. You can watch 3 channels in this house. Wait, no, it's 4. Sorry. Discovery Channel. You can watch National Geographic. You can watch Animal Planet. I can't remember what the 4th one was now. Or you can watch Animal Planet. And there are 2 places you can watch Animal Planet. You can watch it on the TV, or you can look out the fucking window. That's what you can do in this house. That's what he said to me. That was my dad talking about what I could watch on TV after watching me watch cartoons on Cartoon Network. And you know what? It worked out. My grades went up. Just a little bit. You can watch Looney Tunes, Tex Avery, Hanna-Barbera. Yeah, you see, my dad didn't let me watch any of that stuff because he grew up without a TV. So he knew none of that. He just saw me watching some retarded cartoon. I don't even remember which one. And then he was like, no more of this shit in this house.
Was in leadership roles. I presented Ted with the opportunity to address those claims of misogynistic posts and whether he feels they represent game science's values. Instead, I am shut down with a hasty no comment from their UK PR representative, and then, after a long wait, given a longer statement of no comment via Ted's translator. I am then told that Game Science's US PR agency will follow up later with a prepared statement, only to be sent the following. Game Science is focused on the demo at this time and will only answer questions related to gameplay. The same thing happened to an IGN reporter at a demo in Los Angeles last month. It is disappointing that Game Science is opting to invite...
So what they're telling me, I love how they're couching this like the reporter is the victim here. But what they're saying is we've harassed these people endlessly with the same fucking question. And these poor guys who speak one language and maybe have a translator, or they maybe speak English but they never get to practice it. We've been blindsiding them non-fucking stop to the point that they have no idea how to answer this question. How dare they do this to us?
Journalists to speak to them and play the game, but refusing to answer their questions. Perhaps there is no reassurance to offer. A generous reading of the situation would be that this is an inexperienced studio petrified of saying the wrong thing.
Doesn't sound like they're petrified if they're willing to tell Sweet Baby to fuck off. It sounds like they know what they're doing.
Yet, in failing to say anything at all, Game Science is also failing to distance itself and its game from multiple crude, disparaging, and misogynistic comments attributed.
I love how, okay, so look at this. This is just adjective soup, right? Crude, disparaging, misogynistic. Do they show evidence of this? Do they point out what exactly? Which one of these Chinese developers brought a woman into the office and every single one of them took a turn pulling a Chris Brown on her? Which one of these Chinese devs grabbed a bunch of women off the street and then it was Olympic boxing all over again? Like, which one of them did this? Do they have video evidence? Do they have proof? Do they have a story? No. That's just adjective soup to make you feel a certain way.
To its employees and leadership. Journey to the West, of course, is no stranger to the world of video games. From Ninja Theory's 2010 Alex Garland penned and Andy Serkis starring Xbox 360 adaptation Enslaved: Odyssey to the West, to Akira Toriyama's world-conquering Dragon Ball, it's a world of myth and monkeys that lends itself perfectly.
Literally a world of myth and monkeys. And somehow it's got to have a political hot take in it. God damn.
To gaming. Black Myth Wukong's stunning visuals, cinematic beauty, and refreshing sense of speed could well make it the best playable adaptation of the Fable to date.
But
the unreserved...
You see that but. When someone says a but like that, I've said this before. I'm going to say this again. When you see but like that, what that means is, okay, now everything I said before the word but, I want you to take it and throw it in the fucking trash, right? Because none of that counts. That's what they're saying when they say it like that.
Excitement I would otherwise feel about it is being trampled by the elephant in the room. Guys, I'm going to be on.
That was brave of the dev to talk about themselves like that. I suppose, fat acceptance is more common these days. And if you've got a mental illness like most game dev journos do, you can probably talk about that.
Honest with you, I cannot believe that they wrote this. The elephant in the room, huh? I would imagine the elephant in the room is the fact that the report from IGN was found to be heavily mistranslated and misrepresented.
Oh, there we go.
Spreading misinformation about a studio either by the way of IGN's ignorance or their malice.
So this is what happens. So we talked about how what I'm doing with Muckluck with my Guild Wars 2 reaction videos is like the content centipede, right? Where we've got mouths attached to assholes and the content just goes filtered through from one to the other, right? Now game dev journos do the same thing, where one of them comes up with a steaming pile of shit and then the others just start eating it and shitting out the same steaming pile of shit, right? That's how this works. This is not new. This is how you get things like Sam Hyde being mentioned on CNN, right, as a school shooter all the time, more than once, because none of them fact check and they all just fucking eat each other's assholes and get the same opinion out of it. So one IGN article now decides the opinion for everyone in the gaming journo space. That's how this works. Corrupt as fuck. Fat acceptance, only for me, only for women. Me 5 minutes later, you there, ogre?
Report that they mention is something that was parroted by almost every other gaming news site. Headlines with this narrative ran wild since the reveal of Black Myth Wukong's trailer a few years ago, making sure that players know.
Someone needs to make a game journo site, but the game journo site just is like completely inflammatory and doesn't target video games, but targets every other game journo site, weaponizing their own shitty opinions against them. So there needs to be an article out there made by a game journo site that's like, why are all these game journalists rampant racists who hate Chinese people to their core? That's what needs to happen. But not like The Onion, iFlew. It needs to be like 100% serious. Like they're trying their best to be like, these people are uber racists. And they hate Chinese people because they're making bad comments about a game developed outside of the West. Like, weaponize that shit, because it's obvious that going in the other direction doesn't seem to work too well, and it hasn't stopped these fucking animals from doing this shit.
Oh, yeah, the game looks cool, but guys, this is a very bad developer. This misrepresentation even led to Game Science's studio allegedly being vandalized by the people that were claiming to do it based on that news of the studio's quote-unquote sexist culture. Eventually, through social media, readers and critics...
Right, so now these devs are now having their shit destroyed because a bunch of mentally ill people accuse them of something that they can't prove. Welcome to 2024.
Pointed out the mistranslations. Hell, Asmongold's editor, Clip's editor, did a better job of reporting and investigating, showing all of the mistranslations.
Yeah, but that's because Asmongold's editor can use Google search.
Context. IGN published an article trying to smear the company and the devs behind Black Myth Wukong as some sexist freaks because...
Hold on. Snake Spirit is different from what I imagined, but if I cover the bottom half with my hand, it's still possible to jerk off. But the bottom half is the good part. The top half is just a monster. As all women are. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. The joke was right there. I couldn't help it. It needed to be said. I'm Black and Latino. If I could even on something relatively mainstream, I would 100%, 10% fucking do it. Yeah, probably. Look out for yourself. That's fair.
Because of some of their employees' social media posts. The article cites one of their artists who basically did the still wood meme about this monster. The problem is that this game journalist, either by sheer...
Do you know why? I've got to point this out for people. Do you know why there are so many people out there who actually want to fuck monster girls? I've had to think about this for a long time. I've had to figure this out, right? Do you know why there are so many men out there who want to plunder the pussy of some wild animalistic like, I don't know, animal thing monster girl out there? Do you know why? It's because in these fantasy worlds, these women, the monster is on the outside, not the inside. That's why. Are you telling me you wouldn't? Well, I mean, look, I can dress up my wife and do paint. That'll be good enough for me. I already have to climb Mount Everest every time. And let me tell you, it's not a bad experience. Because it's already more than what they could do IRL. Yeah, I mean, that as well.
Incompetence or malice translated these posts in the most uncharitable way possible. And this is nothing compared to the most egregious mistranslation after one of the game company founders posted this in 2020, apologizing for the lackluster trailer of Black Myth Wukong just released. Now, how on earth do you get?
I want to expand my circle and hire more people.
I want to what the fuck?
Get licked until I can't get an erection.
Okay, this is why when you go to China and you see English and there's some guy with a tattoo that says press fuck to enter, or you see like you go into a store and there's the Mandarin and underneath it there's like a really shitty English translation that doesn't make sense. This is why. It's because the translation between the two is super fucking difficult.
In reality, the actual translation completely changes the meaning of what he was saying. Not satisfied, I went back checking if anyone called this out when it happened, and they did.
And ultimately, this all led to the original writer of the IGN report giving a backhanded non-apology, avoiding the conversation of mistranslation, still perpetuating the lie, and upset over Game Science's lack of response, and that the game with a Monkey King and a bunch of anthropomorphic characters doesn't have enough femme-coded characters. I am beyond myself. The gall to come forward and say something like, maybe they don't want to say anything because they're afraid to say the wrong thing. What exactly is the wrong thing?
The wrong thing is anything. You shut your fucking mouth and you make the game. And Western devs need to learn this lesson. I don't give a fuck what side of the political aisle you're on. I don't even give a fuck about your personal life. I want you to make a good game. Shut the fuck up. Get on the keyboard, code some shit out, make some good art, and give me something playable. That's all. You want to dye your hair pink? You want to be a lesbian? You want to be trans? You want to be straight? You want to be left or right? I don't give a flying double-dipped fuck. Just give me something of value to play. That is all that matters. Output. Only output. That's all that matters. But these people are too fucking stupid to know that. But at least these Chinese developers have some brain cells to fucking rub together to understand we shut the fuck up and we make a game. God damn.
Because apparently you already think they said it to begin with, even though it was all mistranslated and misrepresented in the first place. Sure, they may have said some crude things, but you don't understand their culture or the intricacies of their language and how they use colloquialisms and things.
Come to think of it, what he's saying here, and the mistranslation, I was like memeing, like that these game journalists are being racist, right? I was like, weaponize their own things against them. But after him explaining like that, this is actually starting to feel legitimately racist. This is actually legitimately starting to feel like the game journos are directly racist by doing this on purpose, with no understanding or comprehension of any of the culture or like comprehension of how the language works. This is starting to go from a joke to a reality.
Things like that. So you're just applying what you believe onto what they are saying. I'm appalled. It's just ridiculous is what it is. I'm shocked. I don't even really know how to respond to something like this. I think that Western critics and game journalists, not all of them, but some of them, view these Chinese-made games and games made in some other countries as a threat. Because these are studios that will not fall in line with whatever their narrative is.
Yes.
Even if they are in the wrong. Because there are times, and there have been times in the past, where the media was wrong about something, but still wanted and still pressured the studios to do something and say something that otherwise went against it.
Yes.
And that's exactly what they're trying to do now. Still running with the exact same narrative, even though it's already been disproven. What is the point of that?
So when these game studios are being pressured and manipulated by these game journos who are saying everyone hates you because of this, the only thing that a game studio should say, or their representative or their CEO or whatever, is lick my balls from the back. And if it's a woman, she can still say the same thing, and then she can put on a pair of fake balls just for those journalists to lick, right? That's the only correct response, is go fuck yourself, lick my balls from the back, kiss my cinnamon ring, get the fuck out of my face. Those are the only acceptable responses to a game journalist if they ever want to speak to you.
Because now what they want is that even though it's been disproven, well, we still want you to tell us that you like women. What are you doing? What is the point of this?
That was brave of him to put his pussy on the screen like that.
And even more so when you're putting out an article talking about the overall feeling of the game, how much you enjoyed the game, and then you have to put something like that in there. Like, we don't know what you're trying to do. Trying to spin a narrative around this game to make it feel like, man, you should probably feel bad about playing this game, guys. You should feel bad about it. They're bad people over there. They say mean things on the internet. They say crude things on the internet. How dare they?
God damn.
I think the worst thing possible out of all the things that they said was there was an image of like a snake woman, like a lady that was like, her head was a regular person, but her body was like a snake. It was some like...
You mean like a bunch of horror stuff in Chinese mythology? Wow. How horrifying. Them adapting their own mythology in an accurate way? God damn, we can't have that.
Horror creature, and they were like, still wood? Are you serious? What, like they're not allowed to be human and take part in meme culture? Are you serious?
No,
what is this? What, like, this like thought policing and
it's nothing new.
I don't know, man. Like,
it's nothing
I'm so happy that their position was, we're working on the demo right now, and that's the only thing that we want to talk about.
Good.
Because at the end of the day, that's the only thing that actually matters. The game matters. What they do outside of that has no impact whatsoever on what consumers actually care about in the first place. Some of these some of these journalists and...
He misspoke. It's not journalists. It's mentally ill psych ward patients who escaped.
Games media heads wonder why they're losing subscribers, want to know why they're losing readers. Well, it's probably because of the fact you keep putting things in your articles and in these discussions that don't belong there in the first place.
I think he's wrong. They're not doing this. They're not doing this like they're blind. They're doing this because they know it's the only way they can get anyone to actually read one of their articles ever again is to rage bait the shit out of it. Because this guy just made a 17-minute video talking about this piece of shit article and talking about it. And people are going to go to the article. And so this rage baiting is what's keeping them alive. It's literally their last lifeline. The second everyone stops giving a fuck. So, GameSpot, IGN put out another thing calling something sexist. Okay. And no one gives a fuck. That's when they die. It's not when they piss people off. It's when no one cares anymore. Right? That's when those game journalists finally evaporate, because they'll, like, everyone will shrug their shoulders and say, nothing new, and carry on with life. It won't even be a fucking blip on the radar. That's when they die. Not when they piss people off enough to make people check out the article. So I'm convinced they know what they're doing at this point.
Place.
You have to remember, any news agency, any journalist has an obligation not to tell you the truth, but to get you to buy something from them or get some form of revenue out of you, whether that be through ads or some other manipulative mechanism. That's their job, is get money out of you in some way by making you read their article. That's how that works.
I originally went to go and read that article because it was talking about their first impressions, and I was just trying to gather a bunch of people's first impressions on the game. And then all of a sudden, you want to go off on this tangent on something that was already disproven in the first place? What are we doing? What is this?
Rage bait.
You know, this isn't the first time we've seen this.
Won't be the last.
Wizard game. Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Hogwarts Legacy. Game critics and journalists dogpiled this game.
I have yet to see a single post by J.K. Rowling saying that she wants to burn trans people alive. Or saying put them in camps or some shit. I have yet to see that happen. Right? Everyone's like, oh, she's transphobic and all of that. But every time I've asked for evidence on Twitter saying I will genuinely 100% change my opinion if you prove to me, if you give me evidence. Every single time that's happened, what I've gotten is a response saying you're not fighting for your own existence, like making a fucking Twitter post is, and then getting blocked. Right? I'm still yet to see something, some definitive statement that says that fucking J.K. Rowling is actively transphobic and wants to kill these people. Because that's what they allege, and I still don't see it.
As hard as they could. Wired.com gave it a 1 out of 10, not because of the gameplay, not because of the aesthetics, but because of the fact that J.K. Rowling had something to do with it, even though they're just the creator of the source material and actually had nothing to do with the...
Also, it had a trans person in it. This game had a trans person in it. So I don't even know what they're bitching about. They got their representation. Which means to me, they don't actually give a fuck about the movement. What they care about is rage-baiting people as hard as possible to read their article. That's what that means to me. It's all marketing. Trans person and a gay person too. Look, I don't think the main character counts. Because just because the player's gay, right, and they played Hogwarts Legacy, which automatically makes them gay. Don't think that counts. Let's just say that it's not what a journalist does. They are not journalists. They're just bloggers and activists. Yeah, you know what? You're right. We need to have a revitalization of what the word journalist means, because these are not fucking journalists. I agree with you on that.
The actual creation of the video game, but that didn't matter. Meanwhile, a slew of other reviewers boycotted even reviewing the game in the first place. Some magazines didn't even...
Also, I know there's an ad, but it's out of the way, so cope, deal with it. I gotta go to bed soon anyway.
Post reviews whatsoever. And many of those that did actually review it still made sure to drop a little piece of their mind about J.K. Rowling in the reviews. What are the chances that we see the same thing with Black Myth Wukong? Is it going to suffer the same fate? Regardless of how many people tried to derail Hogwarts Legacy, it ended up being the first title in 15 years to beat Call of Duty in sales, selling 23 million copies in 2023.
That's actually
proving that social...
You know what, that's impressive, but the game wasn't worth it. The game wasn't that good. The game was just a really pretty basic-ass fucking Harry Potter game. Also, 1 second, I'm going to be right back. I hear my wife yelling my name, which means I'm probably in trouble. Be right back. You could probably hear that. Yeah, okay. So, my wife's pretty pissed because it is pretty late. I've lost track of the time. But that's fine. Okay, I'm going to end off there. I hope you enjoyed. Basically, that whole video amounted to journalists are pieces of shit. Nothing is any different in the world. This is the same shit that's been going on for like over a decade now. It's all rage bait. Doesn't matter. We'll see if Black Myth HongKong is a good game on Tuesday when it releases, now that we've done the benchmark. So I'm going to duck now. Hope you enjoyed. And yeah. What else do we have to say? Journalists should definitely not be put in camps and re-educated the way certain groups do in China, where the devs come from.